Hello and welcome to tonight's European Pro League, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum, and you guys all know this guy to the side of me. His name is Kickstar. Kicks, how you doing?
I'm all right. I'm excited for today's matchups.
I know. Tonight's matchups, we've got the decider matches for Group A and Group B. This is going to decide who makes it into the playoffs to potentially then make it to LAN.
Yeah, it is the final play day for Europe and in general the Pro League between North America and Europe for the playoffs, or sorry, for the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, so at the end of today, we've got 4 teams that will continue to play and 4 teams that unfortunately will be out of the running for making it to LAN. But let's take a look at where everything is with our groups and where the teams currently stand. So let's throw up Group A and see just where they're at the moment. So we started off play day number 1, or week 1, with CEST and Barrage, and then we had gBots and Millenium. CEST and gBots both went on to the winners brackets to go against head-to-head, with CEST coming out on top.
Yeah, they were looking really strong going into that matchup, and every matchup so far in the Pro League for them.
Yeah, and our losers bracket, our losers game was Barrage versus Millenium. Millenium decided to turn things around after the 2-1 loss to gBots and take Barrage down. Then now here we are with the decider game, gBots versus Millenium, which is actually a rematch. Basically, it's a rematch of the first time these guys played in the Pro League this season.
And if I recall correctly, that was the first 2-1 of the entire Pro League season so far, in general. And it was an extremely close matchup. So we're looking to see another close matchup between these two teams.
Agreed. So let's take a look at Group B to see who the second matchup for today is going to be. We started off with Vitality and Most Wanted. Vitality came out on top against Most Wanted. Previously, Most Wanted was known as E2 and then C6, but they're here now with us today as Most Wanted. And then Playing Ducks and Penta went head-to-head. You had Team Vitality and Penta Sports in that winner's bracket. Penta came out on top, so they are first seed in Group B for the European Pro League. And in the losers bracket, we had Playing Ducks outplay Most Wanted a little bit there. And now our game for today, the second game of the evening, is going to be Team Vitality versus Playing Ducks.
Yeah, both of these two teams have struggled very hard to get to where they are right now. And again, very much going to be a close matchup, similar to what we're seeing earlier.
Is there anything that surprises you about these teams, about the 4 teams we're going to see today?
Not really. I think that all of them have fought very hard to get here, and I think that they've gone up against some very fierce competition so far. I mean, we've seen Penta, for example. Penta was a team that in the very beginning, they were very dominant. Going into the seasons after that, they kind of faltered a little bit, and nobody really expected them to show up as strongly as they have so far in this Pro League. So, I mean, it's been a really surprising season, and so far for the teams that have made it to the end here, I'm not that shocked.
Yeah. Agreed. So we do have our, like I said, first seeds decided. Let's take a look at the exact matches we're going to see tonight by taking a look at the schedule as what game's going to come first and what series we're going to see second. Now, first up, we are going to have gBots versus Millenium. Again, this is that rematch that we saw previously. We're going to watch it here as it unfolds, and there could be a potential for a different outcome. Our second game of the evening is going to be Team Vitality versus Playing Ducks. Again, some very strong teams all around today.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we've got for us today. Now, going back to what does this mean to be in the playoffs? So, can you walk us through that?
What do you mean?
The playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs. So the playoffs is basically the top 4 teams from each region are going to be going to compete in another bracket, and then the 2 top, or some of the team, or they'll be competing to get first position, second position, third position, and fourth position.
Yeah, and so the top seed number 1 in Group A is going to play seed 2 of Group B. So the winner of tonight's matchup from Group B, that matchup between Playing Ducks and Team Vitality, will go up against CEST, who's the seed 1 from Group A. Now, turning that around, you've got the winner from today's first matchup of gBots and Millenium going up against Penta, who is seed 1 from Group B. Those 2 matches will go cross to cross, and then 2 weeks from now, we'll know who's going to LAN and who's not. So that is going to be it for how this is going to play out today. I do believe we have an interview possibly ready for us here in a moment. But before we get to that, our 2 teams today, we've got Millenium and we've got gBots. Now, gBots, to me, they've shown strides. They've shown progress here throughout this season than I wasn't expecting to see originally from them.
I mean, we've talked about this time and time again. gBots is a team that has been in the Pro League for the majority of, well, the Pro League in general. They've been playing the game since the very beginning. Their roster hasn't changed too much, although it has had a few alterations.
Yeah.
And they just really haven't shown us anything amazing in previous seasons. They haven't come out as that team that's like, okay, we're going to take it this, season. We're going to go all the way to the finals. We're going to get, we're going to win that first place. But so far this season, even though they did not come all the way through the winners bracket and go all the way out in the first seed, they have had an incredibly strong showing. They have shown us that they are a team that's here to beat everybody else, that is here to really compete. And it's just, again, it's something that we haven't seen before from them. So yes, great strides and fierce competition coming out from Playing Ducks. As well as Millenium, they're a team that, they've won the second season as Youngtis. They then kind of disbanded. They didn't play in the third season. Now they're coming back here, and they have shown that they have what it takes, again, from their past.
They've kind of risen from the ashes, if you will. Like they were crowned as the champions of PC Season 2. Then they kind of broke apart, had separate avenues to go, and now the team is back.
Well, for the most part, Falco's not there, but for the most part, their team is reunited, and they have, again, as you said, they've risen from the ashes as something like a phoenix, you could say, and they have proven to everyone that they are, again, another team that can compete fiercely at this high level of play.
Yep, and so we do have an interview lined up with the team captain from Millenium. Oh, not just yet.
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet. And so, all right, so thinking about Millenium, we've seen some of their plays on the top maps picked so far this pro. We've seen Oregon, we've seen Cafe, we've seen, I believe, possibly some Border, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Do you think we might see some different maps come out that we haven't, that like kind of like we saw Skyscraper? We saw some Clubhouse.
I can't read Millenium's mind per se, but I'm sure that they do have some tricks up their sleeve that they're looking forward to pulling out on this day in particular. I mean, this is a tremendous day for all of these teams going into these matchups. This is a make it or break it moment. The two teams that win in these group stages out of these two matchups are going to then have their chances in the playoffs. The two teams that don't are going to be unfortunately kind of eliminated from the Pro League, and they are going to go the way of Old Yeller. So there is a lot on the line for all of these teams, and I do think that we will be seeing probably some odder, just different band phases from everyone, showing what the tricks they have up their sleeve are.
Do you think anything that we've seen from Monday's night with NA, how Flipside kind of turned some heads with some of their tactics? Do you think any of that made either of these teams rethink, go back to the books, and say,
no,
let's turn something?
I don't think so. I think that maybe for future reference, they are going to go back to something like what Flipside did in their play day, where they went to Cash Room on Clubhouse, which is something we don't see a whole lot of. We've seen it in the Latin American Pro League. We've seen it a couple times in the North American Pro League previously. But overall, it's just not, it's kind of unheard of. But I don't think it's going to be influencing any of the strategies that we're going to be seeing coming out today, as it is too close to proximity. I mean, it's teams, they like to have refined strategies and counter strategies to the teams they're going up against. So I don't think we're going to see that.
It's kind of like you don't want to. Why would you pick someone else's strat if it's it's too last second. Too many variables, we'll say, to try to do something like that.
And again, a lot of these teams, I mean, for example, this matchup we're seeing right now, Millenium versus gBots, I believe, it's a rematch. It's the sort of thing where they're going to go back to the VODs and they're going to analyze the maps that they played on previously, and they're going to try and counter-strat each other. So it's similar to what we saw with Elevate going up against Continuum. They played on Cafe for the second time, and they had Continuum's number. They knew exactly what was happening. They put in all the research that was necessary, and they countered each and every one of Continuum's positions. So I'm guessing that we're going to see something similar from Millenium or gBots in that manner if we go to any of the maps played previously, but that's up in the air. I mean, we could see that. I mean, both of these teams know that happened when in the Elevate Continuum matchup, and I doubt that they're likely to let us go to those same maps again unless they are 100% invested in counter-stratting the other team.
Gotcha. And we do have that interview ready for you now with Six Quarter, the captain of Millenium. Let's change it on over to him. Six, how are you doing today?
Hi everyone.
Hello.
I'm fine.
You're
fine. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. How are, so let's dig back. We talked about earlier. We mentioned on the stream that this is a rematch, and
absolutely, yeah.
You previously your team lost to gBots 2-1. What did you go back to that? We'll start there. Did you go back to that video and pay attention and reanalyze the mistakes that were missed or that happened?
Well, definitely, we did that like maybe 1 hour after we lost. we just went and see the VODs and to check what happened, what did we do wrong. And well, the thing I really want to add is that in 2 weeks from now, we really, I mean, really grew up as a team, because there is something you maybe didn't mention, but we won a very special event in France this weekend, which was the Gamers Assembly, which is something pretty big for
Okay.
us at least. And yeah, we won it. And now I would say that the team that I wanted to be ready for gBot is now ready.
Hmm. So you're thinking gBots might be a little slacking, and you're feeling very confident about tonight.
Well, it's always the same. You know, we know that gBots are really monsters. They are very good players, and they play very well. And so, yeah, confident I am, but not overconfident. I can't say we're gonna win. We're gonna do everything we can to win, definitely. But it's not gonna be easy. We know that.
So what do you think gBots took away? Digging into the mind of your opponents, what do you think gBots took away from your matchup with them, Playday number 2?
What do you mean by took away? Sorry.
So when they go back to the VOD and they looked at their gameplay and your gameplay, do you think they picked some things out of your play that you might be retrying to do today?
Well, if they watch our VODs, they're gonna be very disappointed today, because we changed a lot of things, and they're gonna be disappointed by the composition and stuff like this.
Gotcha.
Maybe if they watch the VODs from this weekend, they can have a previous just something about.
So you're a whole different team than you were 4 weeks ago when you played them.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Well, that is very good to hear, and we look forward to seeing your match today, 6. So have a great time, and good luck.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
So, whole different team is what 6 is saying.
Yeah, no, it might be something similar to what we saw with Elevate versus Continuum. I mean, again, it was a rematch, and Elevate came out on top the second time as they revamped a lot of their line. Well, they changed a player, they got a lot of synergy back, and they changed a lot of their strategy. So who knows? Maybe that is exactly what we're liable to see here from Millenium. And here's their lineup today: 6 Quarter, Renshiro, Liven, Yogurts, and Steezy. Again, a very similar lineup to what they used to be in Youngtis, Void Falco, who was considered a pretty dominant player, but I think they made pretty good pace without him.
Yeah, I want to say that they adapted well to not having Falco, and the player they picked up is definitely fitting into that synergetic feeling that you need to have in a coherent team.
Yeah, and they did win that event, as they said earlier, proving that they are a pretty dominant team outside of this. And I think if they are able to translate some of that into what we're seeing here today, I think that's going to help them.
Definitely. And so here we have it, like you said, our players here from Millenium. Now, one of the things we unfortunately don't have for you today, you at home, is an interview with gBots. Now, gBots, I would have wanted to give them a platform to speak, because, like we said, this is a rematch. I want to see both sides on the philosophy and the thoughts behind both of the teams. But we are going to change over and see the team sheet for gBots and see just who's going to be playing on their squad today. I feel like it's going to be the same people. I don't think there were any roster changes for them.
Doubtful. gBots, again, a team that is kind of renowned for being together for quite a long time and having played in the Pro League since the very beginning.
Yeah.
I think they're one of those teams, an example of a team that they have persevered and just iron out their play over a long period of time. And here's their roster: Drid, Lion, Barrage, Wesker, and Choi.
Yeah, now Wesker's a well-known name from gBots. He's been here since the very start of gBots, if I remember correctly, and he's one of those players to me that I see as being a very impactful person. He's core to their team. And so I'm looking for some things from him tonight.
Now, sometimes in a team professional level, you don't necessarily always have to have 5 playmakers. And having one playmaker and someone like Wesker who can go away from the concrete, can go away from the strategy and just make a play, kill 2 people, and put your team in a better position is exactly what you need in your formula.
Yeah, I mean, thinking back to, I think it was the Flipside game, there were always players where every single round someone stood out. Someone stood out. It was a different person every time. Like you said, you don't necessarily need 5 playmakers, but there's almost every single round I saw someone stick out.
We had that in Flipside. We had that in Ominous. We've had that in Elevate. We've had that in a number of these matchups so far. And it's great to see the level of competition that we've been seeing so far in this Pro League. And just overall, it's been fantastic. The way that the Pro League is structured this season, there's a lot more on the line for all of these teams. Definitely. And as such, they have been bringing out a lot more of their hidden strategies, a lot more of their gems. in every matchup because, I mean, it's make it or break it, really.
It is. I mean, we're here. We've already got 2 teams that have been taken out of the Pro League. We're down to our final 6. Our top 2 already made it. So these 4 teams playing tonight are going to decide.
Yeah.
Now, thinking about, I think we're about to get into map bans here in a moment, but let's dig in a bit to how these 2 teams played previously against their past opponents. So going to CEST and gBots. CEST won 2-0 over them. Okay, so we actually are we're gonna shoot to the top 10 operators here in a moment. Top 10 operators. I mean, Jaeger's almost always at the top there. He is 96.5%.
And then there's Urbana at 88.9. That's as expected. She's similar to Thermite, but with a little bit more versatility. Smoke with that area denial at 86.1%. Obviously, makes a lot of sense. Ashe staying in the meta at 7.2%, and I think that could be attributed a little bit to the addition of Smoke, or not the addition, but the retention of Smoke and the ability to clear barbed wire as well as make individual plays.
Now, were you expecting Mira to be such a highly picked operator?
Absolutely. Mira impacts the meta in a great way. With her mirrors, she just gives the defensive team a lot of what they were lacking previously, which is visibility without any sort of... The attackers, they can't contradict her visibility unless they use a Twitch drone, and even that can be countered by the defenders. So where you have a Valkyrie camera, that can be shot by the attackers, but a mirror, if it's put in the perfect position and there's someone to stop a Twitch drone from opening it, it can't be countered very easily by an attacking team, and that's why she lends a lot of usefulness to that defensive team.
I'm thinking about the primary maps that we've seen this year or this season in the Pro League. We've seen a lot of
Border,
Cafe,
Consulate.
Border, Consulate, Chalet.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that we're not seeing Buck on here because a lot of those maps are vertical, very destructible.
A lot of players prefer Sledge over Buck simply because his L85 has little to no recoil compared to Buck's C8, which has ridiculously tremendous amount of recoil.
Agreed.
And Sledge gets a similar job done. Sometimes it can be a little bit more difficult to open up those floors with his hammer, but overall it is kind of the same thing.
Yeah, the benefits seem to outweigh in favor of Sledge.
Plus you've got the SMG-11. I mean, you know.
you gotta have that SMG-11.
It's like the SMG-11 when you're choosing between those 2 operators is just the cherry on the top.
Yep. So here are the operators most chosen by the EU Pro League. I feel like we're going to see most of those operators chosen, obviously, when we get into the play today.
Very, very likely. Something I'd like to touch on is the distinct lack of a Glaz and a Montaigne being in that top 10%. When we talk about how Glaz and Montaigne are so influential in the current meta, yet they don't get played as much as we see. And just as I say that, we're getting right into the match. In Chalet.
We don't even know what maps we're playing on.
Nope, we didn't even know what maps we're playing on. Apparently, we're skipping the ban phase. We're going straight into the match, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, the first map will be Chalet. So that's I think a fantastic match to be playing, or map to be playing right out the get-go.
Maybe we'll have coastline for our second map.
Yeah, maybe. Well, that'd be really interesting just to go ahead and go on coastline. I'm not sure what's happening, but we are.
We might be rehosting this, so we'll have to see.
Something's going on here. Something funky.
But yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we might still get underway with the map, and it seems as though Chalet is that first map. So, spoiler alert, Chalet's the first map.
I don't know what's going on.
Let's see here momentarily. But, okay, so we are going into the game. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, we get to play. Fantastic. So we can get in right off the bat. We do have a Glaz and a Buck. Those 2 operators we were talking about how they weren't in the top 10 picked operators for Europe. Yet here they are being played right now by gBots. There's also a Capital, no Thermite, and we are defending the basement first here from Millenium. So lack of a Thermite's going to hinder their attack here, or hinder gBots' attack here, and limit them somewhat.
So what I actually like what we're seeing here from Millenium. They know they're assuming that gBots is not bringing the Thermite.
Right.
And so what they're doing here, they're actually securing the bar to make sure that drop hatch doesn't get open from Hibana. If they want to open up the garage wall, okay, but they're going to make sure that they don't get the bar drop.
It's likely that Millenium went for the basement first because they knew gBots would not pick that Thermite, as you said earlier. And I think it's going to work out for them. Unfortunately, Steezy getting picked off early by Drid.
That's going to be up there on the helipad.
The radio tower.
Radio tower.
There we go.
Looking at the call there. On I've never called that before.
Well, it's a little bit of an odd position, but it has been seeing a little bit more of a prominent play in this season on Chalet. It's been actually used to great effect to secure the upstairs from the roamers. Lots of good line of sights onto the players roaming upstairs, as I said.
Now, we do have Choi working his way down the kitchen stairs, live and about to peek on out if he hears enough noise from Choi. holding down a very tight angle there by the main larger garage door.
It's a dangerous and aggressive position for Smoke to be playing. If he gets picked off early, he's going to waste all of his utility in those gas grenades.
You've got Drid coming down. It looks like it might be a pinch on Liven. He knows he's being pinched here. I wouldn't be surprised if Liven decides to backtrack, seeing as how important he's going to be to hold down those final moments. He will get droned out and be forced out of there. He's going to go back into the middle closet, as Drid now is keeping a very close eye on that back cubby.
That's a smart play from Liven. Playing it safe, does not need to waste his need to waste his life.
Now you've got Yogurt, who actually jumped on out to get Burrows, and he's managed to make his way back into the library here.
Looked like he picked him off right at the door to West Lobby. That was a well-timed peek out from Jaeger. Liven making good use of his gas grenades to hold up Drid, but is going to get smoked in return.
Yeah, he will get smoked out, and that means Drid might be pushing in forward here. 6 is still going to be on the back stairwell, making sure no one's coming in towards bar. But it looks as though the push here from gBots will be through the big garage in towards Wine Cellar. Yogurt is going to get a second kill here onto Wesker, taking down the Buck here. Now a 3-on-4. Looks as though Liven finally gets taken out by Choi, peeking on through the Hibana hole that's been made in the reinforced wall. Drid does not have any more smoke grenades left, but it looks like the bomb carrier, that's going to be Lion, moving in for the plant here as Renshiro's inside a connector. Yogurt, however, is managing to come around for the flank. Renshiro picks off one, and it looks as though that Yokai drone is going to stop the plant for the time being. Will it get down in time with 20 seconds left? Yogurt gets one, he's going to come around, he's going to get a 4K this round to just dominate here. Round number 1 will go to Millenium.
Millenium, again, really just with a fantastic, well, not hold, but roam by Yogurts, getting those nice picks, those 2 picks early, one on the Buck roaming in the lobby, and one on the Capitao outside West Lobby, then coming up from the behind during that push in the final seconds from the attackers, denying the plant and locking it out for his round. Strategically, everything went in the favor of gBots. They got their push off, they successfully opened up the site. They got the barbed wire out of the way, they killed all of the anchors, they were starting their plan, everything was going their way, but Yogurts just said, no, we're winning this round, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that, or it's very difficult as an attacking squad. If you need to if you've got 2 people left, one goes for planting the diffuser, it's hard for that last person to hold every single cover for that diffuser to get planted. Right. That's what Glaz was trying to do, and he can't do that very effectively, especially down there from a wine push.
Yeah, I think a lot of that could have come down to the lack of a flank holder coming out from gBots. They did not have anyone in a position to catch Yogurt as he came up from behind, and unfortunately worked against them. Now we're going to be seeing gBots defending the kitchen. They're going for a little bit more of a default hold here. Typically speaking, a kitchen is the first holded site, but we saw Millenium go for the basement first. And here are the map bans coming up on the screen. I'm sorry we didn't get to go through them earlier, but at least we get to see them. Millenium banning Border, Skyscraper, and Coastline, so all of the DLC maps, and gBots banning Clubhouse, Bank, and Consulate.
So that leaves Oregon, it leaves Cafe,
and it leaves Chalet.
And it leaves Chalet.
So some familiar maps for the most part. Chalet picked by Millenium, gBots picking Cafe, and the Decider map being Oregon. And these are all maps, again, that we've seen time and time again throughout this Pro League so far.
That's what I was reading the radar. It says Helipad Trail.
Right.
So Radio Tower works for me.
Yeah, Radio Tower works for me as well. I think that's probably the good call there. It is, again, it is not the most predictable position, but it has been seeing a lot of prominent usage. As you can see, it gives you great line of sight into that library, into the bathroom, and if you open up the bathroom wall, into the hallway outside of Master. So that's a really great position, and teams have been making good use of it.
Now it looks as though Yogurt is double thinking coming up this ladder here. He's actually going to do it, and Drid going to toss out the C4, and down will go Yogurts. A wonderful toss there by Drid.
You could tell that Yogurts was thinking, oh, well, I'm a 3 armor. I'm not going to be able to dodge that.
And Liven's going to make that same attempt. Drid will get another one downed, and Liven will have to fall on out. Now, Drid's mind is, do I push up here? Choi needs to watch those fireplace stairs. Stiz is going to come around. He's going to get one. Can he get another here? Looks like he's just going to take a few bullets, not many in return there, onto Drid. He's going to get one traded there. Drid will finally get him down. Drid has gotten 2 down and a kill so far.
Drid saying, this is my library, you can't have it.
Ooh, Renshiro taking a couple bullets here as he tries to push some onto Wesker, who came around from L. Now peeking around, he will pick off that final kill. He knows that that pulse, that's Drid, inside a library. The drop hatch is not open, he's going to sit on top of it. 6 is going to have to move forward. This is a minute and a half that's already been wasted. Renshiro still needing to move forward. Doesn't know exactly where Drid is, but he's got some thought. He's got some assumptions. Now Drid is still on top of that drop hatch. Little engagement going to happen here. Now he's going to make the move. He's pushing in a little bit more, but he's carrying Diffuser in here. He gets picked off. Liven, Dred's going to get another one here. He gets Renshiro and Liven down. Last man alive is going to be 6. That's going to be a 3K here, almost a 4K. We'd actually give him that kill because he's got him down. We'll give him that. He's got 3K here for the time being. Going up against 6 now. Could Dred get ultimately the ace here? And he will!
Wow,
Dred! Magnificent plays are getting 4 kills and the 5th player downed.
That was an assisted 5K ace by Dred. Fantastic play by him. So far from both of these teams, we have seen the Roamers be dominant on Chalet. Neither of the attacking squads have been able to get past those guys just running around the map.
To me, that is the same type of an ace that Jarvis got on Ominous.
Yeah, it was exactly that. It was an assisted ace in that he downed the player that was then secured by one of the
it was by Wesker. Wesker picked up the trade.
And now we're going into the 3rd round. Both these teams having great success on the defense again with that roamer game. Neither of the attack squads being able to figure out, decipher what to do against those roamers.
So Millenium successfully held that bottom floor hold. They're going to come up here into the kitchen and trophy room. Now, this is again one of the standard bomb sites on this map, and it seems as though their setup is going to be to use as much time as the attackers on the top side, hold them off from being able to just annihilate the top floor, and then ultimately that castle wall you see on A into kitchen is likely going to be one of the deterrents towards the final moments of the round.
Yeah, so it looks like they're setting up a lot of utility, as you said, upstairs. Just like you said, waste of time. That castle barricade, then if the attackers run out of time while they're challenging the roamers upstairs, and they have to force their way in through dining, are going to have a little bit of trouble getting through the castle barricade. They're going to have some utility left, at least on that Ashe or Hibana or Glaz or what have you, to open up that barricade. And if there just isn't someone in position to do just that, they're going to have a lot of trouble.
Now Stiz is going to have to be a little careful here. He knows that there's going to be a Glaz on top of that radio tower, and Baraz, sorry, is still thinking, do I want to come up the ladder? And he better think twice. He should find another way in.
The reason that ladder outside of library is a little bit of a death trap is because you cannot get up the ladder or challenge the person holding the ladder before they can kill you on said ladder if they're defending it from library at a hard angle on the window.
Is a potential kill here by Dred. He's going to be able to see into fireplace, I'm sorry, into master bedroom. Oh, almost picks off the head of Steez. He's going to drop on and get back to sight.
Just barely missing by an inch. There's a whole minute, though, down, and none of the attackers have managed to make their way into the building yet.
And this is kind of what they're going for. They're looking to waste as much time, force them out from an easy push inside. Now, what Choi's going to be doing, he's going to get up on that balcony. It looks like Capital, that's Baraz, able to take down 6. That's a very early kill, a very good kill, taking out the Rook.
And losing that anchor horse early from Millenium is going to hinder their defense a lot.
Now, Liven trying to play it safe, but I believe what we're going to see is this get droned out first, and Liven knows it too, so he's going to get down on top. Wesker comes in moments too late to pick off the kill into Liven.
Yeah, so half the round left still. They have established their dominance upstairs, but now they have to go through the task of going to open up the floor and search down for the anchors on the site. And if they don't have any success here with only 1 minute 20 to go, they're going to have a lot of trouble pushing into 4 players on the site.
Yeah, what it seems like might have to happen is gBots is going to have to drop in through the hatch or push down through the lobby stairs, because they're not really in a position to push from fireplace.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I think that Millenium is trying to force them to do.
Ooh, Dred is going to get that one shot there into Live and take out the trophy defender. However, Steez comes up, or that might have been from above? No, is that from underneath? Steez came on out, he got one, but it looks like Choi will take him down in return.
Lingered a little bit too long outside, getting detected, and then not being able to secure the kill.
Ooh, now Yogurt picks up that good kill. They know they're outside trophy window. He still has the potential to hold it down. gBots just going to hold down outside of the trophy window.
Yogurt is the man that has been making plays on for his team so far this matchup, and he is in a very defiant position to hold these last remaining attackers.
Now Wesker is going to drone this out. He's going to find Yogurt in the back of box, or inside the back of trophy. Will get destroyed. Smoke grenade's going to come out. You're going to see Yogurt try to pre-fire this. Dred is here. He's going to be able to see through the smoke and go for the kill. He's just waiting for it, but from from kitchen, Yogurt will be tapped just a bit, and he finally gets in. Dred's going to get that kill down. Last man alive is going to be Renshiro. He gets one. He's got 3 to go with 7 seconds left, and you've got Baruz here inside of kitchen. To his right is going to be the Glaz, and there's the crossfire, and there it is. Baruz will finally take down Renshiro, and it's Millenium, unfortunately, not able to secure round 3.
So Millenium were saying that they have revamped themselves a lot as a team, saying that they put themselves in a good position. Maybe it's just that they are not as practiced on this particular map. Maybe they're just not having the best luck on Chalet so far. It seems as though, overall, gBots have been a little bit dominant in this engagement so far. I mean, Yogurts, when he's allowed to roam on Chalet, he's given free reign. He makes it work. He gets his job done. But as you saw there, because his teammate in B was picked off, he then had to rotate into B to supplement that. And as such, got pinned down, unable to make the plays that he really wanted to. And then well, I mean, what are you going to do challenging a Glaz who's prone in the smoke? You can't see that. He can see you clear as day. You're going to lose that engagement.
I mean, you have to have perfect timing on when he's going to vault into that window,
Right.
and it's just a chance you cannot take with the Glaz.
Right. And now we're seeing gBots defending their interpretation of defending basement.
So one of the things you mentioned last round, right at the very end, was Yogurts is at his best when he's allowed to roam. And I feel that is a very true statement because he does have impeccable timing, but it's when it's on his time, not when the defenders or when the attackers or the opposite team is forcing him to make the decision.
Well, you can see he's using that holographic instead of the ACOG, and that what that means leads me to believe, being a Jaeger player, is that he wants to be able to be as dynamic as possible to challenge the tight angles, the close angles, and to really influence the round in his own way to be able to, force it out from gBots. But he just wasn't given that opportunity last time. He was forced into an anchor role as a
Oh, and it looks like Wesker will not get tagged, but Six did see him.
And this is something we've been seeing a lot, time and time again, on maps like Chalet. It's very destructible maps. With Glaz, he's opening up these long lines of sight and trying to deny as much of the ground for the roamers so that they don't have to waste time droning those positions out.
Now, it looks like the Millenium is kind of working their way around towards a wine cellar push, which is what we kind of saw gBots do previously when they were on the attack side of the bomb site.
When they were attacking that north side, they did not have a thermite, so it actually hindered them quite a bit. The closet had already been opened, but in this case, we are looking at Millenium. They do have their thermite. They have the Habana. They've got all the destructibility they could possibly need going into this push.
Now, Six has gotten a little bit closer. He's here on the balcony of that master bedroom where he previously saw Wesker. Still a little cautious up here. He's going to have Yogurts drone it out for him.
He has forced both of the roamers from gBots into the library. That means that a lot of that ground that they're hoping to cover and deny for this attacking squad is not going to be an option for them.
Yeah, and so, I mean, right now, what you've got Six's role is just to prevent a top floor flank from behind when the round starts dwindling down to the very ending moments.
It looks like Yogurts has taken up that role, which is interesting. He is playing the Ash, typically seen as the entry fragging role, but instead opting to go ahead and hold that flank.
There it is. Liven actually spotted Lion.
Oh!
And there's going to be a little trade there. Lion with the SMG-11 is going to take down Liven, and Renshiro gets a nice trade as he pushes on down through the cubby and works his way down that basement hallway.
So again, the closet is open, so you could argue Thermite maybe not as useful as he could be here, but he is going to be able to open up that full north wind hallway wall, which is going to give them a lot more visibility looking into the site.
Oh, now Dread is coming around. He's able to just tag a little bit of Ash there and finally downs him, and that's one kill for Dread. Yet again, another one. He's got the drop hatch opened up so he still can hover from above and make sure this plant doesn't go down, but there's only two defenders. It is Dread and Wesker against three attackers. You've got Six, you've got Stitz, who's just been taken out here by Wesker, and you have Renshiro. Now it looks like Renshiro's going to get this plant down as we hold softer angles. Drizek's going to still be above, but it looks as though the plant will successfully go down. Renshiro's still tucked around in the corner, looking for that drop from Drid, and you've got Six, who now looks like he might be looking his way. There you go, all the way in the back, making sure that Renshiro's covered from connector. 2-on-2 at the moment. It looks as though Renshiro's going to get one, but Drid actually comes around and gets Six from behind, and now we've got right here a one-on-one with about 25 seconds remaining. Renshiro knows he's got to be around to the right side. He knows that's where it's going to go. There's the shotgun from behind. He's going to get it. Drid with another clutch here to just get round number 4 in favor of gBots. It's now 3-1.
Drid was previously using the UMP on Pulse, and now he switched to the shotgun, and he's saying that he is the master of Pulse overall. He knows exactly what to do with either weapon, and he has been clutching out these rounds so far for his team. Drid with a fantastic performance, and again, this comes down to the roamer game. And we saw earlier, Ash was the one who was nominated from the Millenium lineup to watch that flank, and I can't help but feel like that's the wrong decision, given you're going to be facing a shotgun. You don't necessarily know that, but in this case, it was true. 3 speeds get downed incredibly easy from a shotgun, especially on the attack when you don't have that Rook armor.
I think it would have been very appropriate for Renshiro, after realizing his glass had been taken out, to expose himself, move over to the connector, and turn the reverse angle. Because he would have pushed either from the dining room hatch, or he would have already been in garage.
No, I wholeheartedly agree on you there. I looked like he panicked just a little bit. Wasn't sure exactly where the sound was coming from, those footsteps maybe throwing him off a little bit, and was looking the wrong way, unfortunately. But all the same, well played from Drid, and we need, it looks, it's weird to say, but it seems like we need Yogurts to step it up and be that counter to Drid's play so far, because we have been seeing, again, this is a map that so far has been dominated by these roamers.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, so this is back to Millennium's primary bomb site, the one they chose first, so I believe Yogurts is still going to, he's going to have his freedom to roam.
Right, here we go.
I think what's going to also have to happen, he's going to need some help.
Attackers are moving
Now,
to locate a bomb
gBots
and defuse
appear to have Millennium's number for right now. Are we going to be able to see this duo-ship, this courtship between the roamers and the attackers trying to push the roamers? I mean, it looks as though Drid's got his eye locked down somewhere.
Well, again, we've talked about this before, but it feels like both of these teams, when it comes to the defensive lineup, the anchors themselves have simply just been getting picked off. But when it comes to challenging, like roamers in Library, for example, both teams have had a lot of trouble.
Now, Choi is going to work his way up here to the bedroom balcony. He's going to take one last look on his drone. He knows Yogurts is there. It actually got destroyed. He now knows somebody there. Pre-fire's going to come. Choi's going to expose him. He actually had his back here to Yogurts. And it looks as though Yogurts just missed that opportunity to get the kill. He's going to rotate back to Library.
It's possible that Yogurts had his brightness up a little bit too high, and it was probably pure white while he was looking at that Ash, because he didn't even attempt a shot onto him.
And now it looks as though Master Bedroom's going to be clear for Choi to pop on in. He's still very wary of someone coming up behind him. Drid's managed to get his way in. You've got Lion inside of the bathroom. It looks as though it's just a total top takeover.
Yeah, gBots has secured the entire north upper stairs here, or upper floor here, and they are going to be progressing slowly towards Library. They need to secure the entire upstairs if they're going to make a successful push into that wine cellar, or at least that's what they're thinking here.
I'm kind of curious about Baruz. He's all the way outside, I want to say by campfire. Oh, there he is. He's finally coming up here. He was out on the spawn for the longest time. I think he was just droning for the first minute and a half.
It's really interesting that the attacking team, 6-quarter with a nice pick onto Wesker.
Stitzies is going to pick up one on a Lion. Here it is, a 5-on-3 now. It looks as though
Defender is exposed.
a little bit trouble here for gBots on this hold, or on this push. Yogurt's still managing to make his move and rotate on out of sight for the time being. Baruz is very cautious. Where is he going to be? Is he going to go down the stairs? Not just yet. They're going to go pick up the diffuser, as they have 1/3 of the round remaining.
gBots have established dominance on the top floor, but there's only 53 seconds left, and they sacrificed 2 players to do just that. They're in a very difficult position here to win this round.
That is dangerous for Baruz. He just droned out back stairwell, didn't check game room, didn't check the cubby. I don't think they realize that he's here.
Yogurts is likely to make a play onto these 2
Oh,
players.
and a drop shot here from Choi will take down Renshiro as he now has control of bar for that drop hatch. Gas grenades are going to prevent Drid from moving on forward, but he's so low health, he cannot push that. And now Choi is there. He will be downed off as the drone did not see him earlier. Yogurts with a kill here onto Choi. A 4-on-2 at the moment. Gas grenades still trying to hold back Drid. It looks as though with 15 seconds left, Stitzies is going to get Drid, and now you've got Baruz still working his way down the main stairs. He's got full health, but all eyes are on him. Six is trying to pre-fire, but it's Stitz playing Valkyrie, able to get the final shots down onto Baruz.
So gBots, they had a plan in mind. Let's take top floor, move our way down on this basement attack. However, while they were doing that, while they started to engage the roamers in Library, they lost 2 players, most notably their Hibana, and that is all their breach potential gone. You could see they were setting themselves up for not a wine cellar take, but rather a bar drop take. And as soon as their Hibana was gone, their only real option was to then push down the back hall and the stairs, and unfortunately Millennium had good players in position to stop just that. So, unfortunately, faulty take from gBots.
And so we are going to see Millennium trying to make a stride to come on back into the realm of possibilities of winning this map. It is 3-2 at the moment, and gBots still leads by 1 round.
And Millennium, they're going to have to attack Kitchen, and this is a site that is notoriously difficult to hit if you do not have good coordination. And Millennium so far have proven, well, have been showing us that really it's certain players on their lineup overall, just like Yogurts, for example, who are just stepping it up when it really matters as winning this match. It's similar, in fact, to what we've been seeing from gBots and Drid.
I agree, and one of the things that I'm seeing here from Drid and from Yogurts playing these roles is it seems like they're, in most scenarios, being the receiver of kills. Now, Drid's massive ace, or technical ace here, on the first round of them defending was awesome, but the other rounds have seen Drid be the one to be the receiver of kills. His teams will push someone out of their position, Drid will be there to catch and get that final kill.
Either that or the anchors will get picked off and he'll come up from behind just at the right moment. But all the same, yes, their teammates clearly waiting for those kills on those two players. Now we're going to see 6 Quarter trying to open up those lines of sight, as we talked about many times before. Glaz, great for opening up walls with just his bullets and giving as much roamer denial as possible.
Here we have it now. Choi is still atop the fireplace, working his way down those fireplace stairs, cautious of a potential Glaz peeking on through. He does have Yogurts he's going to have to worry about inside of master bedroom, but he doesn't know it yet. He's keeping his eyes there to see if there's going to be a drone working his way. Looks as though Wesker, though, will take that first shot down and inside of jungle take down Stitzy.
He's playing the bush. The bush still works, guys.
It does still work.
It's been there since Season 1, and it still works. I mean, it's a very commonly played position, and again, it amazingly still works. Drid in a great position here to eventually flank the attacking players who are coming from the west lobby side.
Ooh, and there's Lion getting that SMJ11 kill onto Liven. Again, those two duke it out head-to-head, and Lion comes out on top time after time. Now, the good thing about Lion being in this corner and that drop hatch being soft is if he does get pressured from that window, he can open that up and drop without being too exposed.
Yeah, he will be putting himself in a good position to retake the site, and as a smoke, he can't even deny the B window from underneath in the garage. If there's no defending players down there, he's safe to just throw his smokes up through and close to the window. And then with only 1:20 left in the round, he's going to have a lot of time to do just that.
Ooh, and that is Renshiro picking off Choi there on, I believe that is the fireplace stairs.
Yeah, it looks like that was the flank hold coming out from Renshiro, and Yogurts, unfortunately, or Choi rather, peeking up at the wrong moment.
Now, Drid is still here inside of the bar, but it looks as though the push from gBots is going to be that trophy window again. So, Drid is going to have to kind of find some way to back onto site, whether that's from the bottom or from the top. I feel like he's going to make his way up the back stairs, up their library, and come around for a flank.
I don't think he's going to need to actually flank out of his position necessarily. We do only have 3 attackers left, and the defenders are all in good positions to stop this push from the B window right now, and that's all they really have, the B window and the kitchen drop. All they have to do, all the last 3 anchors have to do is watch those 2 angles. Lion getting lit up a little bit here from 6 Quarter. 6 Quarter playing through this drone hole. He has a lot of damage, a lot of alpha on that gun to get the kill just on the feet.
Ooh, and it looks as though Yogurts is going to push on in and get Barrage, but Lion will take him down, and Glaz Six finally popped into the window. He will take down Lion, but he's only got 15 seconds to pick up that. He's got the diffuser to lay down the plant. But Drid knows he's there. So does Wesker. He's going to go for it right now, and I believe Wesker's going to make that push. No, they're actually going to wait for it.
He might actually get this plant down.
He will barely get it down. He gets it down, but it looks like Six gets 1 kill. Cannot turn around in time. The 180 sniper shot does not work, and it is Drid to come around and get that kill yet again.
Another clutch from Drid. Well played to both of those players on the gBots team. And a nice effort from 6 Quarter, bringing it back into his almost an opportunity to win that round. And he did play it very well, brought the Valkyrie down with him. There was not a very good opportunity there for the attacking team going into that attack. They only had 3 players left against 4. There was 1 roamer, so they couldn't rotate around for a lobby take. There weren't very many options. B window, kitchen drop, that's a death sentence in all reality. And 6 Quarter, again, he almost made that work for his team. So that was a valiant effort. We are now on match point in favor of gBots on Chalet.
Yeah, I think one of the things to highlight there on that final moments of the round was the gBots communication to say, yes, we're going for this push. They pushed at the right time. They came around and they pushed from 2 sides with a perfect crossfire at the exact time that it needed to happen.
I mean, we saw similar things from Millenium. When they made that push into the site, they all went together as a unit, as a team. So we're seeing good communication from both these teams going into the end of this match. And it seems like most of the players on the lineups are starting to contribute a whole lot more overall.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that, like you said, there's good communication on both of these teams. It looks as though these teams are doing fairly well, holding their ground and being able to work together.
I mean, each of these rounds are incredibly close.
Yes, and I think this just goes to show that ultimately one team does have to come out on top. It's not that either of these teams are doing poorly. It's just that there's ultimately going to be one team.
Right. Nice camera from Drid here. trying to deny those library roamers. Again, they have been impacting the game quite a lot on defense. Putting measures in place to deny just that. It doesn't seem like there's anyone in library at this moment from Millenium. Not many people on the site either. Most of Millenium lineup is upstairs in the master office area. Going to try, and again, what we've seen from them time and time again, deny as much time as possible in this upstairs floor to hopefully get the time advantage going down the site.
Now, Renshiro is going head-to-head against Drid. And Drid's trying to stay behind cover, behind this little pillar. He's very cautious, but he peeks on out, and Stitch is able to get him from the fireplace stairs. What a tremendous shot and a kill. Now, Wesker will also fall to Renshiro there as he peeks on out of the balcony by the top of fireplace. This is looking like it's going to be a Millenium round, a 5-on-3 at the moment.
And Millenium showing that they do, in fact, have teeth, and they will be able to try and, well, they're going to attempt to bring this back into their favor.
Now, gBots' remaining option is to come up through master bedroom. They're all three are on the balcony at the moment. They do have to be wary of that drop hatch as it is open at the moment.
This is a very difficult push from gBots. They are having their teammates drone out for them, though. They know that master and master bathroom are both clear, and the castle has retreated down west lobby stairs, down into the basement. So the attackers are going to have upstairs control, but only a minute 30 left on the clock, and again, the man advantage going harshly in favor of the defensive team of Millenium.
And what I like seeing about Millenium is their in-game leader has called back and said, get back on site. You saw Liven, he's back on site. I believe the only man off is Renshiro, and that's because he had to drop all the way down to the basement. But everyone else is now taking up defensive positions, very conservative positions on the location.
Now, gBots, they have droned Renshiro here, and they know that there's a castle in the basement, but there's only a minute left. They don't necessarily have time to rush down and try and get him. And if they do invest that time, they're putting themselves in a precarious position going into the site push.
And this is perfect. This is what you want to see from your roamer if he gets detected late game. Just play it casually. Play it conservative. Don't go for the aggressive flank. Just knowing that they are there is enough of a distraction.
Right.
Now Choi is going to work his way in through the fireplace into dining, but it looks as though 6 sees him. Will get the shots down. Liven's going to push on in as well and finally finish down 6. But with 30 seconds to go, Line's going to pull out that bearing 9 and be taken out by Renshiro. The double flank, or the double kill flank from behind.
Again, it comes down to the roamer games from both of these teams really holding out on defense on this Chalet map. Now, unfortunately, neither of the teams seem to know how to handle those roamers. Maybe, I mean, what we've seen from other teams, like CEST, for example, is they'll bring out a Montaigne to force the roamers out of the positions into other attacking operators who are waiting to catch them. But we're just not seeing that from either of these lineups. They're kind of throwing their attacking operators into the roamers. They're getting picked off, losing the engagements to the roamers, and then the round's basically over for the attacking squads. And now we are on 4-3. Millenium bringing it back, hopefully, but now they have to attack onto a wine cellar hold from gBots.
Yeah, and so this wine cellar hold on gBots,
it
went well for him last time.
Technically, it did go well for them, yes. I mean, Drid, one of the rounds on this wine cellar hold, Drid came from behind and got an ace, I believe. So, Milleniums, they've had a good strategy going into these pushes, but it's been very difficult, again, handling those roamers.
Yeah, I think his ace was the top 4 hold on Kitchen and Trophy. This is actually where he came
with the
got
shotgun,
the glass with the shotgun.
That was a 3K then? I don't recall.
Yeah, it was a 3 or...
Either way, they've had trouble dealing with the roamers,
Agreed.
Specifically Drid.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, Drid he's a master here when it comes to navigating this particular map and many other maps as well. I mean, you can see him here is 12 kills and we're 7 rounds in.
Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers are moving out.
11 of those he got in the first 4.
Yeah.
So he has been very important in the success gBots is seeing today. Now he has pulled out that shotgun yet again.
I have to say, we are seeing the Montaigne again from, this is what we were talking about earlier, we are seeing the Montaigne from Millenium. They're probably going to try and use him to push out those roamers and force them into a corner to later then get the pick on them with another operator waiting in the bushes maybe. He is doing just that. He's going to Montaigne his way up into library, likely clear out the top floor with his teammate Yogurts here.
Now, Montaigne did get a little bit of a nerf this last patch a couple days ago, or yesterday I think it was, where his mid to long range hip fire is no longer as accurate. So we'll have to see if this is going to be important here for 6.
He does have the other pistol, not the revolver, which is kind of interesting from Montaigne, but we'll see if it works out for them. There are 2 gBots roamers upstairs in the Master and Master Bath area, and the only way that they can get out of this situation is to kill the Montaigne or retreat through the drop. They have the ability to do just that, but it's going to be a dance.
Grid will give his position away. He's got an Ash right on his tail here. They're going to be pushing him, but Choi with a very nice little sneak behind the bed. Looks like he's going to get another kill here on a Yogurts as Rashiro and Liven each take down. Looks like Wesker and Drid.
The operators are getting traded back, though. The defensive team now in a really bad, well, kind of 50-50 position, really.
Yeah, I mean, Wesker and Drid finally taken down, but Choi was able to drop on through the hatch. He's going to returning back to site here. He's done his job. He's taken out the Montaigne. He's taken out the Ash. Now that's left are the Breachers and the support for the Breachers. So there is still firepower here for Millenium, but
Steezy has trapped Choi in Trophy, however, and I don't think Choi is aware of this.
Oh, he
no!
does! He actually speaks around and he gets it, but an instant trade by Renshiro.
Now just down to those 2 breachers on the attacking lineup, and only 56 seconds to go. They have to deal with a Smoke and a Bandit, 2 very dynamic operators anchoring in the site. Smokey's going to be able to hold them up for the remainder of this round, though. 48 seconds. He can make that work with 3 smoke grenades.
He's got the smoke grenades, plus there's no nades to get rid of the barbed wire, so it looks as though they're going to have to either drop or they're going to have to try to run in through some barbed wire, and neither of that seems like a good option here for Millenium.
This is a predicament for Millenium. Again, this is the last round if gBots win.
And there it is. The gas is going to start coming out. Hibana's going to have to drop into the hatch. She will not be able to get downstairs in time. She's got the diffuser, but with 20 seconds remaining, Liven is going to be, I'm sorry, that is Lion. Oh, no, Liven is going to have to drop. Doesn't look like he wants to, though.
Barrage is in a good position to stop this drop, however.
Some very good plan. Renshiro's actually going to push around. He will get taken out. Liven's got to fall here, and it looks as though he does and will be downed by Barrage. And it will go round, or map number 1 here to gBots.
Now, well played from gBots, and again, a lot of that did come down to the roamer game. I mean, we saw on that last round, sure, they did trade each other back 2-2, right? The attackers, they managed to trade back every single kill and keep them into balance throughout the entire round. However, when that Montaigne got kicked off early, I think that was really the nail in the coffin on that round, because they were relying on the Montaigne overall to put the favor into Millenium's hands, to give them that advantage, that man-up advantage with his shield. And unfortunately, he was unable to do that, as I think they put a little bit too much faith in the shield itself and did not drone for it.
I think that was an amazing bait and swap there that Troy had, right sitting behind, or prone behind the bed, letting Drid bait him. Now, Drid got taken out without getting the kill, but his role wasn't necessarily to get the kill. It was to allow Choi to get those kills.
Exactly.
So fantastic job.
Oh, very fast play. I had to say that was a really quick match. I mean, we saw a lot of rounds played. It went to 5-3. However, it was a pretty quick match.
I felt like it went through very quickly. Now, most of the rounds, okay, they may have gone down to the final 20, 30 seconds, but there were some that ended 2/3 of the way in, and those are with the aces and that sort of stuff. So
I think both of these teams just playing very aggressively, a lot of confidence coming about from both of these rosters, and they really just understand exactly what it is that they're trying to accomplish as a unit, as a synergy, and they have a lot of synergy, both of them.
There's that instant crossfire that you had Drid get on with 6, and 6 finally got down. Here is this flank, or a bait and switch. Perfect job by Choi.
Yeah, no, I mean, you don't really expect to see 2 roamers up in Master when it's a basement defense, so you can't really blame necessarily Millenium for not droning that corner by Fireplace.
Yeah.
But
plus, their drone at the time, I mean, they had a drone in front of Monty trying to look at library, but for the majority of it, it was Monty being the drone.
Yeah, he was getting a little bit too aggressive maybe with his shield, and again, if he had waited just a little bit for his team to drone him out in that situation, it might have gone differently. But here it is. gBots took the first map, and now we're going to be going on to map number 2. Yeah,
map number 2 is Cafe. Again, we apologize for showing you the bands a little bit late.
I'm not sure what happened there, but it was... It all got done, you know, fair and accurately, so we're good.
So Cafe is going to be our next map here, and I believe that was Millenium's choice. So looking at how things are going to go here.
Well, okay, so we just watched Chalet. Now we're going on to Cafe, and both of these maps are, yeah, sure, they're roamer heavy, but the thing about Cafe is it's a lot easier to cut off those roamers than it is on Chalet. Chalet, there's a lot of options, especially you have shotguns, you have impact grenades, you have C4 to open up those drop downs. You have tons of options as a roamer. On this map, there are 2 staircases, 1 on the first level, but 2 staircases that can take you through all 3 of the floors. So if you cut off both of those on, say, an upstairs attack, then the defending roamer roamers don't have a whole lot of options to influence the round if they don't have, say, a pulse sensor or a C4 from underneath.
Defenders, protect
Yeah,
your
and
bombs
the
from being
stairwells in
defused by
particular
attackers.
here, one of them, the red stairwell, you can actually hold from a very safe position above the drop hatch.
Oh, wow, yeah, extremely easily on that roof, opening up the drop at the very top. I mean, and then that's one entire flank route from the defenders completely cut off, and then all they have is the white stairs. That, again, is something that you can cut off if played correctly. Now we're going to be seeing Millenium on the upstairs defense right off the bat. Some reinforcements, interestingly, going down into reading room. That means that they're likely to have some heavy roaming presence downstairs. Probably a pulse, but nope. I stand corrected. I honestly expected to see one, but there is no pulse on this Millenium lineup, which is kind of an interesting turn of events. We
5
have
seconds left.
likely one C4, maybe two, on Valkyrie and
Attackers
Mira.
recovered the bomb diffuser.
Now, one of the things we
Attackers
just
ejected
saw,
the
I
located
believe
bomb
that
and
was
defused it.
6 do. He actually reinforced the drop hatch inside of that freezer. And a lot of times I've seen that actually get opened up to be an escape route in case they do start getting pinched. You could then possibly throw C4 up through there. I mean, there's many different things that you could do if that was open.
The way that they are setting up this freezer is a little bit different to what we're used to. They are putting one mirror on each side, and sometimes that can actually be to the detriment of a team on this particular defense. If an attacker is able to make his way into freezer and any increment during the round, say it's in a 2v2, and the attacker happens to be in freezer, your last two defenders in your white stairs and white hallway, then you're giving them the advantage. So having those mirrors in that setup really relies a lot on maintaining control over freezer, which is not what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, now it looks as though Wesker's going to be here, tossing his drone down, possibly going to get one of those mirror windows open. You got to be careful with that, though, because right now he's sitting in front of that skylight. There could easily be a C4 tossed up right at him.
If the Valkyrie has put one of her cameras up onto the roof, they will know about that, her droning from that position, and likely get that C4 off, as you said.
Now, you had talked earlier about making, from an attack standpoint, making sure you cut off the stairwells. gBots is, I'm sorry, Millenium's doing a fantastic job of making sure that they own that white stairwell, the back stairwell.
The majority of teams on defense upstairs, they tend to pivot around the white stairwell. It's the safer bet, again, with the drop down being above the red stairwell. It's pretty difficult to maintain control on that. So when you put all your eggs into the white stairwell basket, it seems kind of like a risk when you look at it from an outside perspective, but when you're on a team dynamic, you have to have control at least of one of the rotation spots. But then the attackers, they are conscious of that. They know that you're going to be coming from just the white stairs. So it does in the end come down to one-on-one challenges and face-to-face engagements.
Yeah, and it looks as though Yogurt's again having his roam game on. He's all the way here inside of that VIP section. Barro's, though, able to get that first shot onto live, and he's going to rappel on into the piano room. Still has someone that sits tucked around the corner, actually gets right out of sight, dodges any bullets find his way, but Baru's caught his eye. Now it looks as though both mirrors have been opened up, and there's going to be able to peek, gets the shield destroyed, and that's going to force Baru's into Cigar Lounge. Now Drid is going to get one as Choi also takes down Yogurts. That was the flanker. Now there's two defenders left. You got Six and Stitz, and here they are holding down the stairwell. This is going to be where Six makes his stand. With 25 seconds to go, I don't know if he's got enough time with 3 charges to stop that point from going down. Looks as though Six will take down Baru's. Wall's going to get opened up. Lion's going to look through. Oh, he actually gets killed with a nice shot through the stone, or through the smoke. Stitz will get another kill, and this is not going to look good. A 4-on-2. Choi's been disoriented. Droid actually able to get one here, and he comes around from the side. Stitz will get it. Now Drid, not quite sure what to do, and it will go round 1. Going here to Millenium.
A fantastic round from Steezy and that Echo player. The Echo doing just his job, spamming his drone onto the attackers, trying to disorient them as long as possible, deny that plant, but Steezy staying alive to the very end, getting those picks on the players from a position where the gBots lineup, they just weren't expecting him to be there. They weren't anticipating his presence. That explosive, I think it was a breach charge that was placed on the wall to Library from Freezer, that really worked in the favor of Steezy. It gave him those angles onto the planter, then allowed him to rotate into Library, and then push his way down to red stairs. You have to wonder if gBots hadn't opened up that route for him, would it have gone the same way?
I don't know. I think that Yokai would have played more of a vital role in that if that wall didn't get opened up. But I mean,
it did play an extremely vital role overall, but I mean, if they hadn't opened up that wall, what would have happened then is Steezy would have had to challenge directly through the freezer door, and he would have gotten 1 kill, maybe 2, but would have been traded back eventually by gBots, and then because he was allowed to rotate into Library, we just didn't see that happen. But now, gBots, they are defending their upstairs, and they do have what we're much more used to with those mirrors, having the dual mirror setup in the freezer.
You know what's going to have to happen though from Barul, I'm sorry, from Bandits, he's going to have to get those battery charges and possibly continually Bandit swap onto the windows of that mirror inside a freezer.
Yeah, we do actually only have a Thermite on the Millenium lineup, which means maybe he won't necessarily need to do that because if a Thermite's going to try and open up those mirror walls,
yeah, you're right.
He's going to die in that attempt. That would be in vain. So the lack of a Hibana from Millenium here is going to hurt them if they're going to try and push into the library. Maybe we'll see them try something differently, something a little bit more to what we're seeing similar in the North American meta, which is open up the library wall, yes. Establish a line of sight into the library, yes, but do not directly challenge into the freezer wall. Instead, simply walk through the cigar lounge door.
Now I want to take a quick look at the angle that the Bandit's holding, Baruz, because he had something opened up on a site looking through reading. I think it was the C reading door by the second floor red carpet. Well, Ivan's going to be here using that electronic detector to spot out if there's going to be any C4, possibly a pulse underneath. 6 is going to be the first one to drop and making sure that he can push into Cigar a little bit here. Liven coming up right behind him to get rid of the barbed wire.
So it looks like we are seeing from Millenium, again, just a push through Cigar. But the problem with this strategy so far is that they have not taken care of Drid. And if they push out of Cigar into the site to go for that plant, Drid is going to be able to C4 the planter from underneath.
Now, Troy is all the way down. I'm sorry, Choi, sorry. Troy's all the way down on half stairs, working his way to that second floor. It's going to be him and Stitz are going to be the first ones to go at it. Now, there were some bullets flying down from above, right onto Drid, but Stitz is going to drone out, spot the pulse. He's also going to spot Troy there on top of those those half stairs.
I don't think he did spot Troy, just barely was out of his line of sight, but it's likely that they are aware of his presence there. Based upon how conservatively Steezy is playing here, not going for that full push, instead taking, that is a
very near and dear angle, but Lion gets a double kill on the Liven and Ranchero. He's going to go for the Monty kill, but he cannot. 6 will ADS to get the headshot there on the Lion.
He does actually have his shield in front of him there. That is just a little bit of an error.
Now Drid is tucked away inside a mining room. I don't think Stitz knows that he's rotated over, and there's going to be the kill. A nice shot there by Drid.
Steezy not expecting that rotation.
Agreed, and here it is. Now you've got Yogurts and 6, the last 2 alive. 6 gets taken down. Last man's going to be Yogurts. He was down in reading. He's going to come up the back white stairs. He's got 3 to take out. Drid, Wesker, and Baruz. And there's going to be the Wesker. It's going to be the Valkyrie taking him down.
Even if he could have won that engagement with Wesker, he did not have time to get the other 2. Now, it looked like a little bit of a miscommunication there from Millenium. They had too many players invested in hunting those roamers too late in the round, and 6 Quarter was solo pushing as a Montaigne, and that is just not what you want to see in that situation. What unfortunately did not happen is they did not instead put 2 players invested, or maybe 1 player invested in taking down the roamers, and then had everyone else push through Cigar. They got a little bit, well, confused, I suppose, on that push, and it didn't work out for them when they had, so many people invested in taking care of Drid, and then nobody took care of Drid.
It didn't necessarily, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see IQ be the one to try to push Pulse or go after Pulse.
It might have been those bullets that we were seeing come through the floor of Library earlier in the round that barely missed Pulse. That might have been IQ, but I'm not sure. In the end, I'm really not sure. It was interesting, again, that we saw IQ come out, but like you said, she was not the one who clearly,
she wasn't directly pushing.
It was the sledge. You know, that is an odd choice. When you bring an IQ to the table, you'd think it's to counter the Pulse, if not just the cameras. But whatever, that's how Millenium decided to play it, and now we are seeing them defend Train Room. And it's the first time we've seen Train Room defended so far. Both of these teams opting to go for an upstairs defense first round, and that is pretty typical. And it's what we see from most of the teams in Pro League on Cafe.
Now, in the minds of Millenium, their mentality here is to spend a lot of resources on the top floor, make sure that they can still hold dominance, even though the bomb site is 1 floor below them. You saw how empty the train, the dining, and the mining room all were, and how fortified the top floors were.
And this is the same thing we were seeing from them on Chalet on their trophy kitchen hold. They try it and invest as much utility as or not as much, but a lot of utility upstairs, try to hold it as long as they possibly can, trade out at least a couple attackers for their defensive roamers. before rotating back to the site and bringing it. And usually when you see gBots attacking on a hold like this from Millenium, it comes down to the last minute, if not the last 20 seconds. However, gBots time and time again in those situations, they have just made it work with 20 seconds. They've been putting it in their advantage in that situation. It's not really hurting them so much that Millenium can delay as long as they can.
Now Wesker did get that window opened up inside of the freezer. Liven, however, is staying inside a cigar, looking to possibly push on or stay there for the drop.
You can see that gBots, they're attacking this similar to how they would attack an upstairs defense because, I mean, Millenium is defending it similar to how they would defend an upstairs defense. It's kind of a fair exchange here of resources.
Now Baraz, I don't think spotted him, but it looks like Wesker will. Now the wall to his right is available to be shot. It's a soft wall, and so if they drop, they could easily just pre-fire that and get him.
But he does rotate back to the site hallway, at least. There's only 1:20 left on the clock, though, and gBots have only just taken control of upstairs. But again, they have made this amount of time work before.
Oh, and Troy thought he could get the kill on the Renshiro, but he hops on top of the drywall and gets that headshot as he drops forward. Now, it looks as though we might have been a one down, or no, it's a window shot, possibly. But Renshiro's back on B site, safe for the time being.
Both of the mirror windows were invested upstairs, and both of them have been taken out, so that utility is gone now. But that's not going to hinder the Millenium defense at all. They still have the majority of site control, and all that gBots have established is a couple lines of sight into the site itself from upstairs. That doesn't look like it's going to be helping them too much, though, this early or this late in the round. 37 seconds left to go, and still 5 defenders.
Yeah, and it doesn't look well, like you said, for gBots here. They're going to have to push in. The majority of them are still upstairs. Drid possibly working his way, going to jump over the bar balcony and take on Liven. But that drop hatch will get gassed out there. Wesker's going to drop and push on into the train. Jokic is there to get one, but I don't think he saw Lion drop. There he does. He finally tags him down. Another kill at 6 or a 3K here. No, Renshiro actually stole it at the last moment. 6 picked off 1, and Renshiro got the final moment.
So all the Millenium lineup just kind of looking upwards at the drop down. Not much more to say about that particular round other than a fantastic job delaying the gBots attack upstairs. They got them down to, and we've seen this every single, well, almost every time from Millenium. On their defenses, they waste so much time on gBots' side that it usually gets down to the last minute or the last 30 seconds, and then gBots, they've had good luck making it work with that amount of time, but in that instance, they had the severe man disadvantage, and they just couldn't put it into their couldn't take the round.
Agreed, and so with that, Millenium will take that round, and gBots is going to show us their kind of hold down here inside of the fireplace and mining room.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
gBots is bringing a pretty similar lineup to what we were seeing from Millenium. Drid has switched back to his UMP on Cafe.
Now, I think the reason that we are seeing IQ picked up from Millenium is because Drid has been Pulse each and every time so far in all the rounds that have been played on defense for gBots.
And he's been making good work of it, too.
He has. And I think one of the things that can make a Pulse player such as Drid so great is he doesn't need to have his sensor out for long to kind of get in the minds of the attackers to know where they're going to push them. He sees where that dot is. He knows, okay, they're either going to go up or down the stairs or left or right through the hall, and he almost always guesses it correctly.
Well, you know, the pulse sensor is like sound but more reliable. You can gather information based off that heartbeat sensor, simply one position of a player, and you can tell, okay, I know he's in that general area. He can only pivot so much. He can only adjust so much. Oh, boy.
And you can see Live, and he's thinking that someone might be on those stairs, but it's not Pulse.
He's not going to go for it. That's such a disappointment.
Choi is on this camera, though, and with the 3 speed of Live, and he possibly can rush up there and get it, but instead he will force his way up to the top.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But as we were discussing, yeah, no, when you have that information, that hard fact that there is a player in that area, with using the pulse sensor, you can then tell that they can only pivot so much, they can only go so many places, and you, as a player, you just need to predict like 3 ways that they could pivot off of the position you previously saw them on. So yeah, Drid is making good use of that. We are seeing Millenium setting themselves up a lot on the roof. This is just similar to see what, well, every single Cafe attack so far in this matchup. They tend to take top floor, move their way down from there, whether it's an upstairs attack or a train attack.
Now, it looks as though with Millenium, I think we saw Yogurt's Yogurt, yeah, it looks like they might be going for an east window push where Wesker is actually holding down. Because you've got Blackbeard there. That is going to be 6. He's outside on the vents unit, looking towards. He's actually going to pick up. He's going to pick up Wesker there on the. What was that? The drywall he was standing up on.
I'm thinking here what Six Quarters doing is actually putting himself. We talked about again. There are only 2 staircases that get you full access to the building. One of them being the white staircase, and it looks like Six Quarters just putting himself in a position to cut off that rotation.
Ooh,
but unfortunately, Troy
peek.
with a great pick onto Six Quarter.
What a great peek, and unfortunately, 6 had just expended too much ammo trying to hold down the Jaeger, and he countered it correctly.
Yeah, you could tell Troy was conscious of the fact that that gun on Blackbeard only has 20 bullets. In the magazine, 21 if you chamber.
And so Jokic is now here. He's going to be, I believe he's downstairs and reading potentially. Stitz has actually gotten his way into Cigar. He's going to make his way forward, getting rid of the barricade, and there's still, oh, it's actually, no, Choi's underneath all the way now. He was on white stairs. He's working his way up red, possibly coming up behind Sledge.
And we're seeing again, it's coming a lot down to the roamer game. Troy putting in some fantastic work for his team here, as well as Madrid.
Now with 35 seconds, you're going to see Stitz possibly hop on it. There's the balcony push. He's running over, won't spot anybody. Jokic as well, trying to hold down his side. Choi could get this. He just needs to wait about 5 more seconds. 5 more. There's the push. He's going to get 1. Baruz also got Renshiro. Now it's time to go for the pushers, but I got to be careful because he does have, looks like, Baruz. That's our live and last man alive here. He's actually inside of the second or the middle hallway. He's going to push in. Baruz is there to get the shots, and it looks as though he gets it. And that is gBots taking round 4. It's now 2-2.
gBots giving Millenium a little bit of the taste of their own medicine, delaying Millenium for so long with that roamer game that even though Millenium had the man advantage, there were only 35 seconds left on the clock, they didn't really have any avenues into the site itself. And when they pushed into those roamers, they just ended up getting picked off as easy as, well, it was very easy. Now it's 2-2. Both these teams neck and neck on Cafe. I think so far we've seen only defense wins. If I might be mistaken about that, but we have seen
here on Cafe. Yes, you are right.
I think it's just been defense wins so far. Neither of these teams really knowing what to do about the roamer game coming out from the opposite team.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this kind of reminds me of previous seasons where we've seen such heavy roams that you now, as an attacking team, you need to decide, do we go wholeheartedly after the roamers to take them down, or do we cover our flank? And this is one of the things that you mentioned earlier, is it's easy to cover your flank here, but you still need to make sure it happens.
Yeah, Millenium looked like they were trying to cut off the roamers there with 6 Quarter. They just, unfortunately, in that last round, they just failed to do that. 6 Quarter missed a couple shots onto Choi, and that cost them the round pretty much. They had, if their Blackbeard had been allowed to stay on that window, he could have killed 2 more people and won the round single-handedly. And it was a good read for Millenium to put him there. It just didn't work out for them. But yeah, no, both these teams are struggling with that, as you said. And we're having a heavy roam game from Millenium. 2 players right now on the first floor. Maybe they're just trying to waste some time, though.
Yeah, now what 6 was trying to do right there is just get a timed window bang. He knows the angle to hold. He knows about the general time it takes for someone to come around.
Right.
And he was just saying, I'm not going to pre-open that window. I'm just going to fire and then leave. That's exactly what he did.
So this is interesting. We are seeing a Montaigne from, I think the first time we've seen it from gBots, we saw it on Millenium earlier on their upstairs attack, but gBots now bringing it out on the upstairs attack, and they're likely to do something similar to what we were seeing from Millenium, which is just push in through the Cigar, not try to waste too much time taking control of Library itself. We'll see if it works out for them. There is no pulse on the Millenium lineup. There's no roamer underneath with a C4. Every one of the defensive operators is upstairs waiting to receive a push, and that is going to work in the favor heavily of a Montaigne push.
Now, I want to keep an eye here on Liven, because he's going to be the one to most likely see the first action, because you're going to have the Monty drop. That's going to be Choi. He's got barbed wire to slow him down and 3 gas grenades to try to kill him off inside of the top of the stairs.
Yeah, gBots is taking their sweet time with this. They do not want to be they don't want to take any unnecessary risks. They even have a roamer stop underneath. Oh, Yager has pushed his way down the white stairs and is getting himself in a position to flank the attack. But Barrage is in a position to stop said flank. So, Ed, not sure that it's going to work out for them.
All right, so 1 gas grenade has been baited out by Liven so far. Choi has not dropped yet. He is kind of just at the moment waiting for that call. Lion calls him out. That's the 2nd gas grenade that's been baited out. A good job by Choi. He's taken just minimal damage, still 85 health. Now, it looks as though Liven has gotten himself into the humidor right inside of there. We'll have to see if he's going to stay there for the time being or actually drop. You can see Lion is very cautious of it. Actually, he did drop through. He's now over in top of the second stair, or the second red carpet, second floor carpet here.
He's probably not going to be too aggressive from that position. He knows he just needs to wait for the opportune moment to flake the attack when they go for their push. This is a nice angle from Liven. He could see anyone who progresses through the cigar door.
Now he's got a drone to his side. It's not active yet. Drid is about to turn the corner. He is waiting for the noise. He knows someone's got to be there. And it looks as though Liven will finally give his position away. Drid's going to go for the turn. He's not looking down the half stairs. He's turning his side to the wrong way. He doesn't even see him. 6, though, gets the first kill of the round onto Baruz. Taking out the Blackbeard. Looks like Lion will go down again by 6. A nice shot here as he's all the way back inside of A. Choi will be, will almost be picked off there. Nade's going to force 6 to rotate away from that cocktail lounge. And it looks like Renshiro will get Wesker as Choi will finally take down Renshiro. A 4-on-2 at the moment. Drid's coming up those back stairs, but he's going to give away his position as he tries to fire towards Stitz. And now it's just wasting time. 3 seconds to go. 6 will finally get a third kill onto Drid. Yogurts takes down Choi for the win, and there is going to be round 5 going to Millenium 3-2.
Another defensive win, and the same exact fashion of a defensive win on that upstairs hold that we saw gBots get previously. And it was the Millenium roamers distracted the gBot attack to the point at which Montaigne is pushing in by himself, and they're not getting the roamers. The attackers that are sent downstairs to get said roamers, they can't get those kills, and it's parallel to exactly what we saw from gBots on that defense. I mean, it's funny how these teams are doing the very similar fashion of defense and very similar fashion of attack on that upstairs, and they just can't read each other.
Agreed, and I mean, like you had pointed out earlier, it seems to go defense, 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 defense. So if this goes into overtime, logic would have it that the team that gets defense first would take the win, possibly.
I mean, it really depends. Possibly, but when you're getting to overtime, hopefully one of these teams will have figured out the defense from the other team at that point. Who knows, really, though. If they keeps going defense, 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 maybe, yeah, it will go in the favor of the team that gets defense first. But now we are seeing an upstairs defense from gBots, and if the record continues, we will be seeing, if history repeats itself, we will be seeing gBots putting themselves in 3-3.
Now, last time what happened here, Choi sat on top of these white stairs waiting for someone to try to push him in. IQ, that was going to be, they got rid of the IQ this time. Looks like Liven, was it Liven or Stitz decided to go with the Sledge or Hibana? I thought I saw IQ in their lineup earlier, but this time around, they aren't going to bring him. So here we have Yogurt trying to push his way here into the bakery.
Yeah, previously it was Liven playing with that IQ, trying to counter, I'm assuming, the Drid. But as you said, now they are bringing the Hibana. That's going to give them a lot of options when it comes to pushing into Library. They're going to be able to open up those mirror windows instead of being forced to push their way through the cigar door. And they're not going to be doing that this time, in all likeliness, or maybe they'll be doing it differently, because instead of a Montaigne, they have opted to bring a Glaz. Glaz does a similar role in this instance when it comes to pushing through cigar, but he can do it a little bit more aggressively and independently in that he can actually kill people when he's making that push instead of maybe just one person. So I think this is going to work out for them, because the problem has time and time again been when they're going through that push through cigar doorway, they just don't have enough kill power upstairs because it's all been dedicated downstairs to watch those roamers.
Now, the biggest issue I see is that they have very little utility to destroy the the electric batteries on those mirror windows. So it's not likely that they're going to be able to Hibana them to get them opened.
Yeah, they don't have a Thatcher, they don't have a Twitch, so you're probably right. It's going to be very difficult for them to deal with that. But it shouldn't impact their push in all likeliness too much.
Now, 6 is going to use the last of his smoke grenades to try to push on in, see if he can get Lion. He's trying to prone his way in for the time being, and Lion looking like he might want to just sit tight for the time being.
Well, it looks like they Ash charged from underneath. Not sure exactly what happened. Maybe it was an Ash charge from the skylight there to get rid of those bandit charges. Now Hibana has been able to successfully open up those mirrors.
Ooh, and he actually peeks on out. Lion with a headshot on the 6. Glaz just not hitting his first and primary shot. Now Liven knows that Lion tucked himself back into the little freezer, and so Liven is just holding him down, making sure that you're going to be stuck there. Baruz, though, going to get Renshiro as he peeks around from the cigar lounge. A nice shot here inside of the cocktail. Now Choi, he's here inside of that washroom corridor, the back stairs. He's going to get Liven down. Again, this is falling apart from Millenium very early on. Still 40 seconds to go, but Stitz and Yogurt are the last two alive here for Millenium.
It's like Cafe is screaming defense, defense, because we are seeing it yet again, another defensive win, or seemingly so, from gBots.
Ooh, and Lion very close on. He's going to look, but the flick with the SMG-11 will take off and decapitate Lion. Last man alive on the attack squad. I'm sorry, there's 2 left. Stinson did get that, but it looks like Drid cannot make the shots land. We could have a clutch here, and finally Choi will get down Yogurts. The plant is actually going down by Sledge in a 2-on-1. There's 7 seconds left to go. The plant, he actually stood up from it.
5 seconds.
He stood up from it and he can't get it.
No,
what happened?
He almost got that plant down. It did not look like gBots were putting themselves in a position to stop said plant, but unfortunately he got off it, walked himself into a crossfire. So just as I say, the round is over for the attacking squad. They almost bring it back, but not quite.
They almost did, and if he would have got that plant down, it would have been a relief, like a huge sigh of relief that he could have taken, knowing that, okay, it's a 2-on-1, I have to make them come to me now.
Yeah. But now we are seeing 3-3 yet again, another defensive win. And gBots on attack, going into a fireplace defense from Millenium. Now we saw from Millenium a very dominant hold on this particular site. They wasted a whole lot of time from the gBots attack upstairs with those mirror windows. And then once it came down to it, I think it was a 3 versus 4 in the favor of gBots, but unfortunately for gBots, they didn't have any actual avenues into the site, and they had to drop down the drop. And that's not something. If 3 players dropping down, I mean, you're going to get caught in a crossfire and picked off. There's no way you're going to win that.
Unless you have one saying I'm going prone, one going crouch, one going stand, but...
I mean, I don't know. That's a difficult...
It's a messy situation.
Yeah, a difficult situation to win. And now we're going to see 6 quarter doing 6 quarter things, just 6 quarter things, and he's going to be peeking out onto the dock spawn.
Now, luckily for Wesker, he chose to go up the right stairs instead of the left stairs, so he won't be immediately picked off. Wesker already tossing some pop shots towards 6, and that's going to force him to rotate on over.
Is he going to... No way.
He might... Oh, he's just going to...
He's distracting him.
Just a little distraction, that's all.
Going for that pre-fire maybe could have been that Wesker pushed his way up there. What he hadn't at that time. He was taking it nice and slow with his drones. We are seeing again Millenium very heavily investing upstairs. A lot of utility. And we'll see what gBots decides to handle that. Are they going to go ahead and do... Whoa, barrage.
Ooh, was that from the skylight?
No, that was on the windows, as you can see.
Oh, window,
here.
okay, yeah.
It's repelling on the east windows, looking onto those roamers, the backside of the roamers upstairs. This is going to throw a wrench in the plan of Millenium, and it already has, picking off that Mira.
And that was a little bit of a late Mira placement, which I think is what allowed Baruz to get that shot. So you're going to have, I believe that was Wesker. Yes, Wesker's still playing the Twitch again. He's going to open up one mirror. I didn't hear the other one click just yet. But Wesker progressing onto this top 4 very quickly as Baruz is going to cover down the cocktail lounge. So we did have Liven, I think, was on the yellow stairs, on the white stairs, but he managed to get back onto site. Now top 4 has been taken over by gBots. They've got control. This is kind of where you want to see Blackbeard start to get in. Baruz needs to start getting in. Drid is still keeping an eye here on that second floor carpet. We've got Drid, who's finally managed to make his way in. He's feeling a little comfortable now. Choi coming up the half stairs as 6 is going to peek around. Choi will not get the shot. 6 lands down and gets rid of the Yash, but he will get traded off by Baruz, yes. Now with gBots having full control of that top floor, Drid's managed to get inside a reading room. They have one half of the second floor, the bomb sites obviously, and underneath that are still left unexplored. Stitz is underneath while Lion is here inside of the dining room pillar area looking for Stitz to come up. He just needs to hold that for the time being.
The attackers, they have the man advantage. They have enough time to make this push successful, given that they've taken control of the majority of the site, but they're caught in between 2 and 1, one being Steed's underneath. If he gets the right timing on his flank, he will be able to lock this round out for the defensive team.
Now he has decided to come on up. He's actually going to pre-fire, give away his position here. I don't think they heard it or saw it. Looks as though Lion will get taken out. No, Lion actually got Yogurts down in Drid coming around to get Stitz, and that will be the attackers. gBots taking this round.
So unfortunate timing on that flank. You can shoot through that entire pillar, by the way. In case you guys didn't know, that whole pillar is penetrable. Like,
I did not know that. I knew the cabinets were.
Yeah, no, it barely reduces the damage. You can just straight shoot
Look
through
at
it.
that.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, bad timing on that flank. The 2 anchors had already been taken out at that time, and unfortunately, the round goes the very first attack. Ladies and gentlemen, they did it. gBots managed to pull out an attack round and put it on match point. Now they are on defense, and if they are successful with their defense, and if the record shows, or the record does show that that is typically the case, they will be bringing out their second map and finishing out this series 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it before. gBots, so gBots and Millenium, when they went head-to-head before in their first play day,
2-1, I believe.
It was 2-1, yes.
Yeah, and it was the very first 2-1 in this Pro League. We have seen, I think, 3 or 4 total 2-1s thus far, but going into the early matchups, this was the only one.
Correct. So, I mean, right now, these teams, as you can see, are fairly neck and neck.
Oh yeah, every one of these rounds is coming very, very close, except for, I suppose, that last one that we just watched, so maybe not every one of the rounds. The majority of them, the vast majority.
And what we are going to see here is this hold inside of the mining room and fireplace, with the train room being the majority of where the defenders will primarily hold down.
If there is a round, or sorry, if there is a site that Millenium is going to win their attack on, it's going to be this train room, as, I mean, well, that's the only other site that an attack has been won on. So we'll see if it works for Millenium here, that they're in that position. They are bringing the Montaigne here. It's going to be interesting to see how they choose to use them. Are they going to try and force out the roamers on the upstairs? Are they going to do what we saw with Barrage and a couple other teams, pushing up those red stairs, opening up the wall into the wheel room? We'll see.
Now, I want to see how Liven is going to play this IQ this time around. Is it going to be to try to find Drid on the top floor, or is Drid going to stay and possibly... Oh, Drid with a C4 on the Renshiro.
Uh-oh.
That's taking out the Thermite.
The Thermite being off the board that early, not being able to use either of his charges, is going to absolutely throw a wrench in Millenium's plans. They had to have had a plan for him, a wall that needs to be opened, and now it simply won't be open. So they're going to have to reevaluate the strategy.
That means drop hatch will not get opened. You do not get the red wall opened up by red stairs or mining room wall. You don't get the white stairs fireplace wall opened up.
So basically, whatever their strategy was, which would have been one of those.
Oh, Dred's gonna... Oh, sorry. They were the same team. I saw that for a second. I thought that was Ash moving in, and I was like...
He's going to take a picture of him.
I know.
He's a teammate. They're gonna Instagram together.
Snapchat right now.
Yeah, let's go.
Stitz is going to fall in right in suit behind... 6 and Liven.
So they have established dominance upstairs, but unfortunately, again, they're not going to be able to progress very much from here. They do get a pick onto Wesker in that hallway, though.
Now, what this game is that Millenium has to play is they have to play the peeking game. They have to play the pick game. Looks like Drid is going to have a couple bullets come down onto his shoulder and force him to relocate.
This is some nice holes being opened from Millenium, giving them control over those hallways and thus the rotation of the defensive operators downstairs. This is not really what we're typically used to seeing when you have control upstairs. Typically, you open up the anchor positions, but Millenium instead opting to go for the roamers.
Now, like I said, this game right now that Millenium is playing is open as much as the floor, try to get picks, because they cannot fall in through. They cannot open up additional lines of sights into the bomb sites horizontally.
Additional lines of access.
Yes. So Yogurt is now here inside of that dining room pillar area. He got tagged just a little bit by some shots, it looks like, earlier on. Now he's just trying to pre-fire into the fireplace where it looks as though Baruz is. Sitting underneath his Choi, it looks like 6 will see him. He's going to go for the shots, but he gets taken out. Trying to challenge him from that kind of distance is not something that you would necessarily consider doing. Choi's going to pick up another one onto Liven as he comes on down the stairs. Baruz sitting inside a fireplace, finally gets stitched down, and that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Baruz gets another kill onto Yogurts. gBots takes this win, takes the map, takes the series. They will be in the playoffs.
You know, that match was... It wasn't 5-0. It wasn't a 5-0, 5-0.
It was not.
It was not a 10-0. It was very close. Both those teams fought very, very well, but the whole way through it, it was incredibly fast-paced. Both of these teams very aggressive, and a lot of them on defense, again, coming down to those roamers. Choi, they hit... Millenium had a good chance of winning that round. They got the 2 early picks. They put themselves in a good position, but unfortunately, they could not handle the final roamers in the end of the match. I mean,
I think you called it perfectly when you said that there was constant aggression, because it wasn't one of those, oh, we droned him out, now it's a stalemate, who's going to peak first? No, it was, we're both going to peak and we're both going to be over-aggressive, and it worked out, obviously, in favor of gBots going all the way, getting this 2-0, but many rounds it went in favor of Millenium as well.
Yeah, again, it does come down to the last defensive operators, their perfect roaming game. Or in certain cases, like this one, for example, everybody trying to shove themselves down one little drop down. I mean, that's never going to work.
I thought that was Jokert's triple kill there, but I think Stitz finally got it. This is where Six, he got the one kill, but just couldn't get the second one on that stairwell.
If Six had been able to hold that stairwell, I have to say it probably would have gone in his team's favor. He could have easily gotten 2 more kills from that on the Valkyrie onto Choi himself. But again, Choi playing a fantastic game overall, just in of himself, and helping his team lock out this map and thus series.
Now, holding that stairwell, like, talking about Six, playing the Blackbeard, trying to hold down the white stairwell from that window, do you feel he could have accomplished the same thing by rappelling upside down and watching the bottom half of the stairs, just to stop the rotation?
I mean, yes, but obviously he was going for the players who were playing at the top of the stairwell, given that it was I think it was a second floor attack. They were defending train room, but there were a lot of roamers upstairs from the gBots. And what was trying to happen there is Six Quarter was trying to play on that window because that's where they're going to have to, where the roamers have to retreat back unless the drop down into Laundry is open, which isn't necessarily always the case. So he was relying on them being up rather than down. And he has more of an advantageous position, I believe, standing on the balcony than rappelling upside down.
Agreed, yeah. He is kind of exposed. Now, he did, I think, have Buck there on the side. But I think we're good. I mean, we had a lot of plays here between gBots and Millenium.
Yeah, it was a fantastic matchup.
Very, very well done matchup. But we are going to have to cut to a break while we get Panky in here for our second game between, we've got Team Vitality and Playing Ducks.
Playing Ducks, that is correct, yeah.
So ladies and gentlemen, those are going to be our 2 teams playing right after this break, so stick with us and we'll be back very shortly.
See you in a bit.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Christopher Pankers. That is Michael Kickstar Stockley, and it feels all weird because I'm in the middle of the show.
Yeah, it is.
Not at the start.
It is a little weird, I guess.
It's
yeah.
a bit different.
We've
already had a game. We've had one full match between Millenium and gBots. That's done and out of the way. Now we're looking forward to Vitality versus Playing Ducks.
Yeah.
Our final match here for the European group stages.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. It's going to be something. Well, it's going to lock us out, and it's also going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be my last one, but we'll get to that in a bit.
Yeah.
That's not important. As it is, we were expecting kind of, I don't want to say predictable, but we sort of thought we knew how tonight was going to go. We were going to see close games with some very evenly matched squads taking us down to the wire and coming out really at the tip-top of the game.
Yeah.
But Millenium gBots was far more one-sided than we expected it to be.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say, it's like Millenium, they put up a fight, and it was a lot of those rounds were very close. But I wholeheartedly expected it to go to the third map. gBots, they were very seemingly dominant going into both of their matches, and I just didn't expect that. I really, truly did not. I expected Millenium. They were touting that they had reformed a lot, that they had invested a lot of time in countering gBots, and that they won. I can't remember what tournament it was, but they won another external tournament, and they were feeling really good about themselves.
Yeah.
And they just couldn't make it work. They couldn't bring it to the third map, and maybe even in their favor.
Now, looking at Playing Ducks Vitality, I feel the pressure to step up and do that and make that splash is on Playing Ducks. The last 2 weeks we saw them play, and they haven't really had the most impressive of performances. Yeah, they've just about scraped by and they've got here, but week one we were expecting them versus Penta to be the big opening match for this group. And they just got walked over.
Well, Penta was a lot stronger than we were all expecting. I mean, Penta, season one, yeah, sure, they won. They were fantastic. But then every single season after that, they reformed the roster, and we just did not see the consistency out of Penta that we were all expecting. But going into this season, they just skyrocketed through the Pro League. They won both of their matchups. They're like, okay, we're done. We're first seed. Let's get this over with. And Playing Ducks had to go up against that monstrosity, that beast of a Penta, and now going into this matchup, I mean, sure they have a lot on the line and they have to prove a lot, but I think that they're going to be in a good position to do just that.
All right, so with that said, let's have a quick look at the Group B standings and remind you exactly what it looked like outside of those games with a nice pretty picture to help make it easier to understand. And then, of course, who and where and what things shaped up to be. Because, as you mentioned, yes, Penta Playing Ducks right out the gate.
Right.
Vitality didn't play... Sorry, they did play Most Wanted. I forgot there's a Most Wanted in Europe now.
Yeah.
That threw me.
Yeah.
They played Most Wanted, then they were known as E2 Esports. Now they're known as Most Wanted.
Well, there was a Most Wanted in the Europe, and now they're not anymore as Playing Ducks.
Yes, now they've gone home. Playing Ducks
Yeah.
did beat them 2-1 last week, but that was the really tight game that we expected that could have gone either way. But that still said, Vitality have taken a map off Penta. They did show a more dominant performance in week one. They then showed a great performance against Penta week two. So for the Playing Ducks we've seen, yes, they beat Most Wanted last week, but is that enough to beat Vitality, who so far have shown us more on the
Well, you say that, and yes, sir, Vitality, they put up much more of a fight against Penta. But, I mean, we saw with Elevate, for example, they going up against Continuum the first time, they got 2-0'd. I mean, it was kind of close, I guess, but Continuum, they were the expected dominance. And then going into the rematch, Elevate eliminated Continuum from the Pro League. So maybe we're going to see some sort of reformation from Playing Ducks in that similar sense where they're coming into this matchup now. They're like, okay, we can handle this. We can take on Vitality, even though Vitality are in a good position to continue on in their Pro League.
Yep, but before we do that, let's talk to our teams. We have Panix on the line here from Vitality. Panix, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing great, and you, Pinky?
I'm good, buddy. Thanks for joining us. We'll dive straight into this game. Did you expect to be playing Ducks this week, or were you looking at Most Wanted thinking they had a good shot?
To be honest, I know that Most Wanted is a good upset team, but I didn't expect them to win. Playing Ducks is still our old teammate, and they are people old in the scene. They are not new in the Pro League, so I expected them to beat Most Wanted pretty, not easily, but to take the advantage for sure.
So, as you say, old teammates in there. Do you feel like that has helped you out in preparation for this game, or after seeing them for the last few weeks, have they started to shift into a way which is new to you, or is it all very familiar?
Well, it's still Playing Ducks. It's still familiar. We know a bit how is our old in-game leader, like Mipi was an old in-game leader. He's still the in-game leader in Playing Ducks, I believe. So we have some idea of how they tend to go mentally into the game and how they take the decision and stuff like that. But about the team play, the work, the strategy, we don't want to focus too much on them. We want more to focus on us, what we can do, what we can bring. We just have to be confident and show everything that we got tonight. That's it.
All right, that sounds like a great attitude to do with. Good luck with that. Any final thoughts you want to throw out before we go?
Not really. I just want to thank you for the interview and thanks the French community as always. We're the last one in France to represent maybe in Katowice the French flag. So we'll try to do that. And that's it.
All right, best of luck. Thank you for joining us. Panics, good luck in your game. So,
as he said, with the elimination of Millenium, now it's their French. All the pressure from France is onto Playing Ducks. So that is a lot to uphold.
That is a lot to uphold. The French fans throughout the course of all of last year and the Invitational, they have been some of the loudest, most passionate fans there. Vitality being both Xbox and PC squads, being some of the loudest people at the Invitational, cheering on their Xbox or PC French counterparts. So
at the events, they've always been they've made it really extremely very fun to be there with their baguette, with their French frags. And here we have from the Vitality lineup, Alems, Enemy, Ravon, Rise, Rizy? Panics? Rise? Is it just Rise?
Just
okay,
Rise.
just Rise. And Panics. That is the Vitality lineup, the last French team in this Pro League so far.
Yeah, so they have their national pride on the line, but they don't seem to be letting it be, as you say, too much of an issue there. They are confident in their own ability. They realize and they are smart enough to focus on themselves, make sure they play their best game rather than to pick holes in or pull apart or try and outthink and one step ahead your opponent. That is one way to do it, but it's a tough, very high-level strategy thing to do. And at this stage in the game, this early in the tournament, it is much better to just focus on yourselves and get yourself in tip-top position. Vitality coming in with that attitude is a great start.
Absolutely.
As it is, we have Mipi on the line now, though, to hear from Playing Ducks' side of the fence and to see how they choose to sit and approach this pond. How are you doing today, Mipi?
Hey, Panky, I'm doing good, man. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, buddy. Thank you for joining us. Coming into this week, I know we mentioned it, we've said it a couple of times, we haven't really seen the Playing Ducks we all expected for the last 2 weeks here. Are you guys feeling more settled now that we've had a few weeks of play?
Yeah, we've had time to settle in and sort of realize our mistakes and sort of fix them, and we're going to be coming into this match with a pretty open mindset, and, you know, we're looking to give everyone a good show.
That's a great thing to hear. Without giving away too much of it, do you have any crazy new things that we haven't seen yet hidden away, or is it more that stuff you've done in the last few weeks? Yes, you say you've looked at them, you've improved on them, you've just refined what we've seen so far.
We prepared. We sort of spent the time preparing a lot of tricks up our sleeves across a very, very wide net of maps. As you saw previously, we played Bar on Chalet as a little bit of a way to throw Most Wanted through a loop. We do have tricks up our sleeves on pretty much every single map, and we've taken the time to do that. And hopefully today we get a chance to show you a bunch of cool new things.
That's an exciting thought. That bar play was quite a nice one to see too. So with that said, I don't want to hold you up from this game any longer. Do you have any final words or thoughts to throw out before we start?
Nothing much. Just thank you very much, Panky, for being a Castro, and good luck with your future endeavors, man.
No problem. Thank you very much, Mipi, and good luck in this game. So, Playing Ducks versus Vitality. Both coming in with a great mindset, both coming in very confident with this. I do love the sound of Playing Ducks having these small little extra things to show. Yeah. Normally, it would scare me, right? Normally you say, okay, rather than focusing on getting the best at these normal strategies, sprinkling these extra things may take time away from that. But as we talked about, Playing Ducks are a team which have a lot of experience in this game back from Season 1, and players with a lot of experience back from Season 1. And we saw them with, as you mentioned, that Bar and Chalet, still pulling off that amongst all their other rounds pretty consistently.
Right, and here's their lineup: Meepy, Zyronic, Lackey, Renewals, and Snookin. And as you were talking about, if they can pivot down to their concrete, muscle memory from their history as a team, and then at the same time sprinkle in those little varieties, of just kind of pocket strats, it might work in their favor. However, it is very risky at the same time, because if you have a new pocket strat on every single map, you are stretching yourself a bit thin when it comes to practice. There's only so much time in between matches that you can apply yourself to learning those strategies. So we'll see if it works out for them or not. Who knows?
Yeah, it's an exciting one to look at. But with that said, and with that all gone through, we of course need to find out where these maps and where these games are going to be played to see what maybe they could throw into the works here. So, as they go through and they ban them out, as they pick what's going on here, again, we're still yet to see anything away from this season's Formula 6. Really.
No, it's been very consistent. The maps that we've been playing, Chalet, Cafe, Border here and there, Consulate, Oregon. Yeah, it's not stretched too much away. We saw a Clubhouse with Flipside, but Bank being banned out from Playing Ducks.
Yeah, Bank getting out from Playing Ducks. It's a map which they've had issues with in the past on all the old metas, and it's not been a big one in this meta for anyone. So
I
why
think we
waste
saw
time
them.
with it?
I think it was season 3. Maybe they got 5-0'd by Penta on Bank.
That was tough.
Yeah. And then Consulate being banned out by Vitality, they don't want to deal with that dynamic play that they're expecting to see from Playing Ducks. That makes sense. I'm guessing from from Vitality, I think it was, they were saying that they're going to focus on themselves. So it's likely that those bans are actually more than probably preference bans rather than counter bans specifically for Playing Ducks.
Yeah, it's more the lines as we'd rather play this and we'd rather play that rather than we don't want them playing this, we don't want them playing that. However, small side benefit is that Consulate is a map which benefits greatly from a strong Blackbeard play and pivoting around windows, which is something Playing Ducks actually also do very well.
Right.
And we then follow up with a Chalet and a Cafe Dostoevsky ban. So we are starting to see a shift away from the familiars, and we're actually leaving all 3 DLC maps in here. And with Oregon gone, Coastline or Skyscraper,
it's going to be
Coastline. One of the two.
It's got to be Coastline.
It should be Coastline.
If it's not Coastline, that's the first time we're going to see Coastline. It won't be. Couldn't be picked though. Okay, there it is.
Coastline. All right, so that leaves us with Skyscraper, Border. And I always forget the last one.
We're probably going to... we're likely to see one or the other. Yeah, Clubhouse. It's Clubhouse. Yeah, so Skyscraper, Border, and Clubhouse. So this is the most variety so far in this Pro League. And also the very last playoff match from Europe and North America. So, hey, that's great to see at the end.
Well, playoffs are next week.
Sorry, not the playoffs. The group stages.
Yeah.
Wow, Kickstar. All right.
Hey, I just forgot maps. So, what order are we seeing these 3 maps here? Playing Ducks will, of course, pick first. Vitality will then choose the attack or defense side here. We did see some Skyscraper earlier on in the group stages from North America.
Just a little bit.
A little teaser doesn't show, as we've seen, really what everyone has prepared in this map. Cafe Dostoevsky, while we've seen it in almost every single game so far this season, we have seen so many different ways to play it recently.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of variety on a map like Cafe, but on a map like Skyscraper, wow, Playing Ducks just... Okay, well, this is a testament to what they were saying earlier, where they have tricks up their sleeves. Obviously, they've put in a lot of practice on Skyscraper, and they are super excited to bring Vitality to just that map. That might catch Vitality off guard just a little bit, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly what the European meta is on Skyscraper, because up until now, what we've seen it played on in this season is North America, and it's been, well, what we expected to see from North America, but Europe? I don't know.
I mean, even if there is a meta, to be fair, as you say, with so few teams playing it or expecting to play it, can Vitality have a meta to go in? Yes, Playing Ducks will have strategies and have ideas, but Vitality, if they have anything, well, it'll be interesting to see. As it is, so they pick Border. Not a huge surprise there. The Vitality organization, originally on Xbox, yes, but Vitality organization was some of the first to bring Border out back in Season 3 when it came out, when it first hit the Pro Place rotation. So it's a map which they've always had ideas on, their coaching staff, their teams. They've always had things floating around with. And with it coming back into this meta so strong this whole season, not a surprise that they default to that of their comfort. Yes, Clubhouse is very safe and comfortable for everyone, but it does fit a little bit less of the current play style as Border now.
I feel like both these teams are taking a kind of a leap into their sort of respective ponds, where Playing Ducks are picking Skyscraper. It's the map that they want to bring out. It's the map they're familiar with. Vitality are like, okay, well, we could go to Clubhouse, but everybody knows Clubhouse, as you said just now, and let's just bring it to Border. I mean, it's a map that we've practiced and we're more familiar with, so hopefully we'll see the third map coming from these teams, because they are picking their very much preferred maps.
Yeah, so I want to dive deeper in onto Skyscraper and what we did see from it in the Invitational, and we did see from North America, and what we can guess at from here. What we saw in all of that was a lot of Montaigne play before he got buffed up.
Invitational,
in the Invitational, before he got buffed up in the Invitational, and that was focused around the kitchen bomb site, which then pivoted on the geisha room, and then the karaoke in the tea room, which also traditionally pivoted around the geisha room, but because of that Montaigne play, started to come around towards the A staircase and the A doors.
From both of these teams, not for both these teams, from both of the times that we've been seeing Skyscraper as of late, which was the Invitational and there was the matchup in North America, I think, last week, we saw a similar play. But the thing about this matchup is that it is not a North American matchup, and it's completely European, and it's going to be really hard to read the meta. If they are trying to take something of what they've seen from North America, or maybe even Latin America on this map, or even in the Asiatic region, which is one of the regions that has been playing it a little bit more predominantly, who knows? Maybe they're going to try and adapt some of what they've been seeing from other regions. But as far as Europe goes, we haven't seen a whole lot of play here. I mean, in the Invitational Finals, that was 2 North American teams, and I don't know. It's going to be difficult to read how they're going to attack this. I don't expect to see a lot of Montaigne play. Now, not at all, really, because we didn't see that from North America in the last time it was played, and it's been dying out a little bit more. Plus, it did not work for in the Invitationals. We saw, actually, it was to the detriment of, what were they called at the time? Era?
Era.
They were at the time. It was to the detriment of Era that they brought Montaigne. I think they brought it 4 times, and wait, it was 5 times, but it only worked for them once on that upstairs attack, if I recall correctly.
No, it worked for them everything except the last round,
yeah, okay, sorry.
which they then lost. It was 5-5, and they finally continued
Got
killed
stuck
it
in the
with a
barbed
smoke
wire
grenade,
and the
that's
smoke
what
grenade.
broke it.
Yeah.
But every other time, Continue had no other idea how to deal with that Montaigne, and they lost the round every time because of it.
It's likely we're not going to see exactly that, though,
No.
because, I mean, it's such a predictable strat at this point.
Well, yeah,
you see 4 from underneath, you got
it
the
was
smoke
working
grenades.
because it was new and Continue hadn't played against it. They
Yeah.
were trying things on the fly round to round, and they tweaked little things, and finally they made it work. But now that everyone's had a chance to go home, watch it, break it down, that shouldn't work again.
And then apart from that, what was it, the barbecue attack downstairs, people were coming in with Montaigne through delivery, trying to push their way in through the into the A door, or like you were talking about earlier, get that bomb plant after they establish dominance upstairs in Geisha so that it can't be killed vertically from a defender upstairs. And I don't expect to see that either. I mean, again, these are 2 strats that are very easily countered when you're familiar with it. Going into those the matchup we saw on Skyscraper from North America in the Pro League earlier, it was played a lot more dynamically, not a whole lot of Montaigne play. Very similar to, in a sense, where they were trying to take control of Geisha. They were trying to establish as many lines of sight as they possibly could into the sites, and they were, trying to pivot around and get as, picks onto the anchors. But it just seemed a little bit more freeform. I don't think any of those teams, or either of those teams, had a refined idea of how they wanted to handle Skyscraper. And playing Ducks, they clearly do, because that had to have been their target, was Skyscraper, the map that they wanted to bring themselves to. In that they didn't ban it, they knew Vitality wouldn't ban it because they left Coastline open. They couldn't have banned it. So, I mean, we'll see. I'm really interested to see exactly what Playing Ducks' plan is going into Skyscraper. It has to be something new and unique.
We talked about how those 2 bomb sites with the original meta, how that's what North America went to, but why did they avoid the other 2? What is it that makes those 2 unplayable, and is there something in there that perhaps Playing Ducks have figured out?
There's nothing necessarily that makes those 2 bomb sites unplayable. In theory, Playing Ducks could be bringing us to those 2 bomb sites. They could be trying to throw up the meta and, put something new in, make their mark on Skyscraper, and it would make a lot of sense. They were talking about that's exactly what they're going for the pocket strats. Who knows?
All right, we'll see. As traditionally, the way the seasons have gone is we'll bring a new map out. It'll take about a season for people to just leave it in the ban phase, not really play it, work on it in the backsides, and then the next season comes through, and that's when it shows. That is where we're at with Skyscraper right now. So, I mean, maybe Playing Ducks have been doing that in the past. But it is now time to finally find out as we head straight on into map number 1 between Playing Ducks and Vitality in the last match here of the European and North American totalized group stages to find out who heads over to our playoffs next week. Vitality are on attack, and their lineup looks as follows. Glaz, Ash, Sledge, Hibana, and Twitch. With the Playing Duck defense, Smoke, Mira, Jaeger, Valkyrie, and Bandit.
We are going to see a karaoke defense from Playing Ducks, so nothing surprising there, just a typical site to defend. However, how they handle that is going to be the interesting thing to see. Playing Ducks bringing that Mira, going to try and, looks like they're going to be putting it in the B site. Wow, reinforcing the entire B wall. Now that's interesting. A lot of teams, what they'll do is they'll actually open up that back B wall to give whomever is playing in B some variety or some versatility, and that they can challenge the northwest stairs.
Well, now they can with the double mirrors. I was going to say, when we first saw her come out, a lot of people tried her on this map. Never really has too many places you can make a huge impact. There's some you can put for vision, but you can't really use. And now putting those side by side just gives a very safe way to challenge what you just said. In that A staircase, like we see, say, Cafe Freezer Wall, you put them side by side, you get a nice angle out.
And you can see also they were opening up the sides of those mirror windows on the not visible side, so that they can give themselves a little bit more visibility looking into those angles, because they're also going to use that to deny the balcony doorway. That's going to be very useful.
But it also does require them to hold that A window very firmly so they can't get shot in the back. So it'll be interesting to see where and what the push comes in from Vitality, because of course they have this Glaz who can dominate that window if left unchecked. Meanwhile, they are spreading their spawns out across the entirety of the map, taking all the outside cameras and making sure there's no funky hijinks going on. But the Playing Dutch defense has Zoronic in that staircase, Lackey inside the AT room, Meepy inside B. Smart Smoke can hold this entire A side with the windows and his grenades more or less single-handedly for a while. Snooken over in the Geisha room and Renewal's out there in Drum.
Snooken's going to be trying to bandit trick that Geisha room, and Vitality is going to be his, enemy is going to be his adversary to try and disable those bandit charges, and open up the wall for Hibana.
So Hibana there was shooting those charges on the wall of the B bomb site, trying to open an angle in towards where Bandit is sitting in Geisha, but because Smoke's in here, he was able to shoot all the charges down and take away one of those 3 Hibana shots. Nice peek from Zoronic right as the grenade comes out, but he's immediately traded back by Rise. Panics is down though. That is the sledge of the table. Jaeger down, but he's got his trophy system down. Zoronic peeks around the corner and will fall to Rise without doing any serious damage. So Jaeger and Valkyrie both out of the picture, with Drum seriously in Vitality control now. This is going to allow them to cut off Snooken's position. He's going to be very much pinned inside Geisha now, and he may be the next target to fall.
So Vitality just setting themselves in good positions to pick off the anchors while Ash pushes her way through Drum, trying to take down the roamers and establish control and pivot the last defending operators stuck into the site.
So Meepy smoke grenading towards that A staircase, keeping LMs locked down the stairs, but Vitality have time to spare here, so they can just wait for them to time out, and then they'll all push elsewhere when he's ready. Lackey's got an angle trying to watch that direction. The Hibana charges are going towards the window, and there it is. Snooken gets singled out and cut out by enemy this time. Now they can start to focus their attention back away from that side of the map. One P-Dux player in each bomb site. LMs is underneath, making some holes in the floor underneath. Meepy, who switches over towards the window, looks away at the wrong second. Revan bolts in and takes him out, and it's all on Lackey, who can't even get a single bit done. Rise with a 3K in this round, shuts out Playing Ducks.
So Vitality, all they really did there is they just kind of encompassed the Playing Ducks defense. They took down the roamers upstairs or downstairs and through Drum, and then had a player on every single window and every single avenue into the sites themselves, and pushed it in unison, and that was pretty much the end of the round.
Yeah, nothing from Playing Ducks there was particularly new or fancy.
No, not at all.
You could see the idea, you could see how they tried to protect Snooken and Geisha, you could see how they had Smoke holding the A staircase, but none of those positions was defensible enough on its own.
And at the same time, I mean, those are clever ideas, but they're kind of gimmicky ideas that don't actually, they aren't, I don't know, they just seem kind of like stuff we've seen before. Hopefully, Playing Ducks will have a special attack strat going into this Geisha hold, though. Or sorry, this tea room karaoke room hold. And we are seeing, it looks like the same exact mirror is probably going to be coming out from Vitality. So maybe not, actually, oh yeah, looks like one of them is going to be going into the Geisha room.
Interesting thing from Vitality, though, is that they are bringing both the Smoke and the Echo themselves here, so...
all the disruption.
Yeah, looking for all that disruption and time wasting again, and with the amount of focus going on Geisha here, they will, I imagine, be looking to put either one of these, Smoke or Echo, up to there you go, Echo drone, up towards the A staircase to be that hold of that flank. In case the push starts to come from this direction, Echo can sit in a safe spot and hold it off for the team to rotate back through.
Looks like Playing Ducks is setting themselves up to take from the east to the west and clear out the roamer, similar to what we saw from from Vitality on that from the same exact attack.
Attackers have recovered their
Them. They
diffuser.
spawned all over the place, taking out each camera and start to drone and push each section of the map themselves.
Trying to encompass the Vitality defense in the same fashion. It looks like the setup is also very similar from Vitality to the Playing Ducks setup on this defense.
Yeah, they do have that Jaeger inside Drum Room as well. Panic's inside Geisha on Bandit. Smoke is playing close to the B site, but has a rotate hole he can bolt through to get into it. Revan, meanwhile, inside of the T room. The only one a little bit different is LM's hiding inside the back of A with his Echo drone towards the staircase. Zoronic, though, on Glaz, doing just like we saw Vitality do earlier on. Once they found out where these players are, you start to circle it, spray it down from many angles, and unsurprisingly, the Jaeger is picked off.
Yeah, that was a nice angle from Zyronic from the window up onto Drum, getting down that Jaeger.
He's also using a similar angle there, rappelling in towards the backside of B, which is where Smoke sat when Playing Ducks left him there, which is one reason they had it reinforced and had the mirror windows on it. But Vitality not choosing to stay so tight in that corner.
And Playing Ducks now, they've done exactly what Vitality did to them on the previous round. They've encompassed the Vitality defense. Unfortunately for Playing Ducks, though, there is one more man up in this instance. There is one less roamer down, and they have only 1 minute 20 seconds to execute this attack. And no guaranteed line into the site other than what's just been opened by Ash here.
So Ash Charge going off on the floor underneath Revan to push him back from that mirror window, shoots it open for good measure, and Renewals will now be able to challenge it and push up the staircase. Revan is back behind the bomb. LMs is still in there on his drone for a little bit longer. It comes off of it now. The diffuser has been dropped in that A staircase or a balcony. Blackbeard is trying to push this angle, but Zoronic is on the far side of the B site, spraying open holes in the wall, looking towards the backside of A. They still haven't managed to get panicked out of Geisha. The idea is still here from Playing Ducks, but they aren't as fast at executing it as the Vitality opponents were, and they still can't get this bandit out of Geisha. 40 seconds to go. Still not quite ready to push more aggressively up here as they are still repelling a few outside. Zoronic takes down enemy as he leaps aggressively into B. Does get taken out from the other side by Revan, but they may have done the damage needed as we do start to see the push coming up from Renewals, but he's changed his mind and gone back down now. Meepy goes on in, they try and shake out the bandit. He's pushing through again. Renewals is looking for an angle on him. He does get flanked by Meepy this time, but Meepy will be shut out by LMs, who gets a double onto Lackey as well. 2v2 all of a sudden. LMs and Revan both tucked inside the A site. Renewals has an angle to cut them off, but he's got to get that kill onto Echo, otherwise that plant won't go through. He finds him, takes him out. Revan is there to try and trade him out, but can't finish him. He runs out of ammo. Does get the hip fire down. It is a 1v1 now. Snooken inside the B site, and he knows this because of the plant. Revan pushing forward with that Vector in hand, looking for an angle on him. Sees him now through the doorway. Snooken knows exactly where he's sitting now on the edge of that site. C4 comes out, the peak goes round. Snooken is shut down with that C4 throw. Revan gonna get the defuse, and 2-0 up go Vitality.
A great and similar defense from Vitality and a similar attack from Playing Ducks. Both these teams playing very much the same, and this is not what we were expecting to see going into Skyscraper. Playing Ducks bringing this there to bring it to Skyscraper, thinking that this is our map, we've practiced it the most, we must have some interesting strats to go here, but it's just kind of 1-1 here. Oh, well, not 1-1 in terms of score, but 1-1 in terms of similarities. Vitality, though, they're being a little bit more concise with their attacks and their defenses. And unfortunately, Playing Ducks, they weren't able to, again, in that last round, they weren't able to pick off as many of the roamers as Vitality had.
Yeah, they couldn't shut that bandit out of Geisha, and as a result, they couldn't push in through that drum room, they couldn't push in through that staircase of the corridor like the Vitality attack did. So, see if Playing Ducks choose to move their mirror windows around a little bit more. Snooken needs that little bit extra vision, really, to be able to play effectively in that corner.
Yeah, and that did help out the Vitality Bandit on that last Geisha hold, that having that mirror gives them a lot of versatility. And looks like they're probably going to use the same double mirror going into this particular site, though.
They're using at least one, that's for sure. We'll see if the other one gets placed there or if it gets moved to somewhere else in a moment. Nope, they're going with it the same old. So clearly they have something in mind for why it didn't work. They think they know it, so let's see if they can execute it better instead. Renewals admittedly did die very early on after getting that sledge trade in drum room. Maybe they think if he just stays alive longer, they'll have a better shot, but he's not going to get the easy sledge kill this time like he did before, so...
Not only from both these teams are the roamers getting picked off really easily, but also both of the smokes playing in the B haven't been able to do anything so far. Glaz just vaulting in through the window through his own smokes and getting that easy pick onto the smoke sitting in the corner. I mean, he hasn't been able to gas grenade himself in there, holding or delay.
Oh, Zoronic spawn peeking.
Nope, not gonna work.
They were coming up that staircase. An aggressive start from Playing Ducks. This clearly seems to be their difference. They've gone for a Repulse instead. They've gone for Renewals on Jaeger still, but not playing a drum. They are playing very aggressive and mobile downstairs.
Yeah, they want that roamer game to go into their favor, which is just not what we've been seeing from both of these teams. A lot of the times when it's just been one roamer or two roamers playing around drum or on the east upper level of the building, it just hasn't worked out for them. But now they're playing full underneath.
All right, Heartbeat Sensor calling out that position of two, can you see? Yeah, two players, there we go, on the west balcony. Renewals is just down there watching Pulse's back, making sure he is safe to keep feeding this heartbeat sensor information across.
And this information is going to be very important for Bandit, given that he doesn't have that same exact mirror window looking out through Geisha.
One mirror did just get opened, I think. I heard it by smoke, but as it is, he's still being pinned in the corner now by this glass. Meepy can't sit in the very deep corner like he did before because he knows he's exposed from underneath. Vitality are aware of that play, so he has to play somewhere slightly different now, and he's got less room to move. Renewals and Zoronic still running around underneath, just heartbeat centering and looking for spots, but Panics is sledging open the window. Renewals is going to peek for it, and actually gets away with the kill, so it's a good start for Playing Ducks again, but they'd had that before. They, however, did lose that advantage thanks to a very quick trade back away from them, and Vitality haven't got that this time. So they're keeping that man advantage for a bit longer, and they have definitely slowed down this Vitality attack. Minute 30 on the clock, and they are nowhere near as far in as they were before.
Loading new magazine.
Random pre-fire through the wall from Revan, trying to get a little bit of luck in here. This time the Playing Ducks players are far safer in the spots they have chosen to hold. Meepy is looking for aggressive peeks here and there, and he gets a great shot on the enemy's head as he strafes round and leans the wrong way. Revan continues to smoke off this side. More shots spray past his head from Bandit, pray him off for a little bit longer. LMs comes in underneath, has taken out Renewals now, so they started to shut down the roamer game. They're bringing Ash up here with them as well, but they weren't ready for the second one. LM's going up and around there without his ADS in. That's a strange lapse in concentration, but now Pulse is fighting Rise and wins it. Last man is going to be Glaz leaping in through B. He does the same thing he did before, but this time there's plenty of people left to shut him out, and Playing Ducks are on the board. That is what they wanted to do in their first defense.
That was a great defense there on the, from Playing Ducks. They got aggressive, like you said, on the roamer game, and they actually made it work for them. 1 minute left on the clock, and the Vitality were still chasing down those roamers, and they only managed to trade 1 for 1. As well as the smoke, he did work in B this time. Sure, he again got vaulted in by the glass, which has happened every single round so far. However, he managed to get kills before that, so he at least traded himself back. So a great defense from Playing Ducks, and now Vitality are going to be going down to Barbecue for the first time this map.
Yeah, and it changes up the attacking operators.
Attackers need to locate
Yeah, we are
and
seeing
defuse the
a
bomb.
Blackbeard Glaz and a Buck, which is kind of an interesting pick going into the side. It rarely makes you think that they're going to be going for that vertical control, trying to take control of upstairs, push their way down. Now, are they going to try and take Geisha, push their way through delivery, which is what we've seen time and time again from many of these teams, or are they going to go for an A-take this time?
That is a good question. The A-take can provide some very long angles for Glaz to sit in and hold, should he wish to use that long-range rifle and the smoke grenades.
It's also overall just a complete variation of what we've seen on Skyscraper. Almost every single time, the way that someone will try to take Barbecue is establish control of Geisha, which is this room you see right here. Once you have Geisha, you're free to plant anywhere in B, kitchen, and there's nothing the defenders can really do to stop you in that instance. So who knows? Maybe they're going to try and mix it up. Maybe they're going to try and go for the old faithful strategy of taking Geisha control.
As it started out, we saw aggressive peeks from LM's Echo and a ready Meepy there to receive it. Neither player taking any serious damage, but that threat now slowed down a little way. So Vitality fallen back into their defensive positions, ready for the attack to come through. Echo drone right up on the roof, way above the drum room window. Got a good sight line on what coming in from that angle. So Onyx staying on the ground floor is looking through the windows towards the A site, looking across the bottom of the staircase out towards LM's position at these desks. LM sees him and wins the fight. Zoronic will fall.
It's interesting that they chose to use their glass to challenge that angle when they have a Blackbeard and didn't even smoke it.
Blackbeard was busy pushing upstairs, and well, his pressure has helped take out enemy. Snookum bringing that kill out, and now they can continue to focus up on towards Geisha. Banix takes more damage through the wall as the push comes in from that Buck, but up the staircase now Renewals has tried, not Renewals, sorry, Jaeger has tried to come up and back him up. Didn't do any serious damage and does just have to run away. Elemzo comes up the back staircase and Zhao shuts down Renewals. Now Rise peeks back up, chase out Meepy. So the flank and the protection here onto that bandit is working out until that grenade comes off from Snookum. However, Snookum and that one last Hibana here, Lackey, are still standing. Could still get the work done here. Elements is low. Jaeger has taken a bit of damage. And they need to find them and clear them out. LM is behind that desk, and they do have the hole made above the floor, but he didn't quite see him through it and allows him to up and run away. Deeper in, sees him now, gets the shots off and will secure that kill. 2v2 then at minute 15 to go. Rise low as he peeks up towards that north staircase. Falls back in towards the A site. Again, the floor above him here is completely destructible if they can find him. Buck could still get some work done. Still a minute to go. We don't have 100% knowledge on where that Valkyrie is right now, but that Hibana hole will help out finding this Jaeger. They are making more holes above his position, but they haven't quite seen him yet. Lackey watching the flank as they will drone using Snooken's last remaining gadget. 45 seconds on the clock, and they've got the time to play with this. Now he's going to should have spotted that Jaeger there, and sees that shot come from behind him. So there he goes. He's looking down through that hole in the floor. He knows roughly where Jaeger's sitting. Couldn't quite see his feet. But he had that angle on the corner. Lackey spraying through one way. More holes being made up as he tries to find this Jaeger, but with every second that he takes trying to find it, they're running out of time to plant. Revan's still holding firm by that staircase as 20 seconds starts to tick down. They are heading down directly above Valkyrie's head. She could go for a double here. They've got the flank looking across here from inside the bomb site by Jaeger, who does get a good shot through the wall onto Snooken. Lackey comes around and Rise gets the second as well to hold out for another defensive win for Vitality.
Playing Ducks, they traded in their favor when they were hunting down those roamers, but unfortunately because that Glaz got taken out so early without doing any work at all, their pushing power going into the final moments of that round were at a man, well, even, but just no opportunities pushing into the sites themselves. No open drop downs, no real control.
Just couldn't find that Jaeger in those final few seconds.
As well as, yeah, the defenders just playing themselves really scarcely. They're not putting themselves in any sort of position, like underneath the drop down in Geisha or in any sort of exposed area.
So, time for Vitality to go back onto the attack. Now that they know they will not be attacking that upper floor, their attack lineup is working in a Thermite. This, to me, focuses on a very more traditional A take, that barbecue take. Takes the wall open right here where Renewals and Meeple, where Meepy is just standing now. Take Geisha, plant in B, big ass wall hole.
Right.
Yeah, nice and down.
A lot of that strategy can be done straight from the balcony, which means it's very contained, and you don't have to deal with that roamer game nearly as much. You don't have to worry about somebody coming from behind, as you're simply taking control of Geisha and then pushing into the site. There's not really much anyone can do to stop you when it's coming from those outside walls.
A couple of quick claymores and you are protected.
Right.
So, playing Ducks' defense, well, has a couple of familiar-looking rotate holes from back when we saw this in the previous seasons and at the Invitational. Gives a nice angle all the way across from these fallen over tables in towards the entrance to the B site. A lot of reinforcements, though, still being used on these floors below, on the downstairs location, not up top. Snooker just goes up there now, which means this Geisha room is still going to be largely exposed to attack.
Uh-oh. Zyronic missing a cam on accident there, getting it down, and eventually, though, that is going to be a very predictable cam, likely not going to help them too much. Vitality will probably see it. Vitality setting themselves up around delivery, looking to push in and get the plant down. Thermite is, however, also on the west side of the building, looks like, and he will be, as you said earlier, likely opening up that wall directly into the site itself. Or rather, he is not. He is, sorry, on the south side of the building with his teammates looking to push in through delivery. So it's probable that they're going to open up the wall straight from delivery into bar and try to get rid of Zyronic, who is playing in that bar area, and then just push them way into the site as enemy takes control of Geisha.
So the Vitality push is this entire floor. They do start to open a couple of trapdoors on their way through because it just gives them an option to quick rotate down later on as and when needed and keeps their options open. Panic, though, is picked off quickly by Snooken, playing aggressively here with an angle towards drum. Renewal's then going to use that cover to back away to safety. Now they've already picked up one attacker. They can afford to be a little more cautious and a little more defensive here because that man advantage, providing they can keep their trades up, will help them win this round on its own. Heartbeat sensor from Lackey underneath is just watching in and around the lower area to B, but we know Vitality are pressuring hard up top. The players are downstairs, but they're currently just droning and scouting out. Renewals now is holding this same angle. Alems is going to be cautious heading towards it, but stays in.
These angles that Playing Ducks have set themselves up for are very nice. Some of them we haven't actually seen very much of before in the past. And this is sort of what they were talking about in that interview, where they've got little tricks up their sleeve on these normal defenses.
Thermite charge went off there from delivery, and they're pushing their way through with all these smokes. Revan leading the charge, but the heartbeat sensing pulse is on the other side of that wall, and he's going to have an idea. C4 comes out, does blow, but doesn't do any serious damage to anyone. He's looking now towards the backside
Oh, no.
and can't quite land it. Lucky sprints away. Trapdoor above is sealed by the looks of it, which means he's actually safe to push in here. Meepy over the far side. Alems will take down Renewals. Lucky comes around and wins the fight with the glass. Looking for another one, but he's not there yet. He was upstairs and Zeronic kills him off. Rise is gone. Meepy peeking on that staircase shuts down Alems' push, and enemy is now alone against 4. He's got 35 seconds to go, and he's going to run straight into the Jaeger here. Doesn't fall just yet, but smart play from Renewals. Just runs straight. Sorry, no. Jaeger is snooking, then he runs straight away to safety. Even though they have a 4v1 advantage, he is playing this very safe and making sure they can secure this round. 20 seconds to go. Enemy doesn't have the diffuser. He is pinned upstairs, and he's waiting and watching for these flanks to come out from Playing Ducks. But they are happy to just sit back and watch the round blow out. Sukin does fall down there as he comes down the main north staircase and heads towards the bomb site. The pre-fire is coming around the corner, and a vault over from Meepy shuts him down and out to put the round score at 3-2.
Vitality, they had a good idea on that strategy there. It's a little bit old hat, but they had an idea going into it. They just simply could not take control of Geisha, and as soon as you can't take control of Geisha on a delivery take, the round is pretty much forfeit. Even more so when they were pushing themselves into the kitchen, even though the drop-down was not open, they could not win their trades. We need a rehost, apparently?
Apparently so.
Okay, connection problem from Panics, apparently. So we will be going for a rehost.
Either way, that's for the admins to decide.
Oh, yeah,
we
sorry.
will sit there and look back.
We'll find out exactly what's happening.
Yeah, that is. We'll focus back on that last round because it was a great defense from Playing Ducks there. Well, it was nothing crazy new. It was nothing crazy different.
Well, those angles that we saw from Geisha.
Yeah, so like the general gist of it was the bomb site's below. You hold Geisha above with a couple of roamers. You use Pulse to watch that corridor and look after in zone. That we've all seen. But you say slightly new angles, slightly different peaks, helping to pick off a couple of surprise kills.
Right. Yeah, that angle from the hallway, looking all the way through through drum into what looked like garden. Yeah. That was incredible, and getting that sledge picked off early. That means that there was no flank potential at all onto Geisha. So all the Bandit really had to worry about was getting his wall secured, and because of that, they couldn't take control from vertical. And even though the drop-down wasn't open, which was kind of interesting. Pushing into the site, the Glaz was unable to pick off any of the anchors. So
which I've got to say, maybe a bit lucky on Playing Ducks' side. If Lackey had fallen as he was sprinting away in that first shot, and then Glaz would have had full control over that site, things would have been very different. Because the players upstairs were a Bandit and a Jaeger, no shotguns. They couldn't have opened the trapdoor themselves.
Yeah.
Meepy would have been locked out of the site by the Glaz who was in there, so he couldn't have opened it for them with his shotgun.
Yeah, there was a smoke, but he was not in a good position to do exactly that.
So yeah, if Lackey had fallen there or not won that firefight with the Glaz, things could have gone very differently for Playing Ducks, but he got the kill and they worked out.
You could say lucky, but you could also say that it was Glaz's fault because he was pushing through by himself without any smoke cover at all. He was all the way exposed, so it was kind of just a little bit of an overextension on Vitality's part, and it ended up costing him the round. But again, I think it mostly came down to Geisha, lack of Geisha control. I mean, a lot of that strategy on that defense pivots around Geisha, and if you can take control of it, you pretty much dominate the round, unless the defenders are really masters at retaking in that instance.
Yeah, the other small thing that if it had all gone played through that way with the sledge dead and with Habana being pressured and elsewhere, there's actually no one on the attacking team to open up that trapdoor in Geisha at the point of which they could have got through.
I mean,
there was opportunities, there's ways to do it. There's
like,
they've got plenty of things, grenades or Habana, like whatever, but it's that extra couple of seconds required, right? Like, you have your plan in place, you have all your operators where you want them to be, and Sledge will take control of that and you'll punch it open. He dies, that does force a different change in you, and it may be 10 seconds here or there, but that can sometimes make or break a round.
The strategy overall does get mixed up a little bit when you have a plan, like, for example, sledging open the drop. I mean, I don't think they expected to have to open the drop at all, and I think that's maybe something that Playing Ducks were factoring into their strategy, thinking, okay, well, they know they're going to try and take control of Geisha, all right? We know they're going to try and take control of Geisha. We don't have to open the drop down for them, similar to how we see that castle barricade work in Chalet on the kitchen defense. Yeah. We don't have to open it up for them because they won't have the utility necessarily to open it themselves. So we leave it unreinforced. We just focus on our anchors holding the site, and we try to pick them off as they push their way into Geisha. So it kind of seems like Playing Ducks maybe laying a little bit of a trap for Vitality on that particular defense.
Yep, as it is though, they are still a round down. It is 3 rounds to 2 in favor of Vitality at the moment. They will be back onto defense though once we get on into here. Where are they going to go? Well, it's up to them. They've got multiple bomb site options to choose from if memory serves. And what we've seen from them so far is pretty standard, pretty familiar.
From both of these teams, it's been pretty standard. I mean, from Vitality, a little bit more old hat. We are seeing some slightly more innovational things from Playing Ducks, but only slightly. And they are both.
They won Barbecue Kitchen, didn't they?
Yes, Vitality did win barbecue, Playing Ducks did just now.
Just now, and then the round before.
Yeah, Vitality did. Yeah, no, definitely.
So yeah, they're not completely open, but we'll be back to Geisha.
Yeah, they'll be back to Geisha. They're used to Tier Room, so I mean, it's a site that they're going to be able to handle pretty easily. I mean, for both of these sites, I feel like they're both extremely defensible, and neither of these teams are going to have problems on their secondary site. This isn't Clubhouse. We're not going to a bar where you're a little bit more exposed. Which is interesting, even on bar. But never mind, that doesn't matter. We are getting everyone back into the lobby again here, so just a little bit of your patience, please. But yeah, on both of those sites, on Skyscraper, I feel like they're extremely defensible. I feel like there's a lot of options going into either of them. And I do like the way that Playing Ducks was trying to hold that barbecue. It was something slightly different, although deceptively so. It doesn't seem anything new or special, but you could see, if you look really closely, the way they were laying out that trap for Vitality.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to go with. And, well, now the Vitality are back in defending that upper floor. We've seen, as you mentioned before, every single time a Glaz has just smoked, jumped in through B, and taken out the smoke hiding in the site.
Every time.
That needs to stop.
How does that work, even?
Yeah, it shouldn't happen.
It's happened 3 times now, and then we've defended Geisha 3 times, or I say Geisha, we always say it, but T-Room, we've defended T-Room 3 times for both of these teams, and every single time the Glaz has vaulted through, killed the smoke in the corner, and it's been because he's looking away, he's reloading, he's in the middle of throwing his smoke, whatever the case be, he does not have his gun or his smokes detonated or what have you, to stop somebody from vaulting through that window. It's like the perfect timing. It's weird. It's eerie. And it's probable that that is going to stop. The first round that we saw Playing Ducks win that upstairs defense was when Smoke actually did a little bit of work, managed to get 1 pick out through that window before going down. So if the Smoke starts to influence the round a little bit more from the Vitality side of things, going into this next upstairs defense on their side, it's likely that we'll see them win another Geisha defense.
Yeah, which is what Playing Ducks need, of course, here to level it out 3 rounds to 3.
Yeah.
But there is still time and still options here for Vitality. They have shown that while they may not have picked this map and they may not have put all their time and training into this map for this, they have enough raw knowledge of it and they have enough experience playing as a team that they can still put up a very strong fight.
What I'm seeing from Vitality isn't necessarily like map knowledge per se. It seems like they just have synergy. Like they have a lot of energy going into their attack strategy, but they aren't really entirely sure exactly what they're dealing with when it comes to Playing Ducks. And I feel like that's why Playing Ducks won that last round. And I feel like that's going to be working to Playing Ducks' advantage going into these future rounds. The Playing Ducks, they had a shaky start, but they're starting to show a little bit more of a strength on this particular map. So hopefully their knowledge will shine through and give them a better position going against Vitality's pure synergy and teamwork.
Yeah, once you've felt out when a team has a strategy planned in and when a team comes in and trains on a map, of course, Playing Ducks have been playing it for a while and they've got these ideas and they've got, right, these are our strategies and this is what we do if and things go wrong. Vitality come in and they're like, okay, well, we know each other and we know the map roughly and we'll go in and throw what we've got. As soon as things start to go a little bit different to what you expect, like those new peak holes, you start to fall apart because you can't think up on the fly as well with these options. You haven't got the fresh experience on it. This is now where Playing Ducks should shine out. They should have it all in their mind. It should be more fresh and clean for them. So these quicker on-the-fly adjustments to what Vitality are doing should be easier for them to throw out. But they're doing it from the back foot. They're down 3 rounds to 2, and we'll see now whether or not they can do that as we load back into game. So with the 3-2 scoreline, with Ducks already being the underdogs, with them already looking to climb back up onto this, the pressure is mounting, but knowing them and knowing their attitudes, that's not going to be a factor here.
No, I think that Playing Ducks is historically a very calm team, and going into this matchup, they seem to be just that, calm, because they managed to bring themselves back into the game when they were at such a deficit. So hopefully that's going to work out for them again. Going into this next attack, maybe they'll get another pick onto the Smoke without him doing anything. Who will see.
Yeah, if they're lucky. They're up to the karaoke tea room, as we suspected. The operators are... Oh,
there's no bandit going into a tea room
bringing a pulse
defense.
instead.
This is interesting. A lack of a bandit means that Playing Ducks, if they so choose, are going to be able to freely open up the wall into Geisha and thus fully control Geisha. I'm guessing Vitality, what they're going to try and go for is having that pulse play underneath in kitchen, maybe trying to bait them in there and get that C4 kill from underneath.
Yeah, let them into B. As I said, that reinforcement that LM's just did before we saw his stats come up blocks the spray from the A door in towards the site. Now that's where we saw, okay, the last round the attackers lost, but Glad still vaulted in, still killed the Smoke, and then was picked off from that A spray, from the mirror spraying in from the A side through that wall to take it down. That can't happen anymore. So that reinforcement being there to me as a Glaz, without thinking or droning downstairs, probably thinks, oh, I'm actually even safer to jump in here than previously.
Yeah.
I can drone in to check there's no one in it directly, and I feel more comfortable coming in. And now they've actually given me a nice little spot to go in and plant in this corner. And there's a pulse underneath.
I mean, we'll see what exactly happens, but it looks like Vitality, they're trying to do their adaptation where they play a little bit of a heavier roamer game.
Yeah, they're doing exactly what Playing Ducks did on their last successful defense of this floor. They've run a Pulse and a Jaeger downstairs.
But they also, they negated their Bandit for it, which is just kind of an interesting decision. I can't tell if it was calculated in that they're trying to forfeit Geisha, or if that was simply a mistake in operator selection.
And to be fair, their current placement, there's actually no attacking operators anywhere near that to do anything about it.
True, true.
Enemy hiding underneath this window, looking for an opportunity to shoot up through and surprise someone. Isn't going to get Enemy, who runs straight on past without being... Sorry, Lackey isn't going to get him without seeing him yet.
Bomb
Trying to
located
find
by
that
attackers.
camera.
But it's already been killed down.
Yeah.
As it is, he'll head back this way. Zoronic spraying out through different angles. The drones are coming into B, but I don't think they saw... Yeah, they didn't see smoke in this corner. Couldn't get all the way through, but it will come up, jump over the wall. Yes, he saw him that time, tucked in that edge. Blackbeard now looking to pressure through the A wall, but needs to be careful of this pulse from behind. He has got the right idea. Will he know about panics over by the garden location? He could do a lot of damage here if he peeks out here at the right moment. As it is, he's going to keep his head in, and Blackbeard is still cautious of the area.
Probably.
Playing Ducks push with 1 minute and 30 to go is starting to shape up towards the actual karaoke room again. But as you said, without these roamers being cleared out from below, Pulse could do serious damage. And he is now rotated to being underneath the site.
Yeah, so playing that aggressive roaming game outside on the east side of the building, trying to get those picks early. Didn't work out for him, but now that he's back, he's going to be able to influence the round severely on this last minute of the
Meepy's
round.
going in, sprinting straight in, takes enemy down straight from inside the site. Leaps through the holes being made by the defense. Looks for Revan now, sprays it through and takes him out as well. LMs is still in the back of the A site. Meepy's going to use this time to reload it up. Rise has peeked out and taken out Snooken. LMs though takes out Meepy. Renewals quick trades back onto Rise, and it's just Panics and LMs left. LMs is low health, but there's 3 attackers to go, and LMs will fall to Zoronic through the wall. Panics is below, throws his C4 up, but Renewals is there as soon as he peeks, and an explosive round for Playing Ducks puts them at 3-3.
What a collapse and an entry by Meepy. That was fantastic round by him. He simply, well, he ashed the barbed wire and then just ran into the site. Nobody tried to stop him. Those 2 roamers being off site weren't able to influence the round at all. And then again, that smoke getting picked off without doing any work whatsoever. Oh man, that was a great play by Meepy.
Yep, saw an opportunity and sprung on it. Those north stairs being exposed. The players inside A looking in the slight wrong direction.
There was just nobody watching.
Yep.
There was no one covering that entire flank. They were relying entirely on a single piece of barbed wire to hold it in of itself, and that's not going to work. That's not going to fly. Meepy, as you said, capitalizing on that, making it work for his team, and now it's 3-3, and they've brought it back to an even match.
And this is exactly what we said, right? These small mistakes, these small adjustments Vitality are going to make are going to be imperfect through lack of practice. And Playing Ducks are the team that practice, you'd hope, will then be able to jump on them and play around it and exploit them. And that's exactly what we just saw there from Playing Ducks from Meepy. He made that split-second decision. He was like, I'm going to bash this and sprint straight on in. Get ready for them to peek from here, here, and here, because they know those positions. And they were ready then there to trade back and to fight and get those kills where needed.
Right, and that is a nice angle coming out from Zyronic. The smallest possible hole, but gives you full visibility on the Geisha window. That's fantastic. He's going to be able to support his Bandit so well via that. But yeah, no, if you missed it, Playing Ducks, they did say they were the ones that were going to be bringing these small pocket strategies and maps to this matchup, and they are showing just that so far on this Skyscraper. Again, a map that is not very commonly played in the European meta. And they're, you know, Vitality, they've been fighting tooth and nail for it, but they clearly have not practiced as hard.
But it is still 3-3. It is all to play for both squads, and Vitality are a very skilled lineup in their own right.
Absolutely.
Could bring this back. They do start to drone the floors below, and this time get a sight onto that pulse early on. Pre-fire coming through some windows from Rise, make sure he's not aggressively coming on up. Panics drops through the hatch as soon as he breaks it open this time. And he will hear Zoronic on this heartbeat sensor. Zoronic, will he have seen him? No, he's looking too high here.
Oh,
I think
he just saw him.
He sees him now, comes around the corner, but the SMG-11 wins out. Zoronic will die, but a down only on Panics. Renewals is down here with him, though. Rise is looking for him. He knows there's likely to be a second one, so he's not going for the revive yet. Smart play from Renewals, backing up and running away instead. And he opens up that door. Renewals is waiting close by for him, and he does get that kill instead, so he helps the trade just a little bit elsewhere. Meanwhile, Smoke is down, very low health upstairs, but alive still. see whether or not he can keep it that way, because of course his smoke charges could be pivotal in the dying seconds of this round. He is of course inside that B side, we've seen time and time again there. Meanwhile downstairs, Renewals is still playing hide and seek with Panics and Rise. We'll see how long that lasts and whether or not he can do any more damage to this pair. They have chosen to start pressuring the side from this angle now. Comfortable with it later on. Snooker trying to use the drone hole to shut down a little bit of damage here onto Blackbeard. Tagged him up, but nothing serious, and now has to focus back on Drum as the call comes in. That Sledge is heading through this way.
A bomb has been located.
A couple of drones come on out. Bandit falls back inside the site, and the Drum room is in Vitality control. Minute 15 on the clock now. And the positions from Playing Ducks are starting to get a bit more fluid here, as they are setting up for this pressure to come out from Vitality, who have now immediately changed things up again. Renewals just ran outside downstairs, and he does take down Alems in the process. He's going to come back in through here, and Rise is waiting for him. The pre-fire's there. Rise, though, fails in the last second, and will fall to Renewals. Downstairs, Panics is still here. Renewals is ready for him in this direction, and Renewals is saved by Lackey, who's come down the north staircase. Great play from Playing Ducks, leaving Revan now alone against 4. He just about misses the backside of Lackey, pre-firing through that wall blindly, but now they know exactly where he is. Meepy, safe inside that B room, has stood up a little bit and is now focused in this direction. Lackey at the bottom of the staircase, he's got another angle on it, and he's got to come through all this barbed wire. Oh, not anymore. C4 takes it out for him. As he edges forward, though, Meepy is looking in this direction. The smoke grenade will go off. Take Revan back outside again. 20 seconds to go. And he has the diffuser, but is being flashed by himself to slow everything down again. Inside the A site he comes, and Renewals gets another one for the round to round it out and put Playing Ducks on map point.
So that round was going strategically was going in favor of Vitality. They had cleared out the East Building roamers. They had established a circle around the Playing Ducks defense. However, Renewals with a fantastic run out, and then I'm amazed that he managed to get that second kill onto the Ash. I mean, Ash had every advantage in that situation, but he still made it work and brought his team into the lead now, 4-3 in favor of Playing Ducks. That was a fantastic round.
Yeah, Rise with that pre-fire towards, I mean, Renewals knew she was going to be coming, pre-fired towards the door. It just caused enough hesitation on her that she waited. Then she started shooting, didn't hit any shots because she didn't see him, stopped shooting, but then kept peeking, which was perfect for Renewals to then get a free headshot as he flicked his shot back around. Really, really well played. And then he was ready for the Sledge as well. Very smart by him.
And now we're going to be seeing Vitality defending Kitchen Barbecue. And this is, I think this one in their favor, if I recall correct. No, this is the one that they actually managed. This is the one that they started the comeback on. Playing Ducks started their comeback on this particular site. Yep. And the way that they were handling this was, I actually can't recall.
No, sorry, Vitality did win this, but it was close. It was because Playing Ducks, they held control of the floor above with their buck, and they couldn't find that Jaeger down to the floor.
Yeah.
So Rise's Jaeger did a lot of work and was able to delay out that last 2v2 because they lost their Glad so early on. Now, I don't think Playing Ducks were expecting to attack this site here because they haven't brought anything close to that same attacking lineup.
5 seconds left.
Right. I mean, it's probably not going to hinder them too much on their attack. It depends on how they try to handle it. If they're trying to go for a clear out the East Building, move in, and take control of above the site, then it probably will not hurt their attack too much. If they're trying to go for a delivery take, it might hinder them a little bit. We'll see. We'll find out.
As it was, Alems was going for an aggressive peek again, but they stayed hidden, and he is not getting anything from that. Now as he comes back across the gap, he's going to get spotted by Renewals, but none of the shots land.
They're putting the Blackbeard on this window instead of the Glaz this time to try and make sure that Alems cannot influence the round whatsoever. He is going to actually be propelling up, though, now.
Looks like have him pinned in that position, so once they get control of the floor above, they might be able to do something with it. Rise is deep inside that T room right now.
I remember what happened now. Last time it was they established control upstairs, but it was 2-2 in the end, and the defenders just did not expose themselves at all.
Yeah, exactly. They couldn't get to that Jaeger through the floor, and they ran out of time. Meepy droning from Garden now is going to come up through Drum Room. He'll find enemy on the way. Rise deep inside T room has been droned a couple of times, but is pinned. Enemy starts to move down the staircase, while Panics is still inside Geisha. Renewals, though, is in through that A doorway and starting to peek and pressure the corridor. Vitality starting to adjust and look towards this direction, but are they ready for the pressure to come in from the karaoke room window as well, and from Drum Room, as there was Meepy's drone and Meepy close by to push as well. Minute 40 to go, though. Playing Ducks are taking their time with this. Flashbang's coming out to make sure there's no Jaeger systems or anything that will stop the barbed wire being killed, and then Meepy comes up with his Ash charge to take out the barbed wire, which will allow Blackbeard to push through that corridor quickly and safely. They know Rise is in the backside of the A site. Blackbeard leaps on in. They have him pinned in the corner. Snooker's taking a bit of damage. And they do get Meepy straight into kicking him out. That's a good start. Panic's over in Geisha. He's getting droned in that way. He's missing the shot zone. They come round. Meepy will surprise enemy by getting past Panics early on. And Snooken takes Panics out through the wall. Very quick attack here by Playing Ducks upstairs. They've only lost the Glaz conveniently downstairs as Lems picks off Zeronic. However, the hatch is now open in Geisha. Revan is underneath there. He may be able to get one. Meepy is there. He takes more damage but isn't dead. He's going to run away to a more safer attack push, but they know where that Valkyrie is now. She runs into the delivery. Lems, of course, they know him because he killed Zeronic over here, and Renewals is now pinning him into that toilet, completely out of the game right now, unless he can get past that Blackbeard. So all they have to do is find this Valkyrie, which Meepy's drone is looking for. Lucky looking down through the trapdoor. Snooken will head down over the balcony with that rappel to try and get the backside of Lems. He gets spotted by the drone, and he does peek back to actually take down Snooken. He's taken more damage, but a kill is a kill. Renewals now pressuring in towards the site as they know Lems is still pinned in here. 20 seconds to go. Lackey will finish him off. Now they just have to find Revan, who's spraying up through the Geisha hatch, and now they know exactly where she is. Upstairs, they have lost control of that Ash. Meepy is downed. Renewals coming across. He can see the planter. Renewals peeks around. He kills him, but didn't stop the plant. Lackey in a 1v1 now against Revan. Meepy is going to become a downed drone to spot for the position of Revan. They know exactly where he's sitting now thanks to that kill. He's up in Geisha above the hatch. Down he comes. 1v1 to Lackey. Remember, if Lackey wins this, is his map in the bag. C4 is going to go on the wall right next to the bomb itself. Give him an angle in. Instead, he comes around towards the bar. They're crouched on either side of the bar. They don't know the other one's here. Revan looks up, peeks over the top, vaults over. He's going to hear it. Lackey spins. A nice 180 flick to shut the round and the map out. 5 rounds to 3 in favor of Playing Ducks.
A little bit of whack-a-mole going on there between those last 2 remaining players. And while the Glaz did get picked off again from Playing Ducks early in that round and did not influence it at all, they didn't trade back with those roamers this time. They instead had the complete man advantage and thus an extreme advantage going into their site push.
Which, to be fair, they needed. Even with a 4v3 or 5v2 rather, as it was before that Glaz fell down, they came down to the wire with that last second clutch there. If the Revan's Valkyrie realized that she had seen that Hibana in the corner, that would have been that round in the bag for Vitality. All he had to do was finish her after he finished off the Blackbeard. So it's a tough pill to swallow, but they did and ultimately lose out the round, and it went, of course, into Playing Ducks' favor. That means as we head towards our follow-up map, Border, another DLC one, we are looking like a Playing Duck advantage.
Yeah, no, and Border is a map that was picked specifically by Vitality, so it's probably going to be a little bit of a closer thing. And the thing to note here is that Vitality, they had a really good showing on this match. They just clearly did not understand the map itself nearly as much as Playing Ducks. Playing Ducks obviously put a lot more practice into specifically Skyscraper. So, going into Border, Vitality's map, it's possible that they're going to be able to put up a much more dominant, performance here.
Just there again, didn't quite catch it.
So close, almost clutched out that last round. If he had won that, it would have brought it into overtime, but alas.
Indeed. As it is, we will of course get all the players back in the lobby because of course that rehost and whatever, and get ready for Border. Looking at what we've seen from Border over the past few weeks, from the new developments, from what Playing Ducks said about having little pocket picks, little surprise strategies hidden up their sleeve, is Border one that has the potential for that? Are the other sites on Border actually playable?
Yeah, yes, very much so. We've seen from Dexterity, for example, in the finals they defended Tellers. We've seen actually a couple of teams try to defend Tellers. CTM, I think, brought it out once. Yep. And it is viable, technically speaking.
What about Customs?
Or what?
What about Customs?
Custom at the beginning of Border's coming out as a map, everybody thought Custom was the site to defend. We haven't seen it very much at all since, though, if I recall correctly. Nope. Maybe once or twice, but it doesn't seem like it's very much a defended site. It's impossible, though. Playing Ducks will do just that, try to bring us to that site. However, they didn't do any actual site variation on Skyscraper, which was what we were kind of anticipating.
Well, their site variation on Skyscraper was Skyscraper. Was it not?
Well, I guess the map itself.
We're going to surprise you with a bomb site you don't expect to see because it's an entire map you weren't expecting.
I mean, Vitality, they weren't especially prepared for the map strategically, but as a team themselves, they adapted well enough. I mean, it was a very close matchup, even though Playing Ducks, they clearly had that advantage of being on a map they're familiar with. So going into Border, I mean, I think it's going to be much closer. I think we're probably going to see overtime from both these teams. They're obviously, at the beginning it was Vitality with that explosive, charisma and aggression that was locking out those rounds for them. And then Playing Ducks, they got that same exact thing going back. I mean, I think it just took Playing Ducks a while to warm up in the later rounds of that map.
Yeah, definitely felt that you feel the confidence coming out of them, like those explosive plays from Meepy, those very quick pushing in through those 1-2 bits of barbed wire, just surprising people on their way through. But as we said, even those came down to some hairy moments, especially that last one, 5v2, and they very nearly threw it away.
Yeah, that was close.
So by no means was it perfect, and as you say, if that continues on through onto maps that Vitality are more comfortable on, this may very well go back and swing the other way here.
We have, however, seen so much so much variation on Border. It's one of those maps that is similar to Skyscraper, not very explored, there aren't a lot of strategies that haven't been refined or that have been refined on that particular map. So it's entirely possible we see something entirely new from Playing Ducks, which will throw Vitality through a loop, and they won't be able to adapt to, I don't know, what we're seeing. Who knows?
Yeah, so as we wait for the last player to join in, we of course have Border here, and if it goes in the favor of Vitality, if we go back to a 1-1 scoreline, we will be heading to Clubhouse as our third and final map.
Which is going to be an interesting matchup to see. I mean, well, we say it's one of the most refined maps in the Pro League, and it certainly is. Strategically, it's been poked and prodded to the point at which it's, you know, kind of a dead horse. But at the same time, with the addition of, well, the changes, I guess, to Glaz and Mira being added to the pool, I feel like the bomb site on the basement end, even upstairs, has been changed a little bit. We've been seeing teams take control of construction tunnel a whole lot more and smoke out lines of sight with their Glaz. And who knows, maybe we'll see something new from Playing Ducks on Clubhouse if we get there. I mean,
Possible.
It's possible.
We saw some North American teams crack out some very surprising bomb sites.
Yeah, we saw a cash defense from Flipside, and it worked pretty well for them going up against, I think it was Most Wanted, or was it?
Yes, I believe so.
I believe it was Most Wanted. And yeah, that worked for them well. So who knows, maybe we'll see something similar to that, but that's only if we make it to the third map, and who knows, maybe Playing Ducks is very familiar with Border just as much as they are with Skyscraper.
Yeah, that's true. When it comes to, as you say, those surprise bomb sites, there are options there. The Tellers is played from some teams, and Customs is sort of an idea, but not really executed by much. But when it comes back to the two more standardized, more played bomb sites, they still have much of variety in them. We've still seen a lot of teams try very different things, both from attack and defense perspective. Things like the downstairs ventilation and workshop, we're seeing teams play in the bathroom with a rotate hole. We're seeing teams completely lock it off. We're seeing attacking teams take
Just
control of above ventilation, block by hold of the roamers, but then switch it up and attack into workshop downstairs instead. Like there's a lot of different flicks that can be made.
Yeah, I mean on a basement, or sorry, on a ventilation hold, we've seen teams just normally what you'll see is an attacking team. They'll say, okay, we have to establish complete control over armory in order to take ventilation so that we can deny them shooting, or the defenders shooting us from above. But sometimes what you'll see is just a glass open up the wall, or a Habana if it's reinforced, open up the armory wall. What would be upstairs. Establish those lines of sight onto the roamers upstairs, make sure that they can't influence the downstairs plant, and then simply walk in through the front door and plant. I mean, there's a lot of variation, as you said, going into both sites, and they are played similarly by defenders at that. Sometimes, or on ventilation, we'll often see the teams invest 2 or 3 roamers upstairs to try and hold it as if it is armory, which is kind of an interesting interpretation of the site itself, which is actually in an interesting twist, it's kind of the same thing that we're seeing on Skyscraper.
Yeah, exactly what I was hoping to get at. And while the strong Glaz Montaigne Meadows, what we started this season looking at, Montaigne really hasn't been a factor here. Glaz has, and we've seen some teams try and bring in from that east spawn and fire across the B bomb site upstairs and plant in the doorway. Pulses underneath have been a mixture in amongst that, but again, we've seen so many different attempts and so many different ideas with that, with both attackers leaving Blackbeards on the teller's roof and the Glaz outside, and then defenders with some aggressive peaks and aggressive cameras onto that bus. So many different adjustments just within the last 2 or 3 weeks of play.
Yeah.
So what these guys have up their sleeve could be very different again.
We've talked about this before, but I mean, with the way that the bracket is established in this particular Pro League, as contrast to like the previous seasons, is there's so much more at stake in each and every matchup, because you're talking about pure elimination going into each matchup. You can get knocked out of the Pro League in your entirety. So going into this, like going into each matchup, you have to invest much more time and strategies on each of the maps you're thinking that you're going to end up on.
Yep, and that's exactly what this game is. Whoever loses this game is done here in the Pro League. That is their run finished. And right now, Playing Ducks, of course, have that one game advantage in hand. They won Skyscraper as we head here into Border, so they're going to be feeling a little bit better about their chances. But they, of course, cannot rest on their laurels, as this is Vitality's map. This is their chosen opportunity to swing it back their way. We do have all 10 players in the lobby, so I'm a bit confused as to what we're waiting on now, but it won't be much longer, as far as I'm aware.
They're having their team biscuits. We gotta give them time to relax.
Team Biscuits on Playing Duck side. Meepy, of course, being their team captain.
Yeah. Maybe with those big plays, he's decided to sit down and relax a little bit and like share with his team. Probably. I mean, he did bring out a lot for his team on that last map. You have to wonder if Meepy had not been able to rush in with his Ash, and 2 of those instances specifically when they were attacking upstairs and barbecue. Had they have lost that, or they would have lost that map, because he pretty much won 2 rounds wholeheartedly for his team.
Yep, exactly that. Either way, though, we are in. So it is border time here between Playing Ducks and Vitality. It is all or nothing here for Vitality. They have to win this map to keep their dreams of the Pro League here alive. Or Playing Ducks will be advancing next week to play up against #1 seed from Group A. So,
and we're seeing from Vitality, they're defending Armory first. That is as predicted. They are bringing Amira, Smoke, Jaeger, Bandit, and Pulse. On the attacking side, you have Playing Ducks. They are bringing in Ash, Glaz, Hibana, Blackbeard, and Thatcher. Glaz is, again, something that you were talking about earlier. It's been influencing the meta a whole lot more than what we were seeing with the previous Montaigne. And on a map like Border, Montaigne is not nearly as viable, given that it is so destructible, and C4 can be brought up from underneath. And with that Pulse, that's liable. We're likely to see that.
Looking at the attacking lineup we're seeing here from Playing Ducks, most of it pushes towards where we've seen A pushes in the past, bar the lack of a Thermite. The Blackbeard and the Glaz can take serious control over A through smokes and through just sheer gunplay and pushing people back and away from that. Allows an aggressive Ash, which Meepy Shoney likes to do, to brush on in there, gain a little bit of foothold, and plant the diffuser. But they're going to have a trouble getting through the wall because they only have a Hibana who can't make a very big hole in this. Meanwhile, could you look at this in B, perhaps?
Yeah.
Make a small hole in the office wall for Glaz to look all the way through from the balcony across in towards the backside of A's site. Blackbeard here on tellers on this window to shoot across any aggressive peaks, and then maybe have someone plant in the indestructible part to try and avoid the pulse.
Based on these spawns from Playing Ducks, it's looking like they're going for an A attack. But again, their lineup does not make sense for an A attack. The lack of a Thermite, as you talked about earlier, just really is going to hinder them getting into that A wall. There is Zyronic playing all the way on what I'm not sure, West Tower, I guess it's called. Never seen this position used before. Playing all the way on West Tower to try and establish a line of sight onto CCTV to mess with Rise's roam in that stud site.
Panix is in there too, and they do know this. The drones have been in and have spotted both roamers in there, so now it's a case of trying to figure them out. This is an angle all the way to the east stairs too. You can see that he is looking straight down through the center of the map from this spot. But now they have to deal with Panix and Rise in those corners. Yes, they've got them in there. They've located them, and they've sort of pinned them here with Glaz's position. But what do you do from here? Every second you waste is being burnt through. Meepy's drone does spot Rise dropping down through the hatch, and then Panix kills it off. But there's no one there to receive it. Panix drops down through as well. So they have got control of CCTV momentarily. They've still got to be aware of C4s from underneath, and they've still got to kill these two somehow. As it is, 50 health has been lost from Meepy's Ash as Glaz starts to push towards the building. He isn't looking in the right directions. He thinks they're still over by the drop. Rise looking towards that door. Panix rotates back across to it just as Zoronic heads on outside. And this is a game of cat and mouse with these roamers downstairs, which is not particularly clean for either squad at the moment. Interesting angle being made here from Meepy. Heartbeat sensor from Pulse is still looking to track some of these attackers, which with 1:20 to go are running out of time to pressure each site. It does look like they're rotating around, and with these kill holes being made, they are looking to head towards the office push, towards B.
So interestingly, they're establishing dominance on CCTV before pushing office, which is just kind of backwards to what you expect in a take like this.
Renewals takes a bit of damage here from LMs, loses a shield, but nothing much more. They need to try and shift off this bandit, which means Snookun is going to head on around to the window. Lucky's drone gets spotted and killed off. Renewals peeks on around, loses a little bit more health, doesn't do any damage. He needs to wait here. Snookun's going to be at the window. LMs will take Meepy out quickly with a peek. As he drops, I think he dropped through a hatch. No, he just stays behind that desk. Ducks inside the B site. Rise, meanwhile, has taken down Renewals from below as he peeked up that metal staircase and shot down the Blackbeard. So the attack here from Playing Ducks really hasn't got any teeth to it anymore. Vitality have picked them all off, and there's only 30 seconds to go. This is what we expect from Vitality. They are much more comfortable on this map, and they're just picking off Playing Ducks left, right, and center. As Playing Ducks are a little bit uncoordinated here.
Yeah, the Playing Ducks attack, unfortunately, a little bit of a jumble. They established control over CCTV, but that's unnecessary in an office take when it really comes down to it. And thus, as they established control over CCTV, they exposed themselves in their flank to the roamers who they had not taken care of previously. So they put themselves in a precarious position unnecessarily going into an office take where you can just simply walk in through the balcony, especially considering Vitality. They failed to reinforce that office wall.
So, Armory Locker's defense then for Playing Ducks to go first. Heading on upstairs with a Smoke, Mute, Mirror, Castle and Bandit. Now Mute and Castle in this mix suggests a very heavy focus on the office location.
Yeah, that is likely.
Locate and defuse bombs.
So we shall see. Meepy on that Smoke. We have seen Smokes hold this A site on their own for quite a while. And he's going to have to do that looking at the attacking lineup. They are bringing themselves a Thermite and a Thatcher to get through that spot. Glaz to push and keep the A site under control. And then just straight up nice and easy plant locations. But with all this focus from Playing Ducks heading towards the office side, are they leaving themselves too exposed?
Well, they do have some utility being used on CCTV. It's going to be interesting to see where they actually play their anchors and roamers. They have that rotation hole being opened up by Meepy, as well as what seems like a double rotation hole. That's going to allow them to rotate not only from the hallway to CCTV, but from CCTV down into the lobby.
Interesting take on this defense. They are very spread at this top floor. Lackey is over at the office wall with some mirror windows in it. You see all that stuff pushed toward office, as you mentioned, and while the Vitality attack is all coming from
Whoa, what is this?
east side. Lackey's got that big-ass hole in the wall and a mirror window to show him what's out on the balcony. If he does get pushed from the east staircase, though, he's a very easy kill, and this drone should find that in a moment. Not quite, but...
Well, the one that's going up to the little pillar upstairs and offer, whatever you would call that, the hole, the window above office is going to see him no matter what.
Attackers have recovered their
It's
diffuser.
away. They will find him and should be easy to exploit. They may even just be able to grenade him. Yeah, Panix is heading up to the right spot now.
I think they're doing just that. I hope he has a Jaeger device. Oh, they don't have a Jaeger. There's no Jaeger. Yeah.
So yeah, if Panix gets that grenade correct, it'll throw straight down through. Yeah, look, there we
He
go.
got grenaded.
Like he's dead.
Huh.
He got grenaded, he's down and out. And
Well, down. But oh, they missed the second grenade. It went down the drop down.
must have, yeah, but can they get someone to revive him? Renewals is going up to it, but the east stairs is still exposed. Renewals is on top of him, and Lems is pushing around to the hole in the wall. He's peeking that way. The spray comes out from Renewals, and he actually does get the down, but he hasn't revived yet. So let's look for that. Another kill comes out from Meepy as he takes down Panix. They're putting a lot of effort into taking Lackey out here, and they lost 2 players for it. Big mistakes here from Vitality. Upstairs now, Rise will repel. If this is all he needed to be here in the first place, up through this east staircase, and they'd have had that in a much better situation. As it is, they got a bit greedy, paid the price for it. They still, however, have their Glaz and their Thermite. The attack that looked to be shaping for A went towards office and has collapsed. Revan, though, picks up the first kill of the round for the attackers. It is Meepy. Alem's Claymore takes Zeronic out now. Rise is over here, spotted by the hole in the wall, and Renewals gets it out. Nearly team kills to boot, but isn't quite aiming enough. Lackey picks off enemy, and it's down to the last man. That's the diffuser dropped. Revan's actually inside the B site, but doesn't have the diffuser, so does have to fall back. Renewals is in the east staircase, using that hole that they made through the office wall to keep an eye on the diffuser. Revan now rotating in towards the main corridor, using the holes made by defense for mobility. He may hear Renewals coming up underneath him here. He's careful of the metal staircase. Yeah, look, he just turned around as he hears those footsteps. Looking towards the metal stairs now. Castle got to be careful. Peeks around. Revan doesn't quite see him yet. Snooken peeks through the main corridor, and Revan has got back into the office. Now Snooken, who was full health, is now very low. Revan could easily do this with his pistol now on both of them. Snooken is at the little window. Going to vault through it. Pistol shot comes on through. Castle Barricade's going to cut out the one. Revan picks off Snooken. He's now just looking for the castle himself. Gets inside the site, and Renewals
so close.
steps up at the last second, but Revan could have easily done that.
Yeah, that was a valiant effort by Revan, and honestly, kind of a little bit of a throw by Vitality overall. That second grenade missing, and then they tried to apply way too much pressure to that downed Mira. They really wanted to secure that kill, and they just were not in a good position to do just that. Unfortunately, the Ashe didn't take the opportunity to go underneath and shoot her from below. There were no roamers from the Playing Ducks lineup down there to stop her from doing just that. I guess they just weren't conscious of that.
Indeed, tunnel visioned on that down.
Yeah.
Playing Ducks, they're back onto attack, bringing a similar but not identical lineup for this ventilation room. They are bringing that Buck. Snooken, we saw him try and do it on Skyscraper when they were attacking the kitchen and the barbecue. They went into tea room, they went into karaoke, and they demolished the floor. Just as easy to do here. However, their issues back then were finding the people underneath the holes he made to actually kill them. Not so much of an issue here, but at the same time, you've got to get control of that top floor first. And Vitality have done a good job so far handling with the Playing Ducks pushes.
Yeah, it's likely from Vitality we're going to see something, a little bit of a heavier presence upstairs, trying to hold down that armory as if it is the armory site itself until the very last second, where then they can rotate down and not leave very much time for the Buck to open up the floor, if not simply pick him off in the first place. That is what they're going to be going for, though.
Enemies reinforcing one trapdoor. I'll be interested to see what they do with the second one. Sometimes you see teams leave it open, as that is the way to rotate back and out. There we go, leave it open. Way to rotate back out for the defenders.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
They do have 4 players upstairs at the moment. Not uncommon to see them leave these 4 players upstairs as the total. We'll see whether that's the case or not as the round opens up. Last few reinforcements done. They have got that hole in the wall to toilet as well, so the Revan playing downstairs has got a lot of room to move, and he is now joined by Alem's Bandit. Attacking Playing Ducks, heading largely from the valley spawn across from this south side of the building, will once again look to start their attack through CCTV. Arguably, more wasted time again.
Yeah, Playing Ducks seems fascinated with the prospect of taking control of CCTV, and it's kind of unnecessary in some of these instances, especially when you're taking ventilation. It doesn't give you much room to work with. It's just a staging point to take the rest of the upstairs. But again, you're pushing yourself into office right now.
Rise steps up straight into Renewal's sightline. Renewal's tags him once but can't finish him. There it is. He tries to sprint away from Meepy, who blew open that wall. They didn't waste too much time getting into CCTV this time. They got in quickly, so they are now able to start pressuring the important parts of this upper floor. Panics inside what would be the B site is being sprayed as the door gets opened up. He knows that Blackbeard's around there. Blackbeard is turning the wrong way for a moment. Renewal takes a lot of damage here from Panics, who now gets to the main corridor, but Zeronic is waiting for him and takes him down. It's unlucky, to be fair, there for the castle of Panics, because Renewals wasn't paying the attention he should have been and arguably deserves to be dead. But he is not. So the rest of the defense have to deal now with a full 5-man Playing Ducks attack. They have these players downstairs, and Revan C4 on the floor above takes out Lackey's Hibana, which will actually make it tough for them to get through that hatch, as they have no way to breach it now. So, enemy underneath the one open hatch means they have a good control over that. Meepy has a hole in the floor above the ventilation room, but there's no one directly in that site. And Zeronic is still way over on the far side at the moment. So, they have to use this minute to find the defenders that are still downstairs, who are still very much unknown and dug in. LM's answers with killing Zyronic before he gets traded down by Renewals. Revan now an enemy, the last 2. Revan ducked in, enemy underneath the hatch. Revan is very deep in this corner, can stick his head around. Revan stays alive. Renewals finished off by enemy as he peeked the exact same angle. Back to a 2v2, and this is a familiar story with Snooken upstairs. He hasn't made any holes significantly in the floor yet, but he's coming in through the toilet. He's going to flank around through this hole. Revan does get seen and taken out with a quick headshot, and now it's all on enemy. He's got his smoke charges left up, 2 of them. He's got a shotgun in hand. Meepy is above the hatch. He's going to flick around, doesn't quite see him in the last second, and a good peek from Meepy shuts enemy out to put Playing Ducks in the lead.
So, Playing Ducks, they established control above the site. They got rid of the roamers up there, and they simply opened up the site and got the picks under the anchors, and there wasn't really much for Vitality to do about that. As you said, it's not the sort of site that you can... there's not a lot of room for you to work with, which is what we were seeing with on Skyscraper. When they were defending the kitchen barbecue, they had a lot of room to breathe. There wasn't much the attackers could do to find those anchors in the last seconds of the round. In this case, that's just not an option for Vitality.
So, Vitality on to attack once more. They're going to attack that ventilation workshop location again. Playing Ducks choosing to defend that downstairs spot this time. They are bringing themselves the thermite to the table. Does have a couple of options on this site, mainly again if the attack starts to come from tellers and bathroom. but they also don't have a Hibana of any sort, so if they do go for the upstairs take, he will be the one blowing the hatches.
It's going to be interesting if they do decide to go for that Teller's take. We haven't seen a whole lot of it recently. Most of these teams opting to take, well, as if it's Armory, and then simply start looking downwards. Maybe as you said, maybe the Thermite is indicative of their intentions to go for said Teller take.
There's also the real possibility that they could just push this as if the A-bomb site was, as you say, Armory, and they will use the Thermite straight up on that wall, which is always reinforced. They may not be looking for crazy big options downstairs, and to be fair, it looks like they may not need it. Playing Ducks are doing some odd castle barricades and reinforcements here towards Tellers. They're going to have a hole, there we go, through from the bathroom themselves, so it's looking like another very spread out Playing Ducks defense on this bottom floor.
They have been having very good luck with these spread out defenses though. A lot of versatility options for them as a team, and it works in their favor. They are a very dynamic team. They try to spread themselves out and play off their individual skills, and again, it's been working for them so far. It won them the first map, and now it's putting them in the advantage on this second map.
True that. As it is, they are starting to finalize their setup. Saw that bandit reinforcement over by the APC wall with some batteries on there too to help try and waste some early utility. As it is, he has some runouts ready and he is in position for a multi-pronged attack. Rise opens up the castle barricade, starts to pre-fire into the toilet. They know he's in this small room and the spray comes through from customs from Snooken's bandit. But Rise does get out unscathed for now. Up on top he goes, and we use this hole in the wall for another angle on someone around there, and a small one through to waiting room now as well. LM's picked off, went range by Renewals, all the way from the metal staircase through this tiny hole in the wall. Beautiful angle, and Renewals makes him pay for it. Rise now inside the passport office, does have Snooken's holes in the wall behind him to contend with. Snooken can't quite see him through them yet, and Rise has managed to sneak his way past it.
And this is the stuff from Playing Ducks that they were talking about, these little pocket strats. I guess you could say really just angles they have been using to their advantage very well so far in this matchup.
Doesn't quite land those shots on Panics, but more importantly stays alive himself afterwards. And now the rush is coming in from Rise on the reload, and it does manage to get one kill, and it flicks up onto Lackey. Panics meanwhile has taken down Snooken, and the attack from Vitality just got some bite to it. Renewals and Meepy are the last two left up now, and they rotate quickly to the wall. Meepy makes a hole in it to take down Rise, and it is back to a 3v2. Meepy taking a fair bit of damage himself from this though, and is now very, very cautiously edging back and forth. The diffuser was dropped on that kill and he knows it. Renewal, is pushing it from a long angle. Glads is over in the waiting room. There's still a minute to go here, so the attacking team can take their time with this, find these last two out, and play it smart. They are still being very mobile, and Panics will make Meepy pay the price though as he moves a little bit step too far. Renewals has a good long angle from metal staircase again, but Revan's smoke grenades are going out. The diffuser's been picked up, and Revan's going to go back to drone now. Panics coming in through the hole in the wall. LMs is there with him. Sees him, and that's the diffuser down again. Does he know that one got in before him though? Revan's coming around from the metal staircase, and Renewals gets away from it. Panics is coming in, picking up the diffuser again. Renewals sees him. Panics is going to go for the diffuser plant. Into the bathroom comes Glaz, and Revan, quick flick up, takes Renewals out to keep Vitality in a 2-2 score.
That was a great defense setup from Playing Ducks, but unfortunately, Vitality with some explosive aggression just put it into their favor, trading out those two players in the bathroom with that push with the Ash. That was, you know, Playing Ducks, they set themselves up in a great way to counter the exact push that Vitality put forth, but unfortunately for them, Vitality were just they trusted each other well enough that they could trade each other back, and they did just that. Yep. You saw at the end there that Sledge, he was planting even though he was coming under fire from the Jaeger because he knew and trusted that his Glaz would cover his back, and he did, again, just that.
Yeah, and it was a very smart push from that Ash too, as you mentioned. The castle came around and pre-fired and used up his full magazine spraying at someone else, and she realized he's gonna be reloading now, he's
exposed.
And yeah, made it count. As it is now, back to a 2-2 scoreline, and it is on to defense once more for Vitality. They are back onto the upper floor here, and we're seeing the exact same operators on attack from Playing Ducks that we saw earlier. Now, as we said then, they wasted a lot of time on CCTV and then tried to attack through Office instead. So we need to see a very different attack from them if we want to see a different result.
It seems like they have an idea, and Playing Ducks, the team that they are, the way they've been playing so far in this matchup, they have a strategy, and they just go with it. They trust in it, and they invest all of their heart and soul into that one strategy and try to make that work. And I'm guessing, I mean, it's impossible that they'll try to mix it up here based upon how much of a flop that last attack going from CCTV to Office was. But I also think that knowing Playing Ducks so far in this matchup, I don't think we're going to see that. I think they're going to try and force out CCTV Office again. And if they can take out the roamers as they're doing their CCTV take, then it will work for them. But if they let them get behind, and don't watch that flank. It's going to go, again, it's going to go against them.
What I want to see them do this time is send Meepy very quickly in underneath, watch that drop from CCTV.
Yeah, no,
because
definitely.
there's no roamers downstairs before, there was no roamers downstairs now, and they should have learned from that. As long as they can do that, they can do the same push on CCTV, and then they will grab these two as they drop through the hatch.
They know that they're going to rotate through those hatches. There's nowhere else for them to rotate.
Oh,
no.
Beautiful pick from Rise onto Snooken. As soon as the door was shot open by that glass, the head was exposed, and Thatcher will fall.
But they're not putting themselves in a position to catch those defenders as they rotate through the drops. Not yet, anyway. Looks like they're droning them out the position for the future.
They're going to leave a drone on there so that the dead player can call when they drop, but what do you do at that point?
Oh, the Deagle hole going to be coming out, so it looks like they will be ready for the rotation from the roamers in CCTV.
Taking them a long time to do it though. Meepy however gets Rise, but Revan will quickly trade Meepy back before losing his life to Lackey. We do go with the trades 1-for-1 then. The roamers coming out successful as they lose the Thatcher and the Ash in a combination. Mira, Smoke, and Bandit still left standing.
So it's man trades. It's 3-3, but the attackers, they don't have any avenue into the site. Even if they have 1 minute 40 seconds left to work with, and that's a lot of time, they don't have a way to get into the site. And there is a Mira in both situations. You have to go in through office, you're going to have to deal with Lems on that Mira. If you're going through a wall, which are going to be difficult because you don't have a Thermite or a Thatcher to get rid of the batteries, you're going to have to deal with Ravon on his Mira. So there's not many options here for the Playing Ducks attack.
Zoronic making some holes into the main corridor now as enemy is actually rotated in towards B. They thought the Playing Duck defense attack was coming through office, and they've switched it back up now towards A. That means Revan is now alone inside this small office, and he's the only one they have to shake out. Enemy is still at a distance, but could support this. Renewal's underneath still at the moment, looking for an opportunity. The wall has a hole in it. Zoronic is spraying big holes through now to look for Revan as he peeks around that window. Enemy is still holding it at a distance. Renewal's coming in underneath, has punched the wall open, with the door open, is now spraying through the hole in the floor towards the small office. Doesn't do anything serious here to Revan's position. He's looking for the mirror window. If he can get that canister open, that will change this up drastically. But will Revan still be alive at that point, or will Zoronic still be alive? There we go, the hatch is open. BP has moved across, the smoke is, the smoke is close now. 30 seconds to go, Playing Ducks have to commit to this. Looks for Revan, beautiful pick from Zoronic. Will he fall down to smoke though? Enemy is just using the smoke charges, 20 seconds to go. He doesn't have to peek this. The smoke's going on through. Enemy's looking to come on into the room. Zoronic is right by the window, sees him stand up, and it's a good kill. But they will trade it back with the Lems. Lackey, however, is off the diffuser. Renewals is there. Lems gets a second. Can he go for the third? He's downed him! Lems with a 3K, put Vitality up 3 rounds to 2.
Well, okay, Playing Ducks won that round, and then Lems decided that they didn't win that round. He was just kind of like, oh, you know, I'm going to get a 3K casually at the end here with 1 magazine. That was fantastic play from Lems, putting his team back into the lead, 3-2. Oh, boy.
Beautiful push from him at the end. All hope is gone, and he steps up when it's needed.
That's got to be demoralizing for Playing Ducks. Now they're in a position where, okay, we won a round, we took it really well. They faked out the attack onto office with those smokes. They forced out the Vitality rotation in that round, and then they pushed their way in through the mirror after they opened up the mirror. Very well. That was very well done. Lems though. Just Lems.
Sometimes there's nothing you can do about it.
Right.
Step up and move along. They're onto defense now, and they can hold that same room again. Armory Lockers and Archives themselves now. They are up against an attacking roster, which is once again identical here for Vitality, and it's something they have stopped before. Can they do it all over again? Once more, though, they've got that castle mute operation, where we thought is normally there in officing. They went, again, very spread through CCTV, through the other side of the map. Lots of rotate holes, and it came down to the wire, with Revan's Glaz being a very aggressive, solid pusher on his own, nearly bringing in the clutch. So they need to look at that, refine that, and deal with it a bit better, because they were also arguably gifted a whole bunch of kills, thanks to the greed Vitality showed to take down that mirror. Vitality won't make that same mistake twice.
And we do have a mute coming out from Playing Ducks, and it's likely they're going to use that to try and hold CCTV for just that much bit longer. The lack of drone coverage on CCTV is going to allow any of the players from Playing Ducks playing in CCTV to, well, be able to fairly challenge one of the attacking operators to try to push in. They also have those castle barricades working in their advantage as well.
Barbed wire placed outside there from Bandit. I like the angle, I like the option. Enemies droning, drone spawned over by that east balcony. He goes, picked it up, and then throws it closer towards Tellers and makes sure the options below are safe. Revan heading with that Glaz now, and the Diffuser arguably up towards the bus as the jump out from Meepy takes LMs off the window. Rookie mistakes, to be fair.
Yeah, you're not covering that jump out at all, and we've seen time and time again when you're attacking the north side of the building, you have to have a beat on that window.
Oh,
constantly.
the grenade's going on to Lackey again.
Oh no.
Panics.
There's no Jaeger yet again.
Away. Blows on in. Blows up. Doesn't touch him this time. Lackey is in a much more defensible position. And that will be big here for the Playing Ducks defense. Not only are they a man up already, Lackey is safe, and those grenades are out of the picture here for Sledge. So
Lems is also out of the picture, so no clutches for him.
Yeah, and getting their thermite through any walls against Bandit without a Thatcher also a lot tougher now. Playing Ducks playing very, very static here. They have got their positions and everything that Vitality previously had to shake them off of that spot, or those spots, no longer possible. So Vitality need to think up a new idea here, and they've got 1:30 to do it.
You can see how Vitality is wary of that spot, even though there is no one there currently, because of the detriment that it played in their, the huge role it played in their demise in the last time they were trying to attack this site.
So they're leaving the Glaz over there and pushing everyone else across the other side. Nice cover from Rise, takes Snookin out as he tries to peek onto Sledge. He did open up the castle barricade into CCTV. Do they know Zeronic is inside this corner? It looks like Panix is aware and he sees the feet. Comes on and leaps on in and finishes him off. Zeronic didn't seem to realize where those shots were coming from and will pay the price for it. As it is now then, the defense are back to being at a disadvantage. Tucked into the bunker goes Renewal. CCTV is where the majority of Vitality sit. Glaz has come back over to join them now. Lackey is alone in office, but enemy is coming around this side. Revan looking for different angles.
Bomb located
Tucked
by
inside the
attackers.
corner. The pressure comes out. Renewal's in the bunker. They know about it. The smokes are going in. Panics has an angle towards him. If he steps up, he'll get shot straight out. Smokes are down. They're going to pressure him hard. Jumping over the top. Ash gets the kill. Now across towards the other sites. Playing Ducks are pinned, and the plant will start to go down from Revan. Lackey comes around behind, picks off one, looking for the next one. He can't see Rise in the corner. Glaz is there underneath him. He does take the down onto Glaz. Looks for the shotgun and gets the kill, and he will pick it up. Meanwhile, aggressive push from Ash rather than turning around has given Lackey some safety here. He's now surrounded. Slight mistakes here from Vitality, but the smoke's going to get into small office, but can't land the shotgun blast. 1v1, Lackey versus Rise. Aggressive fight with two very strong weapons. Shotgun coming out from the mirror will miss as he falls into the small office. The reload's coming through, and it's a very slow one with this shotgun. Makes a hole in the wall. Rise is focusing back on that way, looks towards the door, has the Hash, looking down. It's a good pre-fire from Lackey. Downs the Ash and has all the time in the world for the defuse. 3 rounds to 3, but again coming down to the absolute wire.
Yeah, fantastic push from Vitality going into that A bomb site.
Bomb defusing attempt failed.
And like you said, each and every one of these rounds, they're neck and neck. Both of these teams super aggressive. All of the players in both of these lineups not taking a single inch of risk or, well, sorry, of, I don't know, they're just not cautious. They're just kind of going for it on both sides, and it's working out for them tremendously. Whichever team decides to get more aggressive ends up winning the round more often than not.
I would argue that that round was lost by Vitality's aggression. They took control of that site really well. They had the plant down really nicely, but then when Lackey appears behind and gets one kill, Rise, rather than turning around to trade that out and save the Glaz, he tried to push deeper into lockers, and as a result, Glaz fell down and Lackey was able to dig in, reload, and reset.
Overall, that was kind of just their fault for not having anybody watching the flank.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they could have put down... Like,
Sledge should have been watching the flank at that point. Once Ash was deep inside that locker area, Sledge should have been watching the flank.
But he just unfortunately wasn't. There should have been one person left in CCTV from the Vitality lineup, but hey, there it is. And now we are looking at, again, 3-3. Ventilation defense from Vitality, and the way they were holding this last time was, we talked about this before, put people in Armory, defend it as if it's Armory, and then default back to the site at the very last moment. Yep. And it's been working out for, well, it's been interesting for both of these teams.
Time now then for Vitality's defense to set it up all over. Once again from Playing Ducks, they're of course bringing that Buck to the table on attack. However, last time they didn't really use him for much of his floor destruction.
I mean, they
did all the work upstairs beforehand, killed everyone if they wanted, and then they just pushed with him down through the toilets and through the horizontal floors.
He got
in the
a couple picks through floor destruction, but it wasn't as much as you would expect. I mean, with those full mags, you can open up pretty much the entire site, or each and every one of the predictable spots a defender is going to play. And he didn't do that, but you know, he made it work to his advantage at least.
He was still an impact.
Yeah. And we're seeing Playing Ducks, they are circling around the entirety of Armory, trying to establish dominance on these Vitality players, not give them many ways to rotate back into the site other than that drop down. in the small office.
So Rise was spotted crossing over now, and that means Renewals is going to start to make some holes towards the Archives location instead. Panics peeks on her around, doesn't quite do anything serious. Renewals' shield will shrug that off. But the Playing Ducks attack is starting to shape onto this entire upper floor. The drones are coming in. Panics is still seen behind that door. I think he's pinned between the metal detector and the door there.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous game for Panics to be playing right now. If Renewals peeks him, gets into the hallway and just peeks him a little bit to the left, he is going to be exposed.
So we'll see who holds further in this game of chicken. Should be Panics, but we'll find out. As it is, he's still got Smoke and Bandit up there with him, with 2 members of Vitality hidden downstairs. As Playing Ducks are now pushing through Office. But again, they're slow with this. It's a minute 30 to go. Yes, if they go through these kills, it's a great start, but they have to get them all. Renewals has moved away. Lackey gets enemy. That's the Smoke out from inside what would be A, the Armory lockers. In through the B window comes Meepy. Lackey's low because of that exchange. He's looking across towards the main detectors. And the flash grenades are going up, and the grenade followed up by Rise. So there goes the Jaeger. LMs from below takes down Zyronic, but they still need to find Panics, who's held firm in the same location he was at before. Renewals comes around, loses a shield, but stays alive. Way through the wall, Meepy is there. Panics falls. LMs now, the last man standing, came up from below. Is on the metal stairs. Sees Meepy come around the corner. That's 1 kill. Looks for Renewals, but he's on the other side of a wall. Lackey is there and low, but Lackey gets the shots, and LMs will crumble, putting Playing Ducks up 4 rounds to 3. And remember, they only need 5 to advance here in the Pro League, having won the last map already.
So it looks like we will be having a rehost, as there is unfortunately some connection errors coming out here.
Yeah, Revan crashed apparently.
Yeah. So another rehost. Yeah, but. Yeah, no, Playing Ducks, they're in a very good position to finalize this series. Like you said, they've been, I mean, if it weren't for that clutch from LMs, it would be over right now. That was, yep. I mean, and we didn't, it just seems like Playing Ducks, they didn't get flinched by that fact that they lost on that round, and they've just buckling down and are like, all right, this is it, this is ours, we're taking it. And they had a very dominant performance on that last attack round. They established a circumference around the defenders who were playing up in Armory, and they simply just pushed in slowly, got the picks, and for some reason, it didn't seem like Vitality were keen on rotating back into the site. They opted instead to take the challenges and lose.
Yeah, they didn't even take the challenges in some cases. They just froze up. We saw Panics hitting those metal detectors while his teammates were dying around him. We saw the Jaeger tucked to the back of B. Didn't actually peek a whole lot and was just pinned in there and got grenaded out. Yeah. Enemy stood no chance. Lackey just came straight in and killed him off the board. Like, they just froze inside that upper site. The ones that did try and move, the Bandit from below coming on up, LMs tried to make a play from it, did pick up a couple of kill or 2, but it was too little too late and everyone was already dead.
Mentally, it may be the fact that Playing Ducks, they're just not succumbing to the pressure. They know they have the map buffer. They don't have to worry if they lose this one. And Vitality, on the other hand, this is it. If they lose this coming round, they're out of the Pro League. Like, that's a lot to have on your mind. And it could be exactly what's coming through here in this matchup.
Could be, but these are all top-tier players with a lot of experience, and hopefully it's not such a thing.
Not a huge deal. I'm sure they're probably very focused on winning this coming round, yeah. But who knows?
Still, it's a tough position to be in nonetheless. If we do see Vitality pull this back overtime and win, we will be on to Clubhouse as the last one, and that, as we've seen, will only bring this game closer and closer. We saw Playing Ducks pull out a win in Skyscraper, but it took them a few rounds to get their footing and to feel Vitality out, despite it being their own pick. They did do it at the end, but they were nail-biting rounds. Now here on Border, it's Vitality's pick, and we've seen different play from both, but arguably it's come down to certain players stepping up for these big clutches like LMs did,
yeah.
Meepy did on Skyscraper. So no team has shown a clear divide of one over the other. There's been even rounds, there's been ideas flicking back and forth, but then it's still been individual players really stepping up and bringing their team out for a couple of rounds to keep each other alive.
What I'm seeing from Playing Ducks is a lot less individual performance necessarily, and a lot more strategic performance. And not necessarily good strats per se, because some of them, in my opinion, are a little bit overthought maybe. Taking control of CCT, push into Office to take control of Army, that just doesn't seem right. But it's working for them more often than not. And Playing Ducks, they have a refined idea that they're going with, and as long as they stick to that idea, have faith in that idea, it seems to go in their favor. And as long as they can keep doing that,
it's the age-old thing. 5 players following a bad call is always going to be better than 5 players following individual calls, even if one of them is perfect.
And that's the important thing to note here, is that Playing Ducks, they seemingly trust each other indefinitely. Like, there is a very much, they know that they're going to be trading each other back. They know that they're going to be able to push successfully going into these strategies, even if they're bad, because They have faith. And it's similar to what we're seeing on Vitality, in fact, because some of the rounds that they have won is because they trust each other as a team. But at the same time, strategically, Vitality just isn't the way they're handling it. They have an idea, they have a route to go to, but it's just
once it starts to crumble a little bit,
they kind of
they're lost.
They lose the steam, and they have to rely on individual players' skill, and that is exactly what we're seeing here in this matchup.
So all 10 players are back in the lobby. We will be starting in just a moment. Reminder: it is 4 rounds to 3 in favor of Playing Ducks. All they need is this last round for victory. If they have that, we are done here. Playing Ducks will advance through to the next round of the Pro League here on the playoffs next week, playing against the #1 seed from Group A.
Right.
Change of plans.
Change of plans. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
So, as things settle up, Vitality staring down the barrel of a defeat. We have got our full North American playoff roster. We know exactly who and what are playing through there. Europe still just about left to be decided.
This is the last one. This is the last one, and then we will know exactly who is playing from Europe. And it's going to be, I mean, it's been such a fantastic group stage already, and I cannot wait to see what's going to be happening in the playoffs for both of these regions. A lot of fantastic teams, and teams we didn't expect to be where they are. CTM's not in the playoffs.
Not in the playoffs.
What, huh? And then Ominous, a brand new team coming out of nowhere, didn't knock CTM out, but they put themselves in a position to do just that. They won a match against CTM. Elevate knocked CTM out, and I don't think anyone really expected that matchup to go that way. We're also seeing Penta coming back from the dead, so to speak. I mean, we saw them again. Season 1, Penta performance, fantastic. They won the first season, but then after that, reformed roster, and they just couldn't get the grip on their establish themselves as a team. And now they've got a roster that they're seemingly comfortable with. They're very dominant, as well as Sisu, a team that historically has always been number 2 and has been faltering a little bit. But now they've got some new teeth on the line with Kanter Raketi, and I think it was Panari.
Yep.
And with those 2 players, they've been putting themselves in a new dynamic that is something that we haven't ever seen before from that team. A lot more aggression, a lot more just bite. You know, a lot. They can really sink their teeth into another team, and
that new Penta Sisu clash is what I really want to see.
I want to see that matchup as well. That's going to be fantastic.
Be a huge game as far as, 1, just those 2 new rosters go, and 2, as far as the entirety of Europe's fate kind of goes.
Because I want to see how Ominous does against the European teams as well. Because I mean, we saw them beat CTM, right? And it was a 2-0, but it was also a very close matchup. And we still don't know very much about Ominous as a team. I mean, it could have been a complete fluke the way they beat CTM. You know, it could have just been, oh, they got lucky, or maybe CTM was off their game. Who knows? I don't think so, really. But that's why I want to see them play against teams like Sisu. I want to see them play against Elevate. I want to see them play against all these other fantastic teams that we are seeing coming out of the group stage going into the playoffs. And I cannot wait to get to the finals with whomever makes it.
Yeah, the bottom line is the 4 teams in North America, so far the 3 teams, whoever comes here, the 4th one from Europe, do advance. All we are sure of right now is that they are clearly a cut and above what we arguably expected some of them to be on their way into this season. Let's try it again. All 10 players are in the lobby now. Hopefully they're ready in just a moment, and we will. There we go. Load back into border. 4 rounds to 3 in favor of Playing Ducks. All or nothing here for Vitality. They have to win this round and put us into overtime to even have a chance at staying in the competition. Playing Ducks are 1 round away from a spot in the playoffs, and eventually, possibly, a spot at LAN.
Right. And here it is. Playing Ducks. Ventilation Room, Workshop, Smoke, Castle, Pulse, Valkyrie, Bandit, Vitality, Sledge, Glaz, Ash, Shabana, and 1 yet to be picked. This is the round, ladies and gentlemen. If Vitality, again, if Vitality can win this round, they can put themselves into overtime. What's that?
I was going to say, they've previously been running a Thatcher and a Thermite as these 2. Now they're running Hibana with no Thatcher, bringing a Capitao for the first time. This is a big mix-up here.
Okay. Shot in the dark. Capitao, they're going to utilize his bolts to try and block off routes into the B bomb site and simply go for one of those front door into B bomb site plants. They're going to use Glaz and Hibana to open up the wall into Armory to deny that vertical control from the defenders. And that's something that we have seen from the North American meta, and it's possibly something that we will just now see from Vitality. But that is, again, very much a shot in the dark. They could do anything with this lineup. It's very dynamic, very aggressive, kill potential.
It makes a
squad.
little bit of sense, right? You're on your last legs. It is all or nothing. Go back to something old school, tried and true that you feel like you can do with your eyes closed.
And yeah, opening up
Question
the,
is though, against what Playing Ducks have been doing whole game, which they're still doing here, which is a very spread out, very mobile defense.
Yeah,
is that gonna work?
See, because Playing Ducks, they're focusing on getting those picks away from the site to give themselves the man advantage early on. And if Vitality can't avoid that, it's not gonna matter in the end. If they're going for that front door push, they're exposing themselves a lot.
They are bringing some players in and around towards this APC wall again. Snooken found the drone and took it out, but the wall has reinforced Panics, so you can't shoot him through that. They are pressuring it from the other side here by Rise, but there's a lot of places for him to hide to make that a thing. So if they want to push in through that main front door, they have to take him out of here. They are heading upstairs as we suspected to get this glass situated above the site and droning from the other side of it to begin with. Checking CCTV rooms clear.
Being very cautious on this take, not exposing.
Oh, nice peek. Rise takes Snooken down after blowing a hole in the wall. It's a good start then for the attacking Vitality squad. Lucky though is still around and mobile. The drone from Rise will come on in, and Panics has taken down Zyronic, so they have a 2-man advantage now. We have seen rounds thrown one way or the other by both squads though, so by no means are they down and out here Playing Ducks. The Renewal's still here in the toilet. Lucky close by with the heartbeat sensor to track locations. And then that Smoke remaining over towards the other site on his own. And we've seen the power of Smoke holding some sites, unless it's a gay karaoke room on.
Yeah.
Minute 30 to go though, and Vitality are starting to shape it up. They've droned around and found where and where aren't Playing Ducks. But as the drones are getting picked off now, they have to start to approach the sites from above and around. Drones sneak on in underneath. Renewal's back onto his cameras. Does hear an explosion go off nearby, but Lucky's still tucked in this corner. LM's trying to spray an angle through and maybe able to firebolt Lucky out of here if he lands this correctly.
Vitality have complete freedom to pivot around the site and establish any angle they want to onto the defending operators. All that Playing Ducks has to do is keep themselves from getting exposed to set angles.
Firebolt misses, the C4 goes up and will also not land. Ash has sprinted herself into the toilet here. The rest of Vitality here pushing through from Customs. Hole in the walls there as Lucky falls to Panics. Rise now peeking in through from the toilet, looking for an option as Revan finds Renewals. Meepy's the last man standing, and he will fall to LMs for a comfortable round for Vitality, forcing out another rehost as we have to, of course, unlock all the sites and everything as we head back into overtime now at a 4-4 scoreline.
You technically need to...
We need to heads tail flip for the sides.
Oh, right, the heads and tail flip, that's what it is. Okay, so yeah, they will be doing a heads and tail flip to decide who's going to be defending, who's going to be attacking on the overtime rounds. And wow, Vitality doing what they needed to do, putting their cards on the table and showing that they can, in fact, heat themselves in this matchup, hoping to get to that third map. That was a good way to handle it. They came from CCTV, nothing what we were expecting to see. They came from CCTV, took out the roamers who were playing up and around upstairs, and then, well, actually, it was mostly that pick onto the Bandit playing in Customs that has opened up the round for them.
Well, they realized there wasn't anyone upstairs. There was no one they needed to deal with up there, so they went, all right, we'll forget upstairs. We'll just take this, as you said, extreme firepower from this roster and just barge our way in from the other side of the site, and it worked.
But
everyone they found, they killed.
Nobody upstairs from the Playing Ducks defense? I mean, I kind of understand it, but it is an odd way to handle that defense. I mean, as
it
we
worked
see,
for them before.
I mean, it worked for them before, yeah, but this time, Vitality, they handled it in a way that it was just a little bit different. Having that Ash play through the, I don't know, I guess the side door. I'm not sure exactly what that call is, but the side door, pushing his way into Customs, gave them control of not only completely upstairs, but the other half of the map then. And there wasn't really much for Playing Ducks to work with then at that point. And Vitality, they had complete destructibility options with their Hibana, their sledge. They could open up any hole they want into the site, get any line of sight onto the remaining anchors, and they did just that to put themselves into overtime.
So, as the players start to funnel their way back into the lobby, we'll find out their starting sides in a moment. It comes down to this here on Border. 3 rounds to play. First to 2 will take victory. Remember, if Playing Ducks win, that's it. We're finished. If Vitality win, we're heading over to Clubhouse, a map where, arguably, individual standout plays are not going to be as apparent or easy to spot or even easy to execute, because that map is so overplayed and so practiced and so looked after by every team that everyone knows what to do and when to do it.
Yeah, and there is, again, there has been some minor variation on the way to handle Clubhouse, but it's interesting in that the variation is, it's just kind of a step sideways more than a step in another direction, really, because I guess because there's not much room for an attack to come from. I mean, there's 3 lanes, really. There's the stairway and moto, that's 1. There's the construction drop, that's 2, or the construction hallway, rather, or tunnel, or whatever you want to call it. And then there's the garage tunnel, that's 3. So those are the 3 ways you can come at a basement attack. And other than that, there's not really much for you to do. We've just seen from recently teams choosing to go for the construction tunnel with their glass, try to deny those angles, then going through the kitchen. And that is something, I guess, new or different, but it's something we've also seen before. So, yeah. Clubhouse, again, like you said, a very refined map.
All right, so as everyone is back in, time now to decide what side it is. It is an orange team playing Ducks and a blue attacking squad, Vitality. Remember, this is overtime. Every bomb site is unlocked. They can go wherever they wish. I don't imagine to see playing Ducks going straight down to that ventilation workshop so quickly again.
Likely they will go up to the armory. They are going to be bringing a Frost. Is that a troll pick?
I don't know, maybe it's something they have to surprise the aggression Vitality have been showing recently. They are into Armory Lockers and Archives again, and that's the site which they have again come down to the wire on holding the last couple of options. But
it's come down to the wire almost every round so far between these 2 teams, except for that last round that we just watched. Playing Ducks did kind of get a little bit decimated.
I'd like to show you the game right about now as they are loaded in and the Frost is locked. But she has replaced the Mute. So we'll see where it is they choose to put those traps instead. The Mute Jammers never really stopped a whole lot from before.
Nah, they didn't help playing Ducks much at all. They were trying to use them to deny visibility into the CCTV, but it ended up not mattering. Vitality simply stuck their gun barrels in through the windows and got the picks.
Frost Trap under one office window. Follow-up Frost Trap. Where are you putting it, Ironic? In towards CCTV at the moment, and off of our screen somewhere. Lucky doing that double reinforce on office and then mirror windowing as well.
It's putting the Frost Traps down somewhere. We are seeing that same mirror, as you said.
I think they're just sporadically hidden around CCTV and stuff, so it might catch someone by surprise.
He's trying to avoid the camera. He doesn't want anyone to see. There's special secret Frost Traps that only pros use.
As it is. Oh, he's putting. Oh, nice. I like this one.
That's
right underneath the hole the Lackey is making.
Right. That's gonna
office wall.
That's gonna add an extra layer of caution to the Vitality attack if they manage to get past the mirror window in the first place.
So, as the 2-minute 30 mark ticks past, Vitality are up and on the edges of the building again, pressuring through CCTV with their drones and their glads at the moment. Renewals on the other side of that wall is lucky to be alive right now. As Revan makes a hole in the wall, it shows him right next to it.
Don't even think he took damage from those shots.
He didn't know, they did all miss him. It was just that he made the hole right next to his head. He is, however, pinned on top of that trapdoor now in CCTV. Panics, has an angle in from the window and is trying to grenade him out, but they won't quite land in the right spot. Renewal's got to stay very low here, but he is delaying them for a long time.
Playing Ducks is heavily vested yet again
into the window, and Zoronic was hiding underneath the desk to get one. Revan did finish off Renewals from behind though. Now Zoronic has to reposition away. He's jumping on out, he's looking for one. He tags up the Glaz but gets finished off by Lems, who was prone under the window. Lems now heads his way in. Glaz is low health but alive. Looks like he may be going up to jump off the roof actually. Nope, changed his mind. He came back down again. Lems looking to make his way through. Inside this doorway, Snooken has a small angle. He's low health from it, but if he finds someone by surprise, he could maybe get away with it. And he comes around the corner. The window has been opened now, and Lems has an angle in to look through it. Rise did it from underneath, I believe, making a hole in the floor and shooting up onto it.
Right.
And they have lost another defender, so they are 3v4. Minute 10 on the clock, Vitality's push is coming towards A. The Thatcher is going out, and enemy will make a hole in the wall. Snooken tries to pre-fire through the mirror window, but of course doesn't touch a soul, and the wall is open now. Lucky doesn't have a mirror window on that small office, so he's just looking through holes in the wall and trying to get lucky with some spray. Revan is at a distance. Rise has moved across the other side. Enemy prone and smoking. Lems Thatcher charge, make sure it's clear. VP is at a long distance here. Revan's going to push aggressively in. He of course can see through the smoke. He sees Snooken's feet. He's going for the shots but can't land anything serious. He's still very low. Lems is deep inside lockers, but they know where he is. C4 goes out, stops with a double kill for Lackey. Revan did take Meepy down, but Lackey's got enemy. Now as the pressure comes through, Snooken's there to step up. Rise will fall, and that is a Playing Ducks win on defense.
Wow, that strategically, that went in the favor of Vitality. I mean, Playing Ducks, they invested those 2 players in CCTV, and they were for naught. They basically traded back 1 kill, and that was it. Pretty much worthless. They didn't even waste any time. However, the anchors from Playing Ducks, especially from that C4 coming out from
that was all
the Mira.
smoked. Lackey, I don't think had any way to have seen them go into that corner like that.
It had to have been predictive of the plant. I mean, that is the safe place. If you have 2 unreinforced walls on that small office facing towards the A wall, of course you're going to plant in the corner. And that was just a really good read by the Mira, getting that C4 down.
Nice play indeed.
Overall, just, I mean, 2 fantastic anchors from Playing Ducks.
So, stepping up, putting them once again onto map and series point. They're now attacking with a very familiar set of 5 against this top floor bomb site.
However, by Vitality, that was also a really good read on what the site they were attacking, because they took out those 2 players who were playing in CCTV. They avoided Office entirely because you could tell. You remember from the previous rounds, that was where they would like to go. They like to push into Office into B. But because they didn't know how to handle that Mira window, they opted to avoid that. So, good reads by Vitality, good strats by Vitality, just a good play by Playing Ducks in the end. And now, we're going to see exactly how Playing Ducks decide to handle this upstairs attack. And again, the way they've been handling it is kind of interesting. They opt to go into CCTV and push in through Office, which it just doesn't seem practical. It's worked for them, I think, once. I don't recall. I remember it didn't work for them once before.
It's
but
not exactly been reliable, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been a close call either way.
So, enemy up on the bookshelf. Has to worry about the glad shots coming in through the door in a moment. Does drop on off to the safer side. Now remember, we've seen this from North America. The pressure comes from a Blackbeard place on that teller window. But if you can stop him getting up here, this entire B attack kind of crumbles.
So it looks like the Playing Ducks attack is just going to be slanted straight on for the Office. And again, they're going to have to deal with that bandit behind that Mira in the second layer of walls in Office itself. And the problem with that is that, well, he is a bandit. He can bandit trick the Mira, and thus your Hibana is going to have trouble getting through that. Even though you do have a Thatcher, it's going to be difficult.
So there's a trophy system behind it as well. Enemy tucked inside B. They are cautious of someone being up on that cabinet. Blackbeard was watching it from the window. Glaz checks it from underneath. Now is aware that it is clear. Smoke is close, but not up on there. Revan has a hole to throw C4 up and over from inside lockers, and Panix is just checking with his heartbeat sensor on the other side to make sure it's completely clear. They have let Glaz up onto that toll booth roof now. So he has full positioning here and is using this tight angle to try and pick off an easy kill attack. Everyone, however, from Vitality is staying down and safe. Good long-range drone throw up and in as Ash continues to push the floor from below. LMs has shown in the past that he likes to drop down through hatches and flank. Now, if Ash is down there to catch him, that might work out for them, but he has not been able to save his mirror window, as the Hibana charges, you can see, have blown 2 big holes in the wall. Renewals comes on in, looks over towards it. Rise has taken down Renewals, though, and that's the first kill, as enemies smoke charge will now go over and keep Lackey pinned. LMs peeks up, rises over in Office. It was a really tight angle for him to get that, but Meepy's finished off Panix as he tried to drop through the hatch below. Snookun taking out Rise now in CCTV, giving the attackers the man advantage. Now as they push in through, LMs has traded it straight back onto Lackey. He will continue to trade here and push aggressively towards that Thatcher. Neither one landing the killing blow as the shots are rattling through the holes in the wall. Zeronic cannot help here if he keeps LMs inside goat. They need Snookun to move him away. He looks around the corner, he peeks on up, and LM steps into Snookun's sightline. C4 in hands of Revan is being held, ready to throw in when the plant comes out. But the planter is in the hands of that Thatcher, who is inside Office. Meepy in the main corridor is distracting Mira now, as 35 seconds tick through on the clock. Enemy still has some smoke charges and is pinned inside the B site himself. Flying Ducks are trying to swarm around it, but Zeronic comes in. Revan pulls the C4 up. He gets stuck on the wall. Zeronic will survive because of it. Revan does straight up shoot him down instead, though. Snookun coming to peek through the angle now. Enemies here with a shotgun. Snookun's going to see him. The shotgun won't land the first few blows. Snookun gets the down onto Smoke. Revan now has to find 2, but he's only got 13 seconds, and all he has to do is stop the plant. Planter behind the bomb. Meepy around the corner. Revan finds 1. Does he know the plant is going through? He's going to push for the kill, and Revan steps up! 2v1. He wins out the round and keeps the dreams of Vitality alive. Finishes his reload with a millisecond to spare.
From Vitality, it's the clutches from the individual players again and again and again to keep themselves in this match. They do not want to get eliminated from Pro League here. They want to bring it to that third map. They refuse to give up. And now they're going to be attacking Ventilation from Playing Ducks. And Playing Ducks, we saw, again,
Playing Ducks got destroyed
absolutely
to bring us here
demolished.
into overtime by defending this site. Vitality are switching out the Hibana for a Thermite here instead, but that won't really make a huge difference as far as the Playing Ducks defense goes. They have to figure out a whole new idea on how to attack this, or how to rather defend this.
Yeah, if they
because they just didn't put up a fight last time.
If they can't figure out a new method here, then it's third map. It's third map again. Like, I mean, and I'm excited to see it, to be honest. This has been one of the closest matchups I've seen so far in this Pro League.
So, the defense from Playing Ducks is setting up. Now remember, previously everyone plays above the bomb site here.
Well,
Playing Ducks have ignored that. Playing Ducks have just gone and left everyone downstairs. Now Vitality quickly drone and quickly ascertain that information and then just push in from below, carrying them up with superior firepower.
Well, they pushed in through below, but they also completely took control of upstairs to deny any roamer possibility like up there. When you forfeit upstairs control and the enemy team knows about that, I mean, you're just giving up half of your play.
Aggressive peeks then from Lackey this time over, looking for an early kill at someone in the passport spot. Does change his mind as they are not down there very quickly and runs back to safety. Castle barricades in different places this time. That wall that Lackey just closed up was castled before. Zoronic is running over to it now and is going to late castle it perhaps when he feels safe. Yeah, late castling it now. So interesting. What did you spend your time on early on?
Vitality's doing the same exact attack that they did last time. They're bringing their Ashe down on the first level, opening up that hole into customs. They're bringing the rest of their team up into CCTV to then take control of the rest of upstairs, but they're being very cautious about it. They do not want to risk anything. This is, again...
Snooker did the same thing. This time he ran away very early on. After that wall was blown open, he got back through the small little office in customs and are now up the metal staircase, so he's not being picked off by that Ashe so early. So this alone, his presence in being alive, has slowed down the Vitality push a bit more. And in doing that, he came up the staircase to be joined by Renault's Jaeger. So the pair of them are now making it harder for Vitality to actually gain control of this top floor. This is a nice change here from Playing Ducks.
Yeah, good adaptation there to actually apply some pressure upstairs and try and deny.
Vitality have 4 players pinned inside CCTV. Enemy will use the 1 thermite charge on the hatch above customs. They don't seem to realize that it is now empty. There's no one in there now. Rise is now in there, but there's no defenders. So Vitality using a lot of utility and time on this.
Playing Ducks have had a very good adaptation here. They are now conscious of the way that Vitality is attacking this site straight from the south, and they have cordoned off that area of the building. Right, and they're just defaulted back to the site.
Yeah, Rise didn't know he'd seen a person there. He saw the crosshair turn red and tried to spray blindly at it. Misses Zoronic as he runs away. That Ashe charge goes off and doesn't hit the barbed wire because of a trophy system. So more utility being burnt for nothing here. Minute on the clock and Vitality is starting to look a little bit flaily. Playing Ducks do lose the first player though as Panics takes down Renewals upstairs. Leaving that man above is helping out, but Lackey's taking out Rise's Ashe down below. Now the pressure is starting to mount as the push is coming in from Vitality. 50 seconds to go and the defenders are starting to dig in. Revan has used up all of his smoke grenades. He's now looking towards the site. He saw Lackey dart into that corner. He's going to tag his leg through the wall and shut him down. 3 defenders left up, but one of them's a smoke holding the B site. Upstairs, Panics is still... Actually, no, he's dropped down to join his team now. All 3 defenders are on the floor below, so he has made the right shout. 30 seconds to go. Snooking in one side, smoke grenades coming out from Meepy to lock out that B wall. Grenades going off to make sure they have a sight line in. Fire grenades go on to Snook and he's stuck in the corner and he does get burnt out, but Zoronic takes down Revan and Panics and Enemy! And he takes a big 3k. Elem's now in a 1v1 against Meepy. Meepy's low health, but Elem's has to plant. 15 seconds on the clock. Meepy has 1 smoke grenade left and Elem's is gonna hold this. He's behind the blue mattress. He sticks it up and there it is! Meepy steps up with the shotgun, sends Playing Ducks through to the playoffs.
The clutches, guys! Both of these teams, individual players, in Meepy, in Alems, in Revan.
Zoronic! That 3k! They all stepped through in the doorway and they lined up for him.
That was fantastic.
Huge round.
That was, not just a huge round, a huge map from both of these teams. Very well played from Vitality, very well played from Playing Ducks. Each and every one of the players in both of these teams stepping up and really showing that they have what it takes. And unfortunately for Vitality, they now will not be going on to the playoffs. Instead, Playing Ducks.
It's a bittersweet pill, but when a game like that, while the scoreline and the board's going to show 2-0 and it's going to sound one-sided, it by no means was.
No.
Playing Ducks did what they promised. They brought out a skyscraper that people weren't expecting and they did just enough to take Vitality down there. But again, Vitality did not make it easy. Border right down to the wire, 6 rounds to 5, with some huge moments on both squads, which we can now watch in highlight form.
Yeah.
Absolute.
These are going to be some good replays.
That is a game to remember for everyone involved. Some beautiful shots across the board, some beautiful moments from every single one, and some nice new ideas and strategies to boot.
Yeah, no, it's that mirror window that being put in the office or in office from Playing Ducks. The way the adaptation. I just wanted to touch again on that last-minute adaptation for Playing Ducks going into that ventilation defense. They cordoned off the entire south section of the building because they knew Vitality would be coming from just there, and they did not risk or overexpose their players very much at all, aside from that castle. So that was a really great round from them. I mean. If
this
they had
LM's clutch, by the way, as he comes on through, takes one down, takes renewals, and then finds Lackey tucked in the doorway.
Oh.
Downs him with the literally last bullet in his MP7 there.
Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic play from him towards that one. And then again, Lackey come down doing a similar clutch, takes down that Glaz. Rise pushes aggressively into lockers and was then shut down because of it as well.
This was the game of clutches. I have to say, I think more than half of these rounds were clutched out by 1 or 2 players' individual skill. And that's it. Like, there was strategy, sure. But for the majority, oh my god, Zyronic.
Hidden in the corner and takes down 3.
If it weren't for that, man. If it weren't for that.
If it weren't for that, Meepy would have had to go, and maybe he got 1 or 2 of them. Meepy would have been 2v1 or what. That would not have played out in anywhere near the same fashion.
Yeah.
Zyronic with 3 hugely important kills with that. But let's have a quick look at the brackets then and show you what things look like now because of that, as we are done completely with the Europe and North American group stage. There is Group A as it played out. CEST dominated Barrage in our opening game of the season. gBots 2-1 over Millenium. That sent us through to a gBots versus CEST winners game, which gBots didn't quite pull out what they needed to, and CEST went through as #1 seed from Group A. Barrage, meanwhile, played Millenium and unfortunately couldn't quite make a mark, leaving Millenium with a gBots rematch as they headed into the decider game early this afternoon. gBots won that 2-0 with a very convincing display. Moving over here to Group B, Vitality Most Wanted, formerly at that time known as E2, had a 2-0 victory with a decided fashion, while Playing Ducks played Pentasports 2-0. Penta showing us a brand new lineup which dominated in a very, very strong fashion, leading them into the winners game against Team Vitality. And while that one was a bit closer, Penta did win it in the end 2-1 as #1 seed for Group B. Most Wanted played Playing Ducks down in the losers game, and Playing Ducks came out on top to set us up with this match here today, Vitality versus Playing Ducks. And well, you all saw how that one played out.
That was such a close match. I mean, you look at the bracket and you don't anticipate it being the way it is.
There are your playoffs then. CEST will play Playing Ducks in our opening game. Pentasports will play gBots. The winners will then play against each other to decide first and second place here in Europe seeding. The losers will play each other to decide third and fourth place in seeding. And, well, some of those teams will, as a result, head towards the LAN finals, ironically here in Katowice. So, all to play for in the coming weeks for those 4 teams. And, of course, the same for North America. But with that, we are done. We are here and finished in Europe, and we are finished in North America, and we have our 4 playoff teams. So group stages are wrapped up. And with that, I'm finished. So I want to go ahead and provide a nice big thank you to both Bloodbath and Kickstar and everyone here at ESL to putting on this show for the last year, helping make this possible. I want to thank Ubisoft for doing a game and making this whole Pro League possible. And more importantly, I want to thank you all for watching, because without any of you, this would not be possible. Thank you guys so much for all of this. So long, farewell, au revoir, auf Wiedersehen.